It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. with the future in sight. Together,
Energi,
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Popmi, ransel, Popmi.
Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy. Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Popmi, ransel, Popmi.
Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Apa ya? Makanan yang harganya receh tapi enaknya mantul.
Banyak pengen loh, ini dia. Menu receh, harga receh, dijamin enaknya mantul.
Enak banget. Coba Mel.
Apapun yang kamu pengenin, di sini referensi lengkapnya.
Ada yang ngiler.
Jajan terus bareng makan receh dan enaknya mantul. Ini baru Trans 7.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran.
Pukul 10.50.
Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true.
Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Sentral Kargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Sentral Kargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Popmi, ransel, Popmi.
Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy. Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Popmi, ransel, Popmi.
Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy. Tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy. Tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa kerambahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Apa ya? Makanan yang harganya receh tapi enaknya mantul.
Banyak pengen loh. Ini dia. Menu receh, harga receh, dijamin enaknya mantul.
Enak banget. Coba Mel.
Apapun yang kamu pengenin, di sini referensi lengkapnya.
Ada yang ngiler.
Jajan terus bareng makan receh dan enaknya mantul. Ini baru Trans 7.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true.
Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. to change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hello, welcome once again to this International Esports Federation tournament. This is a very important game, a very important day. We're here from wonderful Indonesia. We are at Bali, and I'm joined by the one and only Mr. Guetza. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. It makes you feel like I'm like a magician's assistant whenever
No,
you're referred to.
no.
It's the great,
You are the
it's the great-
magician. You are the magician.
But it's fantastic to be back here, day 3. It was nice to have a break yesterday and to go and have a look around and take some rest. But festivities and the war and battles will recommence here today.
Yes, of course. And today we open the elimination stage. So group stage is over. From now on, if you're gonna go ahead on the competition, you need to win. And we're switching to the format of best of 3.
Yeah, and that's a completely different mindset you've got to go into, which I'm sure that we will multiple times reference over this broadcast. But of course, we do have our partners to go through and obviously thank for this event being possible in the first place.
Yes, of course. And the main sponsor of this tournament, it's of course the JHL Group.
Yeah, and of course it's sponsored, of course, as you've heard numerous times, the JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DIS, Gungdan Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, and Hydro Coco.
Our official telco partner is Telkomsel.
Yeah, and in terms of our internet service provider, it's IndiHome.
Yes, our travel management partner is HIN.
Yeah, and the hotel partner, of course, as you mentioned numerous times, the Episode Hotel, and of course the Merusaka Hotel, which is where we are at the moment.
Our esports broadcaster partner is Mineski Global, Indonesia Football, E-League, and ESID.
Yeah, and then we've got the production partner, which is Lemon ID, our media partners, Trans2Ju, Deticom, esport.id, video.com, Dunia Games, Dens TV, Dens Play, Metaputia, Bola Score, Kami Bajak, and then in our government support, we've got Kemen Parerakaf, Kemen Pora, NOC, Kony, and wonderful Indonesia. So many people have made this possible.
Of course,
and
we are really
wonderful
grateful.
for the support.
And of course, we are really grateful because of the fans. You are amazing. How many people is there, is commenting, is showing the world that this game is alive, and we are really happy for it. So I think that today we are expecting some huge clashes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some very important matches.
We've got a couple of matches that are already, as you may have seen from the coming up. We have fixtures there. But of course, we've got to make sure that people are aware of the tournament format, and as we may or may not see a graphic in short time.
Let's see
but
it.
In terms of our, as we mentioned, best of 3, it's now you've got to win each game that you play. So in terms of what you will see here, please, you can now forget the groups A through P. We don't have to take those into account anymore.
Yes, we are in the box that says 32 teams.
And it's the play-in elimination stage. So it's the best of 3, which means that if you win 2 games, you are through to the next round. Yes. That's the critical part here. It's no more aggregate score. It's no more of trying to, make our maths as we were on the desk. It's now win or go home.
So
it is that
today,
simple.
we start with 32 teams, and only 2 of those 32 will cross by for tomorrow competition.
Well, we've got if you think about it from the bracket side, we've got four teams that will join. As you can see on the graphic there, we've got an additional team that's there as well. But you've also got the 2 teams of Serbia who've already and Mexico who've come through.
They will join later
and
on.
And Indonesia, of course, as a host of it. And of course, we'll kind of look onto the prize pool, of course, which, as we've mentioned as well, $25,000, $12,000 for a winner, $8,000 for a runner-up, and of course for the third place playoff, it's $5,000.
So this makes a very important role here, because this is what can have the players be professional players. Have this as an occupation, as a main occupation. But of course, if you train 8 hours a day, and then you win this money, so it's better than a regular job, of course.
Well, it makes all the sacrifice kind of worth it. You know, if you think about it from a player standpoint, you may miss family gatherings, you may miss important events, you may miss all of these types of things just to get your practice in. So naturally, of course, it could be quite difficult to make that kind of sacrifice, but it doesn't make it all pay off in the end. And of course, we've got the schedule.
This will be, excuse me, Wes, I was anxious to show you which matches are coming up today. These are the schedule for today. We will start with Montenegro against Maldives.
Yeah, and we've got Armenia versus Laos. And the reason why you're seeing it, 2 games that are to be announced is, of course, we have no idea who's making it into the round of 16 or into the most probably important game of the day, which is the last game, which is I have coined as the finals eliminator. That's the game where if you win it, you are through to the main final stage.
So basically today we start with 32. Half past this stream duration, we will have 16. We will have 8.
Yep. We will know our 5, and then from that 8 we will have 4, and then from that 4 we will know
2.
From the 4 we'll know our final 8 for the final stage. So
yes,
so
but today we're deciding.
We'll know who's going to the finals. So you'll have that there, and of course you can see top scorers on the board here.
Yes, Tunisia. This guy was the one screaming the first day. He had 44 goals. Whoa! 40 for Iraq, 31 for Maldives, who it's opening today's stream.
Yeah, and I mean, you're looking at the Maldives and Spain and the UAE. Again, that kind of lends itself to thinking, well, actually, the Maldives are quite high scorers.
Yes.
Tunisia, as you mentioned, had a difficult group within Portugal. Of course, they knocked out, which was again a fantastic result for them, and it really puts them on the map here.
It has some sacrifice for a guy living in the Maldives not to go to the beach and to keep playing video games,
Yeah, but keep your eyes out on the bottom of your screen, of course, as well. Spain, of course, the United Arab Emirates. We saw in terms of the games that they had, the reason why they were here.
Yes.
And managed to get themselves onto the board there. But of course now we've got our first player versus of the day.
So here it comes. You're listening to Weza, the man himself. So we will have Montenegro against Maldives.
Yeah.
Very interesting match. As you see, Maldives has a great forward, a great attacking power. So I think we may have some goals coming up next.
Yeah, certainly. And as we look at the head-to-head, as you'll see, these numbers will start to kind of increase as time goes on. As the more games we play, of course, the more information and data that we'll get on these players. As you can see there are 18 goals for Montenegro, 31 over the course of the tournament for Maldives, as we've mentioned already. And of course, you can see there as well, 79 shots for Maldives. And again, the possession looks relatively balanced. So I think we're going to get a bit of a competition here, as you would expect in knockout or elimination esports.
I think so. And this game is also so diverse that just seeing the pictures of the players, and I know them both, it's like this,
Yeah, I was going to say, in terms of their body languages, as before broadcast, we were able to see kind of players walking in. You can see that both of them look pretty confident. They look like they're comfortable. As we said about in terms of the kind of the things outside of, in terms of how players get comfortable with climate, they start to get used to it. We've had a couple of days here now. We're all starting to get used to it now.
Can we do our predictions?
Well, a point on predictions, which we will come to just a second. I did win because the Brazil took it on day two,
True. That's
and now
true. The first day was for you,
and we get to recommence battle
That's
here.
true.
So
That's
as we'll
true.
see the predictions in just a second, once the graphic flies up, as Ferita puts a table down for us, and of course let us know in the chat as well. What do you guys think in terms of in terms of predictions, in terms of what teams are you rooting for? Let us all know in the chat because we are keeping our eyes on it.
Your prediction is?
My prediction is Montenegro. And again, it's slightly my European bias that's seeping in. So I apologize to those that...
You said Maldives earlier.
No.
You changed your mind?
No.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. No, I did change my mind. Apologies, you're correct.
You changed your mind.
Sorry, I changed my mind. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, that's my apologies, folks.
Sorry.
If my European bias was seeping in, it's Montenegro, but I'm glad I've got the Maldives.
Yes,
actually, having
of
looked
course.
at the data that we've now seen, quite high scoring, so I'm expecting them to pull through here.
I will take Montenegro because I have some new friends from Montenegro. People very, very happy, very easygoing. It's hard to cope up in a night with people from Montenegro because they are really heavyweights. So let's get ready to rumble, my friends. We are almost ready to this very nice first game of the day, first game of this bracket best of 32.
Yep.
It's for Maldives against Montenegro.
Yeah, and if you thought day 2 was loud, get ready for day 3 because these games will mean so much more now that we are out of the group stage. Of course, we are under starters orders. We are just waiting for clarification that the game is ready to go. Of course, there's these last 2 or 3 things that you just got to make sure that's there. Hopefully, everyone's checked their controller settings today.
Yes.
But we will be almost ready to go.
Let's go to the game. It's Maldives against Montenegro. Montenegro against Maldives. Let's get ready to roll the ball.
As we talked in terms of how we will look and see these two players, they look incredibly confident as we see. That's an interesting ploy, what we've just seen here. Our first sight of AS Roma. Now, in terms of their players, in terms of their capabilities, you're looking at the likes of Tammy Abraham. You're looking at Zaniolo to really cause some problems here.
So this is also a very good strategy because we haven't seen, at least on stream, nobody playing Roma yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you talk about kind of defensive capabilities. You're looking at Nemanja Matic in at least the uniform stats mode, as you guys may, or if you've watched over the last couple of days, you'll know that we talk at length about uniform stats mode. Nemanja Matic, physical presence, tall individual. But of course, as we've seen from Barcelona over these last couple of days, we've seen just how good they can be in the right hands. So it has got a lot of intrigue in it, and it's got a lot of anticipation, I would say. It's our first knockout game that we're going to see on stream here.
What happens if I win 2 of this game in a row? As we're playing best of 3, right?
You're through. So if they go back to back and it's 2 wins out of 2, it is all good. Now, for those at home as well, if you are paying attention to that, it also means that extra time and penalty kicks are in play. So we have to have a winner across both games, or all 3 games.
Maldives plays with Barcelona, Montenegro plays with Roma.
Of course, in terms of Roma's attacking threats, of course, how could I forget about Paulo Dybala? A little bit of a wizard on this game when it comes through. But as we start off the game, here's Sergio Busquets down to Rafinha. Rafinha into Frenkie de Jong, has men in the middle. If he can find one, it's a good tackle from Mancini as Karsdorp out to Zaniolo. A lot of good Italians at AS Roma to be able to be used. Of course, there's a lot of good Spaniards still in the Barcelona ranks. One of them is Pedri. Pedri looking to move forward. Nice little double touch back to Sergi Busquets. Busquets trying to roll it across. Tammy Abraham intercepts.
We are here for a game playing basically in the midfield. I can already see that they like to play nice touches. They don't shoot at the ball because of no reason. So this will be a very battled match in the middle.
Yeah, tactical as it may be, as Rafinha tries to get a shot away, it's blocked. And Cristante will get that one clear. Is Dybala back to Nemanja Matic, back to Dybala. Here's Cristante in towards El Shawari. Zaniolo, nice double touch, trying to just open up a little bit of space, but Koundé takes it away. Is Frenkie de Jong, Rafinha. See a defensive line push from AS Roma. Busquets, de Jong, Lewandowski, Pedri. Pedri looking to charge through the middle. Pedri, can he get a shot away? He can, but it's Chris Smalling that's in the way. Is Ibanez?
You know, he was coming with 2 players more, and he went for the straight shot.
He did indeed, but defensive error made here. Ball went back to the goalkeeper, doesn't quite get it out of play, and instead it goes for a corner. It's Frankie de Jong forward into the middle. Matic, that imposing, towering individual, will take that clear. Here's El Shaarawy looking for the counter. Tammy Abraham was making a very good run in the middle, but Kounde will take it away. This is frenetic in terms of its gameplay at the moment. Lewandowski trying to shake to shoot, and Cristante will take it away, although it's badly cleared. It's Pedri! Oh, it's off the post. Smalling will clear, and that one will be a chance gone begging for the Maldives.
Yes, because it was a defense mistake followed by an attack mistake.
Yeah, and that's those fine margins as we talk about. Who is going to draw first blood here in this enthralling tie at the moment? Here's El Shaarawy looking to get past Kounde. PK will clear. Here's Sergi Busquets to Frankie de Jong. Ousmane Dembele.
Very battled match.
It
It's
is.
difficult to get to the box in each case.
It is, as El Shaarawy looks to try and make that play into the box. Zaniolo, Abraham trying to just turn. He had players in support. One of them was Dybala, but Pedri has given the ball away to Dybala. Is Abraham trying to get past PK? And PK will get that one clear. It's Pedri down the line to Rafinha. Pedri back in play once more. Again, he's been so good for the Barcelona teams that we've seen. These players will know these players to almost a molecular level, and they will know what these players can bring to the table. Here is Rafinha.
And they seem tireless.
Yeah, there's no let up as we see here. Ousmane Dembele, brilliant roulette turn into the middle. Lewandowski!
Amazing goal.
And that earns an applause from myself. A wonderful goal.
Because, you know, that...
Oh, presence of mind.
All Dembele, all roulette. Nice football, but effective as well. It's not just nice, it's nice and effective.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this game, is that skill moves and the ability to execute them is all well and good, but knowing the situation that it calls for it is what you need at this level. Brilliant goal.
We haven't seen much headers also at this tournament.
We have not, no. Here is Tammy Abraham, though, looking to get a response for Roma, but is adjudged to have been slightly too aggressive with his tackle, and in fact gets himself a booking.
Yeah, he gets. It's strange for a forward to have a yellow card this early in the match, but it happened. So I think Maldives it's playing a little bit better with more possession, more pressure on the rival's box, and that translates into a fair 1-0.
Yeah, and there's another booking there for Nemanja Matic, and again, Roma have got to be careful here. We saw how kind of damaging it can be when you lose a player. That, you know, Roma have got to be a little bit careful here. But speaking of how careful they can be, is Tammy Abraham, and it's Jordi Alba that takes the ball away there. And the Maldives, as you said, just settling into almost a little bit of a rhythm of control here, and it's going to be something to try and shake them out of this kind of almost cold method of play, as we see Mancini looking to drive one forward here.
And we are looking for a best of 3 type of elimination here. This is the first match, and by now it's going for the Maldives 1, Montenegro 0.
Yeah, and there's a booking there for the Maldives. And again, just a point on the best of 3 format. It's so important to get the first win in the series, as we see El Shaarawy in towards Zaniolo. Saved and wide. Not enough on the shot, but it was enough to cause the keeper to make a save.
This was the first time Montenegro reached the box with really danger.
So indeed. It's
we may
Paulo
see
Dybala.
here something.
We might just. Zaniolo trying to get the header. It's away, only as far as Nemanja Matic. Here's Chris Smalling, back to Matic. Matic to Cristante. And Frankie de Jong just about losing out once more to Nemanja Matic. We talk about physicality being so important, as we see Abraham, nice little back heel to El Shaarawy. Kounde will take it clear once more. Here is Pedri. On to Ousmane Dembele, back to Pedri. Neat little take there from the Spaniard, but Cristante, as we said, that physicality coming to play there. El Shaarawy to Cristante. Cristante into Tammy Abraham, back heel. El Shaarawy looking for Dybala, but it's cleared away once more. So it's those final touches that we talked about before in terms of puzzle pieces that Montenegro are just slightly lacking here.
And we are moving out of the middle, I think. We're going more for the box.
We are, and that was a brilliant chance there for Maldives to double their lead. It's a good save from Rui Patricio, but it does go in at the break at 1-0. So delicately poised for the second half. As we're looking at the stats there, Maldives have had more of the possession, but Montenegro starting to just find their ways towards the box.
I think that on the end of the first half, Montenegro started to ask for the equalizer.
Yeah, they were starting to ask questions of the defence. Although, as we said before, the risk and reward of starting to push forward and commit numbers, it leaves gaps. So you've got to be careful, especially with it being game one. You still have two other opportunities here as Pedri looks to play the ball in. It looks towards Lewandowski. Cristante will clear, as Mancini will too. Zaniolo looking out wide to El Shaarawy. He's a known trickster of the trade, is Stefan El Shaarawy. It's a header down to Tammy Abraham. El Shaarawy.
Nice pass.
What can he do here? He's
nice
full of
pass.
Tricks. Can he find one here? It's Kounde. He's got a little bit lucky there. It's Abraham. Good save at the near post.
Second chance in a row. The last two real chances were for Roma, were for Montenegro.
Yeah, you've got to be careful here. El Shaarawy on the corner. There's plenty of tricks in the bag, but Abraham will head that over, and it will go for a goal kick. So, again, as we said, in terms of almost the momentum switch that's here, it seems to have gone all towards Montenegro. But as we've seen before, if you don't make that momentum count, you will get caught cold. We've seen it in plenty of games so far over the first 2 days of the World Esports Championships in eFootball 2023. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one here too.
So that's why now Barcelona keeps coming. He goes for the goal. He goes for the goal.
Rafinha pushing the issue, forces a save.
Amazing counter-attack. Maldives players knows that he needs to have the ball, but not just to keep the ball, because it's too early in the match to let the minutes count. He has to try to have a second goal.
Yeah, and we talked, although you joked about it on one of the broadcasts about 1-0 being the worst scoreline to have, it may still prove to be as Lewandowski tries to make his way in, and it looks like it's gone for a goal kick.
Goal kick, wow.
But as we say, you can see here, 58 minutes gone, we're starting to enter that kind of almost magical or golden period, as I call it, for substitutions. And as we can see, our first look realistically at the two formations, you can see there left-hand side of your screen, Roma very condensed, very through the middle. Again, although that is a weapon to have, it does provide you issues because there's not a lot of coverage on the wings. And if you are having a player, for example, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen with the Maldives, they've got wide options, so they're able to get down those flanks. They're able to kind of make the best of where you've got the likes of Matic as it was before those substitutions came in. We'll see how much they take effect.
And I think that the players with the yellow card are right now out of the game. Just one remains. That's a wise decision.
Yeah, it's a wise decision. It just means you can throw in an extra challenge. It means you can be slightly more aggressive as Gavi goes to take that one over the top. And Lewandowski will recover it. Sergio Roberto is given away to Gini Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum to Dybala. Dybala runs the ball out of play.
Basically, it's going to be wrestled once again in the middle. That's what Barcelona/Maldives wants and can do. That's what Montenegro should escape from.
Yeah, but you'll see these triangles as we see them just becoming more and more used. Here's Ansu Fati. Takes a dummy, takes a double touch.
Whoppa.
Gets away from the pressure. It's Gavi with the header. It's a good save. Dembele off the post. What an opportunity.
You know, that opportunity would seal the game for Maldives. It was a header saved by the goalie. It was a post. Whoa.
What an opportunity that was. Gavi into Dembele. The pressure is building here. Dembele, double touch, goes into the box. Gavi with the header, not enough on it.
He plays a lot of header play.
Yeah, it's looking for that aerial battle is Shoramudov. As it towards to Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum to Kodik. Zarujo takes it away. Lewandowski, Gavi. It's turning into a game of counter-attacks. Dembele finds Lewandowski in the middle. He's onside. He's got Ansu Fati on the free. It's there!
Goal! Barcelona! Maldives 2, Montenegro 0.
And that right there is exactly how you want to attack. If you have a 2v1 situation, you don't always have to cut it across. You can always try and almost bank on there being a deflection or a save, because your player at the back post, as we've seen so often over day 1 and day 2, will be there to sweep it home. And it's Ansu Fati that benefits from a Robert Lewandowski shot. And more importantly, as you pointed out, it is 2-0 to the Maldives, and they will benefit the most from this. They are in the driver's seat potentially for game 1. There is still time on the clock, but it's advantage Maldives right now.
And how important is the good goalkeeping Montenegro has done, because the goal had to come in a rebound.
Yeah, it had to. In terms of the rear guard, it's been difficult, but there are opportunities there, and it was one little mistake here or there. As you can see, bottom of your screen, Montenegro have gone slightly more attacking. As you can see, El Shaarawy, Kordic into towards Stefan El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy finds the ball across, it's Sharamadov!
Whoa, 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 whoa. This game is now officially open again.
Yeah, hold on to your hats, folks. We are in for a treat. Brilliant play from Montenegro to find that pass. Wonderful ball in. And he's falling over as he shoots, but he won't care how it's gone in. It is 2-1 now to the Maldives. And now that little bit of seed of doubt might just start to grow with 15 minutes on the clock here. Here's Robert Lewandowski. Gavi to Dembele. Being pursued by Mancini is Sergi Roberto back towards Frank Kessie. Kessie down the line to Dembele. Nice double touch to just open up some lanes. Kessie to Sergi Roberto. Brilliant find to Gavi. Gavi across the box. Antifassi. Big reaction save from Rui Patricio. The ball is not clear. Sergi Roberto. Oh, neat touch to take that away from the defenders. Again, you can see pressure. Gavi. Dembele. Just looking to just recycle the ball, but it's Kordic that'll take it away. All of a sudden, you see a burgundy wave moving down the field. Here's Pellegrini's one of them. Wijnaldum's another, but he can't find the critical pass.
I must say that I understand that one of the motives of Montenegro being at this stage is how well he gets to the goalkeeper.
Yep.
He's an excellent goalkeeper.
Yeah, and having spoken to some of the players yesterday, as we see, a little bit of dangerous play there, but I think Maldives will take it. They still have the ball. They were talking about the game itself in terms of being a slightly more of a benefit for kind of slightly more defensive-minded players, in the sense of if you can absorb pressure and you can counter, that tends to be kind of almost the way forward for a lot of teams. You can obviously play expansive football, as we're seeing here. Here's Gavi down to Dembele, and it's cleared out for a throw. But a lot of the players were talking to the sense of that actually defensively, if you are more defensive and your rear guard action is sound, it makes attacking a whole lot easier. And as we see, we're going into stoppage time here. It looks like it's going to go. Game 1 is going to go to the Maldives as Ansu Fati clears it away. And I think once this is cleared downfield, there goes the final whistle. And it is the Maldives 2, Montenegro 1.
So we've seen a great match, a really great match. Both of the players showed a lot of skill, showed a lot of planning, different shaping strategies, being able to go through the middle, a lot of headers in the case of Barcelona / the Maldives, a lot of fast and pressure coming from the Rome / Montenegro. Montenegro built a very tough defense and a powerful offense. The game started in the middle, but after some minutes it went to the goals, and that's where it defined.
Yeah, once the game develops and once it starts to open up, you will see these players taking complete advantage of any minute space that you will see on the virtual football field. And again, it was efficient from the Maldives. It wasn't too committed. It was, we know what we're doing. And as we saw from Montenegro, they were using the second teammate press. They were, they were going in, hunting in packs. But as we pointed out and as we spoke about yesterday, or on day 2, you will leave gaps. And that's the problem, is that if you can beat that press, you're causing your own downfall in some respects. So I think maybe a little bit more caution defensively from Montenegro. But of course, the Maldives now, in game 2 have a bit of a free hit.
Yes, because they can go. If I were the Maldives player, this is the game in where you will be all over offense. Because if you can close the series right now, why will you risk it?
Yeah, why would you wait? Why would you wait? You know, it's and again, if you can take that second game, like we said, you take it completely into game 2, and then that's the series done. You don't have to worry about game 3 or I have to think about my game plan for another game.
Yes,
it's done and dusted. And from the game 1 that we saw, the Maldives plan was pretty sound.
Yeah, and remember that at this stage, it cannot be a tie. So even a 0-0.
It's extra time,
extra
and
time
it's
and penalties.
Oh,
you can take that shot also.
Oh, that's yeah. I mean, in terms of that, I mean, again, if you're one game down, again, if we talk it from a Montenegro side of things,
you have to win or win this game.
You've got to win. So the issue now becomes is how quickly and how far do you push? How much are you willing to sacrifice in order to get a goal?
And how much are you willing to risk at the back?
Exactly.
Because in order to win this game, however it takes, you may be open for some counter-attack, and you know that's really tough and difficult. What do you think on the chat? Who's gonna go by? Who's your favorite team? Who's your favorite player? You can tell us at YouTube, at Twitch. But let's say the after-match number, 60% possession for Maldives. I think it's no surprise.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the stats here: 12 shots to 4 shots. You could see who was the more aggressor in terms of attack. It was obviously the Maldives from what we've seen.
And look at the saves.
Yeah, the saves as well. 6 saves from Montenegro. So again, they have their keeper to thank for the fact that it wasn't as damaging as defeat as it could have been. But again, as we know, goal differences are relevant now. So it's now all down to you've got to win. It's the end result at the end of the day. It's got nothing to do with how good your keeper is. It's what's the score at the end of time. That's what you need.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have a good keeper, you know that you will have more chances.
Oh, absolutely.
Of at least not losing.
Oh, absolutely.
So, my friends, I want to know who do you think is coming by. After this match, we're coming with Armenia against Laos. And after that match, from our actual 32, we will just keep 16.
Yeah, it's
difficult.
And it's a mystery to us as to what games are coming because, of course, we don't have the info on what games are being progressed. And, of course, I'm sure we'll find out closer to the time as to how things have progressed. But, again, Montenegro and Maldives, just for those who are keeping score at home, are on one side of the draw. Armenia and Laos are on the other side of the draw.
Exactly. We are keeping all the draw for ourselves.
Yep. We're being greedy. That's what we're doing. We're being greedy.
That's what we are. We are here with the best players in the world, enjoying this tournament, this International Esports Federation tournament. That's the Maldivas player. The
and it looks like we're ready to go.
In Spanish, we said Maldivas.
Maldivas.
With an A.
With an A.
With an A. And that's the Montenegro player.
Yeah. And it looks like I think we're under starters orders as I have determined it, is that we just kind of wait to hear that all of the settings and everything is back to right and make sure everything is set up exactly the way that it needs to be. So yeah, we're under starters orders. We are just waiting for it. So
if you have to look at these two players' style, you identify as a player more with the Montenegro style of playing or the Maldives style of playing?
I would identify, as some of the players may or may not remember me, I was more of a defensive player. I was more of a I would try and almost frustrate you as a player, and that's where I kind of look at it for the Maldives, which is that every time Montenegro looked like they were going to get a chance outside of the goal they scored, it was snuffed out by a defender. There was a covering defensive midfielder. There was somebody there to stop it, and that's how I'd love to play, which was just frustrate your opponent and then hit them.
Okay, very British style.
Very, very British style.
So let's go to game number 2. Montenegro against Maldives, Maldives against Montenegro. My style of play is, of course, tiki-taka. Tiki-taka, luxury.
Explosion and skills is what I would imagine from yourself. But, of course,
we'll
never know because your hands have been retired. We'll never know.
We have some witness that can anonymously can tell our last matches. So here we come again. It's Barcelona from one side.
And it's AS Roma from the other. So teams appear to have stayed the same in terms of their team selection. It'll be interesting to see whether there's been any changes in personnel, again, from Roma's side of things. Again, you talk about the players that they have, or we did kind of briefly touch on them. We may find that these players may look at it and go, well, actually, there wasn't too much to separate us in that first game, and we won't need to change too much. And as we see from the Barcelona lineup here, it's as they pretty much were in that first game, in terms of Rafinha, Dembele, Lewandowski. And then I would imagine from the Roma side, you probably wouldn't see too much because, again, Montenegro didn't do a lot wrong in that first game. It was just they were slightly too committed in terms of their defensive actions. They were too aggressive.
Maldives was really inventive on the last step with that roulette, with that double touches. That's what these kind of little things sometimes define matches.
Yeah, you can see for the lineups there, pretty much as they were in terms of their formations. And as you said, it was a moment of magic from the Maldives that really separated the game because, you know, if that roulette doesn't happen, they get challenged, the ball goes up the end, goal never happens, and then it's a 1-1 and it goes to extra time. Whereas with this, now we are completely fresh, back and underway.
And you're leaving this wonderful match, this wonderful tournament with Weza, the man himself. The best analysis, the best play-by-play is here. Don't turn off that computer.
Not in knockout phases of eFootball. You don't want to move, especially in these types of events, and especially with a best-of-3 format, because, again, not everything is lost. If you're a Montenegro fan and if you're in the chat, no, it's not all over yet, but it may just have to start to have a little bit of damage as Mancini does get it clear. Is Ibanez plays it away to Nemanja Matic. Here's Paulo Dybala. Takes a stop, plays it back to Karsdorp. Nemanja Matic. Karsdorp looking down the right-hand side. He has Dybala for support, and he finds Dybala. If he can find Karsdorp again, if he can get past Jordi Alba, he may. There's a nice little shoulder charge there. Here's Karsdorp. Can go across the box looking for Abraham. I don't think that Montenegro realised that they had that much time to maybe make a dummy inside there and maybe make it a little bit easier to get that pass across as Matic to Mancini to Smalling. Chris Smalling is given away poorly there. Lewandowski into Rafinha. It's Chris Smalling trying to charge him down. Oh, it's just past the post by the Brazilian. Again,
what's important is to be able to convert your chances into goals, because, you know, it's just 11 minutes.
It's the most top priority within eFootball. Once these chances go, as you see a knee turn from El Shaarawy, Cristante just caught offside. But it's paramount. They're absolutely paramount to your success. If you can't take your chances at this level, you'll get punished.
Yeah, it's nothing. If you do a beautiful play, but you don't make it a goal, it's worthless.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this game isn't won by possessions and shots on target. It's won by goals. And as we'll see, the most important stats are the ones that are in the top left-hand corner, the score and the time that's left on the game. Those are the most important ones. You can have 30% possession and still win 1-0. It's that type of game. So here is Rafinha looking to make some inroads here. And it's cleared slightly out of play for a Roma throw. Here's Karsdorp into Chris Smalling. Smalling to Ibanez. It's a bit risky across the back line, but again, Montenegro looking to just build up slowly.
I think it's positive that Montenegro is not on a rush, because that would be also like very, very bad strategy.
Yeah. Well, this is where the mentality changes. You know, we talked about best of two, and you know, when you said to me, well, what would you do if you were certain players in these instances? With this, what you have to remember is game one is done. There's no goal difference that's required here. So, yes, you lost game one, mentally reset, get into game two, and it's a completely different game. And as we're seeing at the moment, it's still very cagey, but it's these types of intriguing games that I love to cast on because, again, there's no kind of outstanding chance right now that we're going to see, but I get the feel it's going to explode into life as we see Ousmane Dembele looking to get down the right-hand side here. Neat little pirouette, looking to get the stunning cross into the box. It's headed clear by Chris Smalling. But it's these tactical battles. And again, it might be down to the Britishness, as you spoke about, that I love a tactical battle between two teams. Here's De Jong in on the corner. It's Karsdorp who heads it clear.
And Montenegro by now is all about defense.
They are, but that's the kind of thing you need to think about here is you need to defensively stifle your opponent. Here is Frankie de Jong. De Jong out to Araujo. Here's Sergio Busquets in towards Lewandowski. Lewandowski looking to turn. He plays it back to Busquets. Looks to loft it back into the box. Lewandowski heads it down. Here's Rafinha. And he's turned into a bit of a blind alley.
And this is something Wesa told us about yesterday. Sometimes you need a forward anchor. Someone who will press the defenders, who will receive the ball and who will give it back.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair to Roma, they have one in Tammy Abraham. The issue is that they need to get him into action. That's the call. Because again, if you've got somebody like Tammy Abraham who can bring in Dybala, who can bring in El Shaarawy, you've got pace and skill in and around him. It's the same though that goes the other side with Lewandowski. You've got Rafinha, you've got Dembele, you've got players that can do damage. And speaking of them, here is Dybala, stunning cross into the box, and Araujo will take it away. Here's Busquets to Pedri, and all of a sudden counter could potentially be on here, but again, there's numbers back for Roma, but there's players forward for Barcelona. It's Ousmane Dembele, manual save. Great manual save there to keep them in the game.
You know, people were betting, is he going for a cross? Is he going for the goal? He went for the goal.
He did indeed.
And the goalie guessed it.
The goalie guessed it. It was great manual goalkeeping by Montenegro to keep that ball at bay. But again, of course, you've got to think about it here. I know there's a sharp intake of breath. Anytime it goes near a goal line, there was a sharp intake of breath on this commentary team, because we have seen it before where players will accidentally make an input and all of a sudden the ball's in the back of the net very cheaply. But here is Pedri in the attacking half for the Maldives.
You know,
Pedri looking down again.
In my time, if you get mad, you go into auto-goal mode. Now you can do that. It's difficult to do that.
It's very difficult to do it, and it's a skill to manual goalkeep nowadays, which is why it was so important for that save from Montenegro. Although, last action of the half, you can see no added time given here, so this will be the last chance. And here's Frankie de Jong. De Jong looking to keep the ball alive, and it's cleared away, and there is half-time. So a very tentative, very cagey game. We talked about nerves.
He knows that the clock is one more Barcelona player. So, of course, he's not in a rush. He will try, but perhaps he had the chance to cross the ball right away.
Yep.
No, I will take a pass. I will take my time. If I can do the cross, I do it. If I cannot, that's okay with me. So it's just 45 minutes away.
Well, it's interesting to figure out here who's under more pressure. Is it the Maldives because they've already got a goal on a game on the board, or is it Montenegro because they know they're a game down? And that again, you can't really tell it in terms of the faces, because again, it's almost like a game of poker with these guys, as we see in the bottom of your corners. No expression from either one of the players at the moment.
Exactly.
As you can see, Zaniolo trying to make his way forward. Busquets gets the tackle. Is Alba.
Wasn't that the foul?
No, play on it goes. You can sometimes have heavy challenges, and sometimes the ref will not give them. Here is Sergio Busquets. Here's Frankie de Jong. Nemanja Matic intercepts it, plays it to Abraham. Cristante. Cristante looking forward. It was a good run from Abraham. Would have been onside, but unfortunately, looks like there is judged offside here.
Offside.
Which fair. We absolutely understand that. The refs have got to give them, but it gives the ball and possession back to Roma and to Montenegro. Is Abraham. Smalling to Abraham. Abraham looking down the line for El Shaarawy. Again, Jules Koundé, that problem defender within the Barcelona ranks, but the ball has been given away. Here is El Shaarawy. Can he find a bit of magic once more as he gets the ball back? He's taken one dummy. He's got the ball into the box. It's Dybala!
And we have a goal, and perhaps we have a closed series. No, I don't think so.
No, not just yet. And this opens it back up, because all of a sudden now, Montenegro have the advantage in game 2. And you'd argue one of the smallest players on the field in Paulo Dybala has kind of rose like a salmon and has just plundered that goal into the back of that. You'll see it given away here.
The first time you name it.
Yeah, you can see here. Ball into the box. Double touch. It's that finer margin. One more second, that ball goes out of play, and the change and the ball goes out of play and the chance is gone. You can see there, just keeps it in play. Dybala was there right on target.
So it's 1-0 for Montenegro, which gives us a tie.
It does
at the
for now,
series.
which means that we will need a tiebreaker. If scores stay the same, it will then be a tiebreaker situation, but I get the feeling we're not over in terms of goals in this game. Lewandowski to Rafinha, in towards Lewandowski. Can't get the shot away cleanly, goes for a goal kick. Again, if you are just joining us, these are now best of 3. So you need 2 wins out of 3 games to ensure that you pass through to the next phase.
And this is the second match of the best of 3. The first one was for Maldives. This one is at this precise moment, is being won by Montenegro.
Yeah, and at the moment, as you can see, tactical changes coming in here. You can see that these are the vital moments for these players.
I love the speed that they use here.
It's because they, you know, I was playing on the game yesterday, and it was like I was taking. Oh, do you know what? It takes your time. These guys are so well drilled on all of these players in terms of what they can provide and what they can do. And they will know them to that level. They will know them to the point of, I will know every player's play style. I'll know what settings. I'll know what players I like to use. And that's what they'll look for in terms of their substitutions. Here's El Shaarawy in towards Gini Wijnaldum. The Dutchman out to an Italian. It's Stefan El Shaarawy, and the ball is recovered by Jules Koundé. Sergio Roberto down the left-hand side to Ansu Fati.
Wow.
It's got Lewandowski in the middle.
2 against 3.
If he can find him, but there's also men arriving at will. One of them is Gavi. It's a brilliant save from Rui Patricio.
The save, the goalkeeper in Montenegro, is vital. It's half of the team.
But you would argue what Rui Patricio is one of the best goalkeepers in world football, let alone in the virtual football world, especially with stat balancing. Driven ball in, though! He's been beaten by Lewandowski. And as much as I can talk up the talents of a goalkeeper, as we have spoken about constantly, there is no better forward in world football than Robert Lewandowski. Nice little acrobatical finish, just sticks out a leg, tucks it home, and it is back to level in game 2.
This promotion doesn't apply when Lewandowski plays against Argentina, but never mind about that.
Here is Matic. Matic forward to Wijnaldum. Although forward to Tammy Abraham, who's got a man over. It's Pellegrini! What was it you were saying on day 1 and day 2? You're always most vulnerable when you've just scored. And that is exactly what it is.
Score, you know you're suffering. Let's see if Maldives can take advantage of that.
Yeah, here's Kessie to Sergio Roberto. It could be back the other way. We've got more goals hopefully on the horizon. And Mancini will stop that one and will close the Montenegrin door.
So the first match was 2-1 for Maldives. The second one, by now, it's 2-1 for Montenegro.
It is, and the game is not over yet. Still 20 in-game minutes here. And again, as a small idea that you may see from players coming around it, you may see a bit more of game management creep in, because, again, if you know that goal difference doesn't matter, you don't really need to go for another goal. But do you risk sitting back and taking the pressure, or do you just try and play a bit more and just try and get an extra goal to really give yourself a cushion? It's Lewandowski to Gavi, to Dembele, back to Gavi. Collision in the box, nothing was given. Here's Gavi. Gavi, neat little double touch round the corner, back towards Dembele, in towards Lewandowski. Good save again from Rui Patricio.
It's a wall, you know?
He's an absolute brick wall indeed. Here's Dybala, though, looking for the give and go to Abraham as PK.
But as you told us before, with the game balance, this is something that we can blame on the Montenegro player, not just on Rui Patricio.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of, you know, you'll see manual saves that will come through, but it comes down to team selection as well. It's the first time that we have seen on stream AS Roma, and people may even turn around in the chat and be saying, well, why would you pick Roma? Again, we talk about physicality. They have that blend of physicality and skill. You know, you have Zaniolo, you have Pellegrini, you have Wijnaldum in midfield. You have a point man in Tammy Abraham. You have wingers that can do damage. You have a robust backline. You have a good goalkeeper. They're a pretty good team in terms of uniform stats to go and pick. It's just we've not seen them on stream yet, so we haven't been able to talk about them at length that we have right now.
So let's see what happens now. We are out for some last-minute surprises on this match. The first one was 2-1 for Maldives. The second one is 2-1 for Montenegro.
It is at the moment, and again, we'll see those changes that will come in. You've got Samuradov, I believe it's an Uzbekistan forward that plays for Roma, who, again, in terms of physicality, will provide an additional level of that physicality. You've got Korik, you've got players that are coming on here. You can see the slight adjustments there, though, from the Maldives, and you can see them just slowly moving players left and right a little bit. And that is enough sometimes to give you that challenge. But you can see here a little bit more aggression coming from the Maldives. They're looking to push players forward. They're looking to almost surrender that midfield battle to have more players going forward to put more pressure on the Roma backline. So this is setting something up here that could be very intriguing to watch.
So our friend Rovex in the chat says, eFootball is a game where it's very easy to lose the ball. It's easier than other football games. I look forward to every game to learn ball control. Nice.
Yeah, in terms of ball control within eFootball, the best thing to do is stick to your ground passes in terms of not necessarily through balls, but X passes are your friend, especially in uniform stats, because as we've, when we spoke to players yesterday and we spoke to players over the course of the tournament, when you're playing uniform stats, it's not the same as playing at home. The passes may go shorter. You may need to put more on them. You may need to do more with the players at your disposal. And it's a little bit more of a methodical game when it comes to stat balancing. As we see, Samuradov gets around the defender. Kunde recovers, and it is a corner.
So we are live from Bali in wonderful Indonesia with this second match of today, round of 32 by now. The first match was going to the Maldives 2-1. The second one,
Shermadov,
by now, is going to Montenegro. So everything seems as we are going to have a third match.
Yeah, it may just be going to a third game here. Is Pellegrini, takes one touch, gets it off to Spinazzola. Great ball into the box. It's, again, a little bit of chaos. It does ricochet, but it has fallen to Ansu Fati here.
It's last chance for Maldives. If they want to close the series, they need to score this goal.
Now's the time, and as you'll see in the bottom right-hand side of the screen,
whoa,
it's all-out attack from Maldives, and it's a corner at the last moment. Now,
that was a mistake.
Interestingly, if you're all-out attack, it does send defenders forward, and as you can see, there are so many Barcelona bodies in the boxes. Pablo Torre only has to hit one. Ansu Fati cleared away. Not long left here. It's Jordi Alba. Will there be one more chance here? There may just be, as the ball looks to roll.
No.
And it's an offside which has been given. That's not the full-time whistle, as you may have heard. But it's very, very close. I think after this kick, it will be the full-time whistle. And we'll be going to a tie-breaker.
Yes, of course. So, best of three, we were talking. Best of three we will have. And here it goes, the second match. It goes for Roma. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Next match is kill or be killed.
It's the last straw. It's the last dance, as it were. You have one more opportunity. And again, it looks incredibly level. That's what I like about these games.
Yes.
I like them to be this tight.
This is better than 20.
You don't like to see blowouts. You like to see competition. You like to see the ability to compete. And these two guys here are showing that in an absolute abundance.
Yeah, we had just 6 goals, but for me it was way more entertaining that match that we saw. Like it was like 12-0.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the game style, it's a thinking player's game at this point. It's how can you out-tactic your opponent, which is why it's kind of scratching that itch for me where I go, do you know what? I'd love to be involved in a game like this, because it's how do you almost catch your opponent out. And to be fair, from what we've seen, it's been the two pieces of individual skill, the roulette and the double touches, that have opened up passing lanes that have then allowed goals to go in. And again, we talk about, as much as we talk about Roma and Barcelona, we talk about the player selections on the screen. You have to take into account the players that are controlling these players are fantastic at what they do. So really good to see. And I'm very glad, actually, that our first game goes to game 3.
Yes, I think so. it's at the start of the game, I said perhaps he may have it, but after we see that this is also a fair result. I think nobody can question Montenegro's win in this second game.
No, and that's a testament to Montenegro's ability to kind of put away that first game and go, right, that's done. I need to focus on this one.
Exactly.
And it's kept themselves alive in this competition. And again, if you're going into game 3 now, it's a brand new virtual 90 minutes. It's a brand new set of players. It's a brand new set of fatigue. And now all of a sudden, you have everything on the line here in this last game. So expect the tension to go up a little bit more. Expect the volume to go up a little bit more. And expect drama. That's what I'm expecting here.
This is what we are here for. We're expecting the drama. We are expecting the best players in the world that they are here with us. You know, we are in a wonderful setting in beautiful Bali, Indonesia. Yeah. We are here because you're seeing this closed stage, but tomorrow we are going to be outside, and the great final is played on a enormous screen.
In terms of the stages, you've got fire, you've got the ice stage next door, you've got the earth stage, and then you've got the air stage. So the air stage is where we are tomorrow, which again is going to be outside. It's going to be a little bit different, especially for the players as well. It's a brand new environment, so they've got a lot of things to take in. But we have got the post-match stats to look at here, and as we'll look at them when they come through to us, as you can see again, although the possession went to the Maldives this time, the shots on goals were less. So that indicates there was a little bit more of a midfield battle, as you said. Is it was almost taken to the turf that Montenegro were happy with. They want that midfield battle, whereas I think with the Maldives, they want the battles within each box. So again, it depends on that play style. If you can get it, and we talk about it all the time, if you can import your game plan onto somebody else, and if you can make the battles happen where you want them to happen, it's that tactical nuance that you've got to find. And I think that's what Montenegro found in game 2. Whether they can replicate that again in game 3, it's a completely different question. But it's only a question we'll find out with the game.
Exactly. The analysis by Mr. Guetza, it's amazing. You know, I love the game. I love to hear him because it's really, sometimes when you hear someone else commenting on the game, if that someone else knows his game, he may see things that you may not see. So that's what we're trying to do here, to let you be able to learn a little bit more about this game so we can enjoy our favorite games all together. So let's go to game number 3, my friends. This one is...
This is the decider. This is what this is.
Win or go to the pool.
Yeah, it's go hard or go home, as they say. It's very much a case of you've got to win to get through. It is that important, and it is that simple. It doesn't matter if it's by a goal, whether it's by 5 goals, so long as you're in the winning column. If a penalty off the back of somebody's head, it doesn't matter at this stage. All you require is 1 victory. That's it.
And we don't have here lucky losers or something like that. Here, one of these players will advance in the tournament, and the other one will have his participation finishing here.
Yeah, and
it's sad.
Yeah, and it is, because they're two. You know, we talk about it in terms of the matchups, and we saw, you know, and we've seen the brackets and things like that. It's somehow almost disappointing that one of these two teams has got to stop at the end of this game, because again, you look at, but we've said this before, at the World Esports Championships, there's no easy games. You have to go and beat the best of the best. And as you can hear, the animation going on behind us, again, there are other games that are going on at this point in time.
Yeah, and all of the games right now are high on pressure, high on expectations, high on, you know, there is no margin here. You have to win every game.
And the quick point on the audience as well, it's standing room only in here. It's every seat looks like it has been filled, ready to anticipate what is coming next.
Yes, people are really excited. And we're going to start. This is the final match of this best of 3. In the burgundy shirt, the Montenegro player with Roma. In the white shirt, the Maldives player with Barcelona.
Yeah, and again, game 3 on the line. How much do you commit? How much do you want it is the real question that's here. As Abraham looks to try and aggressively take that ball forward. Zaniolo, quick takedown of Lewandowski, lets him know he's there, but a booking after just under 3 minutes, not the greatest idea if you're a centre midfielder.
No.
As we see Busquets, just to take the ball short. Here's Frenkie de Jong, Lewandowski. It's cleared away by Nemanja Matic. Sergio Busquets, de Jong, Pedri, Lewandowski. It's Pedri, Pedri's broken free. Dembele, it's a save, it's deflected off the post. What a chance that was.
If we had to give an award each time a post is cast today, whoa, we will be broke.
Well, I think player of the match is that left-hand penalty, that left-hand post, as we see Rafinha in and trying to make something happen, and it does keep the ball alive, and it does go for a corner.
He forced that corner.
He forced it by that stop, allowed the defender to come in. It's almost borderline a penalty, but the ref doesn't see it the same way, as Roma will clear the ball, and Montenegro are looking to just try and just calm themselves down a bit here. That early flurry from the Maldives, as we said, if you're going to try and get into the game, you want to score as early as possible, just to give yourself that platform to build from.
Yes,
as Pedri dispossessed by Cristante.
Especially if you have an aggressive style of play, you know that you're burning stamina.
Indeed, and stamina is an absolute premium in uniform stats mode. As Koundé will take it clear. Here's Dembele to Pedri, to Rafinha. Rafinha to Pedri. It's a four-man attack here as Dembele is taken out. Nothing was given, and Mancini will look to play that forward. Nice little take from El Shaarawy.
I like the style of the Maldivas player.
Yeah, there's a lot of attack going here. As Mancini gives it away. It's a bit of a gift. It's Ousmane Dembele. The Frenchman's in on goal. He's dummied and he's super cancelled. And it's that anticipation of a challenge that was coming in from Chris Smalling that never came. Instead, smart defensive play to just run back and try and take the ball instead of causing a challenge. Brilliant defensive play from Montenegro. And El Shaarawy will come forward.
He waited too much.
He did. He waited too much, wanted to see what the goalkeeper did. But in that moment, if you were playing at home, your first thought would be, I need to get the ball back. Instead, sometimes it is better to just run with your defender and take the ball under control rather than use a tackle button, because you will end up causing yourself a penalty, potentially a yellow or a red card. Here's Pedri to Dembele, looking for the stunning cross into the box. Smalling will get the clearance away. He's going to go for a corner.
He's not getting the last step, you know?
Yep. You can see these almost micro changes from Montenegro, just moving it ever so slightly. It's almost by a pixel, it may be, but these are the margins that these players will look at in terms of what they need to do to ensure that they can win games. And at the moment, it looks like it's going back towards the Maldives as Ibanez will head that clear. Although El Shaarawy will look to play that forward, but there's not a lot in terms of the counter-attack here for Montenegro as Cristante looks to just put the ball forward, and as Koundé just takes a bit of a miscontrol, but he will recover the ball. You can see Koundé just taking his time there. There's Araujo. Onto Sergio Busquets. De Jong. De Jong looking to receive it back once more. Again, the Dutchman critical to how that midfield works. And Rafinha with a scissor feint. Doesn't quite work out to keep the ball in play. Zaniolo.
I didn't understand that last one.
Yeah, so it was trying to keep the ball in play, but it just wasn't enough as Rafinha plays it forward to De Jong. Back to Rafinha. Lewandowski to De Jong. De Jong looks to Rafinha. Again, just maybe the wrong call there. As we said, you know, in the first game with the Maldives, it was more of an aerial type of goal. It was getting headers in on the play. Sometimes they are the best ways to score.
I think he wants to surprise his rival.
Yeah, and I think sometimes that pays dividends. If you were to surprise your opponent, do something uncharacteristic, that can really pay off. But in times like this, sometimes the most obvious, the obvious answer is normally the correct one. And I think at this point, maybe need to go a little bit more obvious. You know, it's one thing knowing it's coming, it's a different thing stopping it.
So here we are. It's a draw by now. It's almost on the last minutes of the first half.
Mm-hmm.
The one that wins this match is the one advancing.
That's it, and that's the key to this game. Advantage given and a foul was given there. Refs had a talking to Nemanja Matic. Ball is now with Barcelona and the Maldives. And again, it's going to be a bit of prime real estate. You can see there he's gone for the shot. He's gone for the opportunity. Keeper makes the save. It was relatively relatively normal from that distance.
Normal.
You'd have to do something pretty special to beat the keeper from there.
It was far away. We were all surprised when he took the shot.
Very much so.
And by now, the one attacking, the one making the propositions is the Maldives players, but Montenegro is expecting.
It's like, as we said before, it's like having a python and it just slowly moving and taking the game away from you. But you have to be careful of these counter-attacks because they are going to be pretty aggressive, as we've seen already from the Montenegro player, the Montenegro point of view. The counter-attack is working, but they've not quite found the right sets of passes yet. And Pedri into Dembele. This is where you've got to be careful.
It's still a defensive play. Look at how many burgundy shirts.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's De Jong to Lewandowski to Pedri. This is where this combination passing has really got to pay off. But it depends on the tactic you're playing, for example. And hopefully we'll take a touch on that, as we say here. So looking at the way that Montenegro are playing, it's long ball counter. So what you notice with long ball counter is the minute you lose the ball, your players are looking to all come back. So if you're trying to counter on that play style, you have to be quick, because otherwise, by the time that you've got the ball back, at the time you've got in position, there's a complete wall. And as we're seeing, it's a burgundy wall from Roma and from Montenegro.
And each time you have 3 Barcelona players, 5 Roma players. 2 Barcelona players, 4 Roma players. And it's difficult to attack if you are outnumbered by so much.
Yeah, and it's now going to be a case of, as we said over the last couple of days, it's who's gonna blink first, who's gonna make their changes, who's gonna make their little tweaks to their formation. It's that game of, as we said, it's that game of chicken. It's that who's gonna move. And again, we're looking at it here. It's 0-0. You can tell the kind of the drama that is going with this, because nobody will want to lose this, but nobody wants. It's going to be the player who commits.
Yes.
It's how committed are you to getting an attack in on goal that's going to score.
You have to be committed and precise.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Here's Dembele in towards Pedri. Great challenge there from Ibanez. In towards Abraham. Abraham looking forward. Ibanez again up from left back. That we talk about commitment. That might be one of them. Here's Paulo Dybala. Dybala trying to get away from Jordi Alba, but Frankie de Jong will come back and help out his left back. And the ball is come through again to Pedri. He's again this kind of almost lightning rod for this team, as we see going forward. And you can see just how many burgundy shirts you will see here. You see Pedri. It's in towards Rafinha, ball into the box, it's in towards Lewandowski! Advantage Maldives!
And you know, you heard it from Wetza first. Why, if you have success with aerial play, if you have success with headers that you master better than anyone in this tournament that we've seen, why will you not use it? Well, the minute Maldives player went once again aerial game, the minute he scored.
Well, that's what we talk about. We talk about leaning into the DNA of these teams. You lean into the fact that Lewandowski is there as a focal point. You lean into the wing play of Dembele. You lean into Rafinha. You lean into Ansu Fati. You lean into the passing midfielders they have. You lean into Kessie. There's all of these options that make Barcelona such a good team to use within eFootball, especially within uniform stats. But there is so much more to come from a Roma side of things as well. 60 minutes in now, this clock will tick down pretty fast. It goes a lot quicker than you would expect from those at home. It certainly clicks down quicker for the audience and quicker for the fans and players that are playing as well. Here's Pedri to Lewandowski in towards Dembele. Dembele, neat little double touch, takes it around, nice little shoulder charge there, wins the ball back. It's tactical. Here's Matic to El Shaarawy, double touch into possession, but ball still ricochets kindly for him. Here's Matic to Smalling, out towards Karsdorp. Karsdorp to Dybala. An equaliser here would really set the cat amongst the pigeons. It's Tammy Abraham and it's PK that's come away with the ball, and we'll clear it down the line here.
So you may hear some noise from behind because we have more matches playing right now.
Absolutely,
absolutely. The better 32 players are still at play, but in some minutes we have 16.
Chance on here. Karsdorp robbed the ball, just didn't quite get the right type of pass into the box. And Rafinha will lead another counter-attack here. Pedri, as you see, waves of players going forward. You have options inbound. One of them is Pedri, and Patricio will gobble that ball up once more. It's not been through a lack of trying from the Maldives to extend their lead. But again, they've got to be careful here. How much gamesmanship do you call on here? How much game management do you call on?
Yeah, and 1-0 is clearly not a close match.
It's not. It's delicate and it's fine margins. But it will be one error if it comes that Montenegro may have to seize upon. It may just be that, or it will be a moment of magic as we've seen over the first 2 games where we've seen roulettes and double touches at the right time. It's all well and good knowing the skill move buttons. It's all well and good knowing what touches to use, but you have to use them in the right circumstances.
He's getting his booked players out.
Yep.
You know, of course, it's very dangerous going to the last minute with some players already compromised by a yellow card.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking to negate. You're looking to take out any weaknesses. Because, for example, if you need to, just slightly nudge a player and take a booking, you don't want that to become a sending off. Exactly. So, again, tactical brain thinking here. If everybody hasn't got a booking, you can start throwing in challenges. You can start taking some bookings. Yeah, it's a British way of playing, but it's how effective it can be.
Also, every time you make a challenge, every time you make a tackle, you're open for a slow ball.
Yep.
For a prepared play, so you have to also measure that.
Yeah, it's the measure of pressure. Teammate pressure is one thing, but knowing when to use it again. There's all of these tools that the guys at home or guys and girls at home that will be watching this stream, you'll know all of these things if you were a player of eFootball, but it's knowing how to master the timings and when to use them. That's the critical moments. You see teammate press there, but it just kind of, it doesn't really call for anything as Ansu Fati, there's a defensive line push there as Ansu Fati has a little bit of room to move. Lewandowski, oh, what a chance.
And he likes closed angles. Have you seen that? All of the goals, all of the tryouts came with closed angles.
Yeah, you like to get as close to the goal as possible to give yourself the best opportunity to score. Shomurodov out towards Dybala.
But I was surprised about how close angles he chooses to use.
Well, you have to be careful because the goalkeeper can potentially come out and take the ball away. Here's Chris Smalling, as you see, bottom of your screen. You can see the almost mirror or the opposites. Montenegro slightly more attacking, knowing that they need a goal here. And the Maldives slightly more defensive, knowing that they need to protect what they have. Here's Dybala. Oh, it's a nice attempt at a skill move. Just couldn't quite take it away. Here's Koric, though, recovers the ball in quite a promising position here for Montenegro. Here's Karsdorp, and
he lost it very fast. He must extend his possession.
He's got to extend the plays. He's got to get those second chance opportunities. Those are the chances that are really of most benefit. 5 minutes in game left to go here. Shomurodov headed on, looking towards El Shaarawy. Gavi has managed to battle in the air and has taken that ball away, but
once again, losing this ball.
You've got to use the ball like it's a possession that you hold most dear. It's El Shaarawy. Oh, what a chance! What an opportunity that was for Stefan El Shaarawy. 4 minutes left to go, and how pivotal will that miss be?
You know, you have to watch the watch. You watch the clock, because it's not the same to lose the ball on the 30 minute that on 85 minute.
Yeah, those chances are going few and far between, and they are at a premium, as we say. As we see the ball back with Montenegro with closing stages here. Only a couple minutes left. Is there one more chance here for Montenegro? Ball in. Shomurodov looks to try and play in Dybala. Dybala onside. What can he do? Can he find a pass? He finds a strike!
And it's a goal for Montenegro. He expected...
With the last kick of regulation time, we are heading to extra time in game 3. It's what we kind of asked for, and it's what we hoped. It's what we wanted, because it gives you that bit of spectacle. What a time to produce we said it was one moment that was going to define it. I was looking for a pass across. I thought, there's going to be a chance there. Instead, completely forgot. Dybala's left foot finds a beautiful strike into the back of the net.
It was
it's straight to penalties. My apologies. It's gone straight to
Whoa.
penalties. Wow. Our first penalty kicks, as we see here. El Shaarawy up against ter Stegen. Let's see what happens here. Oh, it's wide of the post.
No.
It's wide of the post.
First penalty for
Ansu
Maldives.
Fati. Be watchful of the gamesmanship with the target to try and tell you where players are going. Ansu Fati lines up. And it's a big save there from Rui Patricio.
And it's one.
It's 0-0. We're back to no one scored yet, so that advantage from the first save taken away. Here's Dybala.
One missed to one missed.
Here it is. Dybala missed again.
But let me have some opinion about that. You miss because you risk, and you risk because it's a goal if you really put it difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you'll look for the Maldives there. You'll turn the targeting on to try and fool your opponent. As we are playing offline, these guys will be sat next to each other. It will be a case of what direction are they going to go as Ferran Torres steps up. And it's a save again. But with it being offline, you haven't got the assist like you would have at home where, I can just put the target on and I can know where I'm going to shoot. These guys are going to have to protect themselves because you're right next to each other, and also you can't put the guide on because you'll tell players where you're going. Here is Shomurodov. Scores this time! First goal and first penalty in the penalty shootout goes the way of Montenegro.
So the first one that he didn't try to go on the corners of the goal, he went to the middle hard, and it makes his first goal.
Here's Lewandowski, lines up the strike. Oh, he's gone down the middle. Very, very... There was the slightest moment where if the goalkeeper had stayed in the middle, would have just taken that away.
It's 1-1.
There is no advantage in the shootout yet. Here's Kodic.
Oh, this seems power.
Power. Oh, well hit. Well hit from Kodic. It's 2-1 to Montenegro.
So, have you seen that the first ones were all on the corners or risky? Now they're going...
Let's see what happens here. Gavi makes the save. Oh, no, it's down the middle again. When you talk about risk and you talk about power, the more power that you put on a penalty, the bigger that target area becomes. So, for all we know, it could have been perfectly gone.
Look at that.
Here's Wijnaldum. Hits it true, hits it strong, and now Montenegro appear to have found their range. We'll talk a little bit more about the targeting in the penalties in the post-match because, again, these are these little things that you would look for. Here is, I believe it's Sergi Roberto. They have to score to stay in the game. Up against Rui Patricio. Sergi Roberto. Sergi Roberto down the middle once more. It's coolness under pressure.
And people, see, the players here are enraged.
Well, you can see the reactions. If only you could see the reactions in the gantry. Is Pellegrini. This is sudden death penalties now. Good save, and it is now advantage point for the Maldives.
It changed.
If they score, Montenegro are out, and it's Frank Kessie, the Ivorian. He steps up, little bit of a casual run up here. Rui Patricio steps up, great save! What a save that was! Really, and he's getting the applause of the crowd.
You must
sudden death again.
We must put a camera here.
We need a camera on the crowd.
The other
it's
players
Ibanez,
are...
centre back, takes a strike. Oh, it's right down. It's close. Keeper doesn't get to it, and it's the Maldives that are back under pressure once more.
It turned the
Jordi
tables
Alba.
once again.
Jordi Alba against Rui Patricio. Save! And it is game, set, and match to Montenegro.
Whoa, my friends, I like that handshake.
That was so good. That was such a good penalty shootout as well.
And we have Montenegro in the next round. You know, we were looking just meters away from us.
If you could imagine it, and I'm hoping that at some point our production team will be able to maybe get a camera on the crowd, because the engrossment that they had on that game, the focus that was on the penalty shootout, there was so many good penalties there, but you were talking about power and why players take power shots and why players go full power. It's because it's a lot harder as a goalkeeper it gives you that more, well, it gives you no time to react. So if you're on the controller and it's a full power, you have to guess and hope. Whereas the mistake a little bit there with the Maldives penalties, once they started to take the power off, there was more time for Montenegro to see, oh, okay, that's where the ball's gone. So there was that tiny moment that Montenegro were able to see where those penalties were going. Wonderful bit of play, though.
So I hope you're enjoying. I hope you're getting your game better each time, so you can pick something from here and something from here, and with time get your game better. And you never know, you may be here next year. Why not?
Why not? Exactly. It's like an esports buffet here. You want to be able to just pick out exactly what you want at exactly the right time. You can go, I'll pick up the defensive play from Montenegro. I'll pick up the attacking play from the Maldives. I'll pick up all of these different kind of attributes and add them to my own game. And yeah, of course, why wouldn't you? You know, you'd love to be somewhere like here, coming and competing against the best, and that will only get you better as well. And of course, I'm thinking we're going to go to the post-match stats. And of course, we've got the highlights as well, which I'm sure it will probably even just be the penalties at this point, because it was so good.
Let's see the highlights.
But as we'll see here, the highlights that were here, Pedri, that post hit, there were so many, as we said, so many hits of the post. And again, looking at it, wonderful bit of skill from Dembele. Found the ball into Lewandowski, and that's the first kind of real roulette that we've seen work here. As Rafinha, again, big saves. Again, we talked to the power of Rui Patricio as a goalkeeper. There were so many saves in that, you know, in these periods that were made saves. And again, little bit of luck, as you said, that you needed. It's all, you know, we talk about mentality and skill. It's that element of luck that you need to get through these types of moments.
And there were, I counted at least 3 save and post. Save and post.
Yeah, and again, it's the awareness of knowing where your players are, wonderfully kept in there by El Shaarawy. And again, Paulo Dybala, of all people, you know, we talk about physical presence. That was more so the agility of Paulo Dybala to get up and get in front of that goal. But again, looking at where we were here, again, it's Lewandowski with a long leg, getting that ball into the back of the net. We had bookings, we had fouls, we had changes of game plans, we had penalty shootouts, we had everything in that game. And you can see, again, post-hits that were just there. It's these moments of being clinical. That's what you need here. And again, even then, there were chances. There were so many for the Maldives. When you really look back on it, you know, you think about those games, and they go by so quickly, you forget all these opportunities. But again, the penalties, we thought, seeing the first penalties, you'll just see them and just save after save, miss, save, miss. And then Montenegro found their range. And as we said, if you take your power off of penalties, it makes it easier to save. So you have to go full power realistically to not bait out the goalkeeper. But see there, for example, you can see the chances that were going, you can see the power that was going in them. And sometimes it just takes that one. And again, if you're in sudden death penalties, that's sometimes all you need. It's just one. As we see them all going in, like even with full power, you can't always guarantee they're going to be saved. But wonderfully, just crept in there from the centre-back. And again, Jordi Alba, almost the villain of the piece. And all of a sudden, Montenegro are through to the round of 16.
So this is how things ended. Maldives won the possession race.
Yep.
I don't know if that's a consolation prize or not.
Yeah, well, it came down to moments. It came down to moments. We saw in there that Montenegro in that second game had 2 shots. The one shot they had was the last minute of the game, and it was that cold moment of saying, I've got players in the box, but you know what? I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for a controlled shot. And it's that coldness that proves to be the difference maker here. It's all well and good having emotion, having passion, and having pride. You've got to remain cool. And he was the coolest man in here. He's so cold to be able to get that opportunity to keep him in the game, to take them to a penalty shootout, and then go on and win that penalty shootout. You know, you talk about players that are described as mentality monsters. That might just be one of them that's just unearthed themselves right here.
And, you know, also seeing other players that start to come here, this is when the tournament is getting ripe.
Yes.
As we'll see.
Yes.
People start to watch every minute. And, you know, as we said, some players have more friends, some players are underdogs. We have something for everyone here.
Well, it's not even just players that we're seeing coming in. We're seeing spectators, but then we're also seeing players from other disciplines. I've seen the Wales contingent over to my left, where players from CS:GO are coming over to come and watch this and support their nations, which is great to see. Like, for example, if you may or if you've not qualified for your discipline, but one of your countrymen or country ladies has qualified for theirs, it's great to see them coming along and making it a bit more of a feel.
And on the penalty shootouts, it's always madness.
Oh, it is.
People saying,
yeah. Everyone was just pointing, going, he's going this way, he's going that way, but unless you're in charge of the controller, you've got no idea which way you're going.
No idea. So what do we expect from next game? I'm telling you, we will have Armenia against Laos, the other side of the bracket, coming here. I heard some people celebrating. I heard some people saying, okay, I am ending here my participation. So we will be live once again to show you all will happen today.
Yeah, and again, in terms of Armenia versus Laos, more of the same, please, players. More of the same. I would love that. More of the same, because it's those intriguing matchups that you do want to see. I know that we have people in the chat going, when are we seeing X Nation? When are we seeing Y Nation? And I fully appreciate we can't get everybody onto stream because there's so many nations here. There's like 71 nations. So
we are getting to the best. So
absolutely.
That's the most important thing. So if you wanna say hi, just log into the chat in Twitch, in YouTube. We will be reading just in some minutes.
Yeah, we'll see you after the break.
Bye.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting tougher, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy! So, how is it? Exciting, isn't it? We're exploring more other boat tomorrow, so stay tuned and cheerio!
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournaments in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics, and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Okay, so today we have Jevon from Team Trinidad Tobago, the winner of the match of eFootball versus Chad. So after two convincing wins, 3-0 and 6-0, what do you think about your performance?
I'm extremely happy about my performance today.
What is your key factor that helped you to win this match?
Take quick passes and play aggressive as possible.
Even though you already won the match with two convincing scores, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better in the next game?
Yes, I need to work on my passing and maybe sharpen up on my defense a little bit.
So you will face another country at the next matches. Will you use the same strategy that you're currently using, or do you have any new strategy?
I think I'll have to change it because this guy I'm going to play is at the top of the group, which is Iraq, so I need to be a little more conservative.
So if we see the game, it's look like it's one-sided. What do you think make it difficult for your opponent, Team Chad, to develop their game?
For me personally, I was able to stamp my authority in the game pretty early, and it was hard for him to come out his half because I was so high up the field.
So what do you think about their performance?
I think they could do better going into the next round.
Okay. So that's all the questions that I want to ask you. Congratulations for the win.
Thank you.
I hope you do best in the next game.
Thank you.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
I cannot tell everyone to do just like it because I am me right now.
Actually, when I go into the esports scene, there's a guy who always me.
Hello everybody, we have Jesse An here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih, terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga.
So the next question is who is the top opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih, cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang, terus udah gitu semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Thank you Kak Jessian.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting tougher, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the Day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy! So, how is it? Exciting, isn't it? We're exploring more other booth tomorrow, so stay tuned and cheerio!
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournament in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
And here we are once again, live from Bali, Indonesia, for the International Esports Federation competition. 106 countries battling to see who's the best.
Yeah, and we have 72, or at least they were 72. Now we're down to the last 32 in terms of the players that we're looking at here today. They're in the play-in elimination stage. It's best of 3. There's a slight change in terms of, instead of it being best of 2 and goal difference, it's now win 2 games and you're through.
Yes, exactly. We are now playing to the best of 3 matches. We are at the 32 best teams in the competition stage. And this is our today's schedule. We started with Montenegro against Maldives. Montenegro was the winner and advanced to the next step. And now we're going to Armenia against Laos.
Yeah, we are indeed. And also just underneath that, you can see our first round of 16 game, or at least this round of 16 game will be broadcasting on Montenegro versus Iraq. They've just knocked out Thailand. And of course, that means both teams one step closer to getting a hold of one of the prizes out of the prize pool.
I'm starting to see who I'm going to ask money from. Because, you know, the first one will go home with 12,000. The second one with 8,000 and the third one with 5,000. So this is a $25,000 prize pool.
I reckon we could get a dinner out of them at least.
Yes,
I reckon.
of course. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Let's see who the players are. Well, the mystery player will play for Laos, and this is the Armenia guy. He's really young.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the players that you can see on your screen, or in the case of one player you can see on your screen, unfortunately, Laos, we don't always have a picture to go with players, but you certainly have game stats and you have data that go with it. And as you can see in the head-to-head, both sides relatively evenly matched in terms of shots on target, goals. But you can see there, Armenia slightly more productive in terms of their goals scored. So you can see an average of 4.25 goals a game versus the average of 2 goals against Laos. So again, I think Laos finished second in their group, I think, from what I saw. I think they were level on points with Ecuador, I think it was. So they've managed to come through a relatively difficult group, but Armenia are going to propose a completely different kind of opposition and task here.
My friend Robbie, a legend in the PS, is from Ecuador, so hello. Well, here we are, my friends, once again. Armenia against Laos is our main event for now. Later we will have one round of 16 and we will have one quarterfinal.
Well, the phrase I've coined it is the final eliminator, because it will be the last chance that you have to get into those finals and the final stage. Because, of course, as we know, there's 3 teams that are already in the finals in terms of Indonesia being the host nation. We've got Serbia and Mexico, who both won regional competitions to allow themselves complete passage through. But again, you know, it's a kind of almost a battle to get there because of the amount of teams that we've seen in the field.
Of course. And also remember, we have 4 stages. We are right now at the fire stage. We also have the earth stage.
Yep.
The air stage.
Yep, and the ice.
And the ice stage.
Yep.
And also, later at the afternoon, I will be at the water stage.
Yeah,
that's the swimming pool.
That's the pool.
That's
but
the
we
pool.
have hopefully got a game on here, which I believe we're under starters orders and we're ready for.
Yeah, let's get ready to the game.
And I know that we're trying to keep score on the prediction side of things as well, in terms of the predictions. I believe that is 1-0 to yourself with that Montenegro dramatic penalty shootout. In terms of who we're taking here, I've got Armenia just in terms of goals scored.
Okay, I will work with
you've got
Laos. Yes.
Which, again, it's going to be an interesting tie here. We've got, Manchester United on one side from what we can see. Let's have a look. See, interestingly, 3 defenders employed here, but that doesn't necessarily always mean 3 at the back. Here's we've got Sancho, Wan-Bissaka, we've got Ronaldo and Rashford up front. It'll be interesting to see how both teams shape up here. It's a 3-4-1-2, and it's a Manchester United versus Manchester United, but interestingly, a different shape on the other side. 4-2-1-3, which is almost like the cookie cutter, almost kind of de facto formation that you would see in these types of competitions. In the sense of 4-3-3, it gives you that little bit of balance. 3 at the back gives you a bit more attacking, but it certainly gives you a little bit more danger there. But as you can see, a little bit more of a staggered midfield, and as you can see, a slightly more out-wide philosophy to have 2 players out wide, 1 through the middle. So it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. As we can see, we're just under starters orders here. And I believe if my home and away is correct here, it'll be Armenia going from right to from left to right, and it'll be Laos from right to left as Rashford looks to take hold of the ball early on. Neat little back heel. Well, it's Aaron Wan-Bissaka that will take it clear. It's Scott McTominay.
Armenia with the red shirt, Laos with the white shirt.
Indeed, it's sometimes very hard to keep up, but that's the reason why we're here, Fedita. We can keep up with this very, very quickly as Casemiro plays it into Rashford. Rashford to Bruno Fernandes.
They started kind of shy.
Well, it's their first game on stream, and we'll have to see whether they can pull all of their talents into being live. There's a difference between when you're off stream and you're off camera, and you know the lights aren't really on you. You can play in the shadows a little bit. Here, there's nowhere to hide.
No, of course.
As we see Ronaldo up to Rashford. Rashford through the line. Ronaldo onside here. First blood. Oh no! Oh, it's a VAR call. Even I didn't spot that one. It's a foot just offside. It's a wonderful finish, but it's 1 foot that allows that goal to be chalked off the scoreboard.
It enraged me when I'm playing and I have a VAR that close. It enraged me.
Yeah, that was very, very close to the naked eye. That looked to be a goal and looked to be first blood to Armenia, but instead we are back to parity. Here is Scott McTominay. A little bit of hassle in midfield. He gets it back eventually from Casemiro, finds Ronaldo, finds Jadon Sancho.
We are live from Bali, wonderful Indonesia, leaving the 2022 International Esports Federation Championship. Be sure to drop by on the chat.
Yeah, let us know who you're supporting. Let us know who you're rooting for as Rashford takes a double touch straight into the path of Lisandro Martinez. Gets it back, does Martinez. Down the left-hand side for Rashford. He's got Ronaldo and Antony in the box. If he can find it, look for a pass to Bruno Fernandes instead. Scott McTominay will take that one clear. It's Casemiro to Eriksen. Eriksen to Sancho. Sancho, neat take inside there. Just gets knocked away, does that pass. Mengi, who we have seen used sometimes by Manchester United players. Again, youngster, but due to the uniform stats, some people at home may be thinking, well, where's Victor Lindelof? Where are players that you can slot in at centre-back? The good news is that with stat balancing, these players' stats will increase and will improve. So a youngster could turn into actually a first-teamer, as we've seen here. But Ronaldo giving it off to Rashford. Fred intercepts it.
As you said earlier, the physicality is very important. So it doesn't mind to have like an experienced player if you have a youngster bigger or more powerful.
Absolutely, absolutely. Casemiro looking to retrieve that ball. Good inroads made by Laos, just couldn't quite find the finish to open the scoring. Is Eriksen to Ronaldo. He's got Sancho, he's got Rashford in the middle. He might not use him. Sancho across to Rashford. Back post header, side netting.
Too closed. Everyone is using closed angles, but in this case it goes a little bit too far. It's 0-0, 0-0 for Laos versus Armenia. Armenia versus Laos.
Here's Ronaldo onside this time, surely! I'll wait for the flag this time.
Surely?
He's surely onside. He is this time. And this one will count. Armenia finally take the lead. They feel slightly aggrieved that that first goal was offside. Instead, they will take full advantage of a predator striker in Cristiano Ronaldo. Wonderful through ball from Jadon Sancho. Great take on Ronaldo's left foot. Little bit of a stutter. Hits the shot with his right. Finds the back of the net. Advantage Armenia.
That's it. On the 2/3 of the first half, Armenia finds the goal. I think it's really fair result. Until now, everything comes from the Armenia side.
It has, and it's still coming from the Armenian side. It's Scott McTominay to Christian Eriksen. Eriksen looked to play a pass inside. Mengi will intercept. Here's Marcus Rashford. Rashford to Fred. Fred looks to launch that one forward, and offside call given.
Laos, I think it's a little behind in the game. Hasn't made any attempts at goal yet.
Yeah, I think at the moment, I think they're just trying to feel each other out. As we've said before,
that's true.
Some of these players may never have played against each other before in terms of, you know, clashes of cultures and players that you would play against. They may not necessarily have ever encountered play styles that are similar or even different. So I think every minute of a game, you're going to learn something different about your opponent. Certainly here, free kick on the deck here for Christian Eriksen. He's got Rashford come to be in the second. You can see manual goalkeeping already in effect. But that could be a little bit of gamesmanship. Here's Rashford, takes a dummy. Eriksen takes a shot, hits the wall. Pretty disappointing free kick in truth. But McTominay and Casemiro will take it away. But Casemiro for Laos will win it back. And this ball just getting a bit scrappy in the midfield. Here's McTominay to Rashford. Varane intercepts it. And Laos will look to try and launch a little bit of a counter-attack here if they can. And Ronaldo gets caught in possession. Casemiro will kind of break things up. And again, as we see from these teams, there are some players that are essential to playing within the uniform stats mode. Casemiro is one of them. Just breaks everything up. Here's Sancho, neat step over, a little ball into the box. And that will be called for an offside.
Yes, he plays on the limit.
Yeah, he plays every chance. He's going to wait until the very last second to give himself the best opportunity.
If you see how the goal goes, it was because of playing on that limit that he got a very good advantage.
Yeah, indeed he did. But here's Fred. Ball is recovered. Plays it down to Anthony. Ronaldo. Back to Anthony. Back in towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Good save from De Gea. Anthony looking to recover it. Ball goes into the back post. Nobody can really grasp hold of it. And Scott McTominay will clear his lines. But
whoa!
He doesn't clear them the way that I expected
what
it.
What happened here?
I think it's a good ball back to the goalkeeper, but the goalkeeper's not anticipated it. And as such, it's gone out for a corner. And
he was watching his phone.
All of a sudden, pressure back on from Laos. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Header in, and it's over the bar from Ronaldo.
So now Laos has stepped up, has increased a little bit the pressure. He knows he needs a goal because, you know, the first match is really important.
Yeah, and you've got to know those levels. You've got to increase your level. Every time that you either go a goal down or you're in a tight position, you need to increase your quality. As we see, Ronaldo, ball just ricochets kindly for Armenia, and they will take it into grasp here. But again, it's one of these games where it's a little bit tight, it's a little bit cagey. It's exactly what you kind of want from what we see in terms of levels of gameplay here. You want it to be tight. And as we saw, possession is pretty much the similar.
Yes.
And shots on target and shots taken, relatively the same too.
But I think if you can make a curve about how the match went, the first part of the half was all about Armenia attacking and attacking and attacking. On the second one, it's Laos kind of, woke up and started looking for that goal that he needs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like you, as we said before, it's like a metronome or it's like a pendulum. You just see it swinging from side to side in terms of who is in the ascendancy. But as we have said before, when you're in those periods where the pendulum is with you and you are in control, as we see here, ball looking to go through to Ronaldo, or from Ronaldo to Rashford. But when you are in control, you have to make the best of it. You have to make the most of your opportunities that come by your way. And again, we're seeing testing of the keeper. Haven't seen him beat yet from a Laos point of view. Rashford, though, finds Scott McTominay. McTominay has players arriving. One of them is Jadon Sancho. Wan-Bissaka deflects it off of Sancho and gets it clear. Is Rashford to Fernandes.
So this is paraphrasing the boxing metaphor. You have to swing and punch. Swing and punch.
You have to indeed. Great double touch from Rashford. Beautiful curling opportunity. It looked for all the world to be going into the back of the net, but it just sails wide of the post.
And if you don't swing, you will get punched.
Absolutely.
That's the main problem here. So you must assure that every time you are finishing an attacking play, that attacking play finishes how you're thinking.
Well, it goes back to risk, as you said. It's like you have to, like you said, throw a shot. You have to throw a jab before you can land an uppercut, as it were. You have to go and try and get something out of this game. You know, the sporting metaphors you'll hear kind of almost falling out of us at will as Rashford finds it to Scott McTominay. In towards Christian Eriksen. Takes a touch. Great Danes in position. What a goal! Armenia make it 2. And it's the Great Dane Christian Eriksen.
and this was really clear in terms of how do you play this game.
It
Touch,
was clean.
Diagonal, going back.
It was clean. It's that one touch from Christian Eriksen, as we'll see in the replay again here. Ball goes across, and you'll see the touch that takes it away from the defender, takes everybody out of the game, gives you a big open look at goal, and my word, did he find the finish.
And that was an intelligent way of pass, because sometimes you see players like doing like the robot pass thing, like plap, 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 and this was thinking.
Hold on to your hats here, as Ronaldo's in, and it's deflected wide. It's a corner. Laos are not out of this yet.
No.
They are not out of this yet. As you would say, it's not a closed game. It is not a closed game whatsoever, as Bruno looks to try
He
to
must
one
score
into the
on
box.
this one if he wants to have a real chance on this game.
Yeah, he needs to get one back just to get a feel for it, as
foul.
It appears to be a foul, but which way has it gone? I think it has gone the way of Laos, so this could be a pretty important free kick. As we see a pause and we see changes. Let's have a look and see what we've got here.
What they're doing.
You can see changes in personnel. Martial coming on the left-hand side. Shortire coming on the left-hand side as well. In terms of talented youngsters, I know that yourself is a very big fan of Mr. Garnacho, but United have got a lot of good youngsters, especially in uniform stats mode. That, again, provides a different outlet, provides a different level of pace, provides a different level of skill.
And part of preparing for a tournament like this is to prove and test every player in your squad.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You can interestingly see the change in formation on Armenia's side. Now moved to a 4-1-4-1. A little bit more conservative now. Doesn't necessarily have to go 3-5-2. Doesn't necessarily have to push the issue. But again, you have to be mindful that if one goal goes in, you may need to find yourself again, as Fernandez looks to deliver the ball into the box. It's cleared away by Twanzebe. Here's Anthony Martial out wide to Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes has got a runner on here. It's deflected. It's still going to end up with Ronaldo. Here is Ronaldo. Plays it backwards, looking for Bruno Fernandes. Across the way to Casemiro. Casemiro to Fred. Back to Casemiro. Casemiro to Shortire. Shortire to Ronaldo. Mengi comes away with it. But again, driving out of your defence with the centre-back, it will try and soak up some players in the middle of the park, which gives you a little bit of an avenue, but Laos just can't find that touch to get it through the defence of Armenia. Here is Ronaldo, blocked away by Casemiro. Fernandes to Ronaldo. Ronaldo, Anthony, blocked away by Harry Maguire. And it's given away, and now there is potential and danger is on here. Is Marcus Rashford, takes a turn. Rashford shoots! Good save from David De Gea.
But this is what we were talking. I mean, you take 3 opponents out of the way. You have to make that a goal, because if not, you've lost time, you've lost stamina, and you lost your chance.
Exactly, but chances may still fall as Anthony gets blocked off. But you're absolutely correct in terms of that point about stamina. These players will get drained quicker. We learnt from players, or we spoke to players about how they were feeling in terms of fatigue and stamina, and players on the field within uniform stats mode may not have the stamina that they normally have at their normal base rating. So again, it's another thing to take into account as Anthony comes forward.
Yes, in this mode, you have not that kind of player that never gets tired.
Yeah, everybody gets tired. It's then a case of who do you take on, who do you bring off. And again, we talk about the research that these players will go through. There'll be players that will have gone through every single player here and will know every single player's ability. For example, I was asking players yesterday, why don't you use Anthony? Well, Anthony hasn't got that much in terms of stamina. That's why we always bring him off the bench, as we keep seeing him. We don't see him really start games, but the trickery that he does possess at full stamina is always something to hold on to. Here is Fred looking to be dangerous. Driven ball into the box. It's cleared away by Harry Maguire. Headed down into the path of Anthony. Anthony looks to just dink a ball into the box. Punched away by David De Gea. And it's eventually cleared away once more. Ronaldo.
So if you just turn in, with the red shirts we have Armenia, with the white shirts we have Laos. It's Man U versus Man U.
And speaking of Man U, Martial in again. Oh, it's controlled, it's cute, and it is brilliant from Armenia. Ronaldo was the point man that we wanted him to be. If he's tired, use his physical strength, just use his ability to just hold the ball. Plays in Martial, who came off the bench. And again, it's beautifully rolled into the back of the net. It's almost shades of Thierry Henry, just rolls it into the back of the net.
And with a turn, with a spike on the ball.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this looks like game one will eventually go to Armenia unless we see some absolute magic here from Laos, as Harry Maguire will block this one away.
I think this match has already final numbers.
Well, the interesting bit will be now is how do Laos respond? As we see, Ronaldo is blocked away. But how do they respond in game two?
Yeah.
You know, we saw that response from Montenegro. We saw that response, you know, finding opportunities. What have Laos got to do here to bring this to the fore? Because there have been some positive moments for Laos in this game, but they need to have a little bit longer period. And as you say, if they're making chances, they've got to make them pay. As Ronaldo looks to get through here, he's dispossessed of the ball. It's only as far as Bruno Fernandes. It's been cleared. Martinez gets the block. Shortire recovers it. The ball is cleared away once more.
And you know what? The thing is that Laos from now on has to win not one but two matches.
Absolutely.
In order to
We talk about the importance of best of three in the first game in the series. We talk about how important it is. It's because it sets the tone, and the tone at the moment is an Armenian one. It is Armenia 3, Laos 0 in game number one.
And as if you're seeing the stream from the moment it started, last match, the first match, it was game one for
the Maldives.
Game two for Montenegro. Game three for Montenegro. So it's something that can be done. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but it's how you react now. You have 90 virtual minutes now of a player that you may not have never played. Again, we talk about locations and we talk about differences in countries and play styles. You now have 90 minutes, Laos. You now know what Armenia are about. You know what they can do. You know what damage they can do. You know what types of plays they like to set up.
And I think that the first match was a little bit more balanced between the players' levels. In this case, except Laos now brings some magic that we've never seen.
Yeah.
It seems that Armenia is a little up on his level compared with his opponent. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, it's a case of now that Laos have now got the challenge of Armenia saying, well, we've won. You've got to come and meet us at our level.
Yeah, and it was a clear win.
Yeah, it was a clear win in terms of the chances that were there. It was clinical. It was clean. That's how I would define it. It was clean. Some of the finishes that we saw were clean. And again, with Laos, it was those little moments of attack and little moments that they had. They need to make those into goals. They need to make those into really clear-cut opportunities. And I think they have the ability there because, again, if you're in the final 32 of a competition like this, of course, you've battled your way through. And yes, we said they had a pretty challenging group. You know, they got through on kind of a breaker or a difference maker with the points being same with Ecuador. So they've had some battles here, and they'll be able to have learnt from those battles. Now it's a time to go, we've learnt from Armenia. Now let's see what we can do to damage them, because I believe that Laos have got something in the locker there to provide us with.
So you will have that doubt. Now it's the moment to wipe it out. The analysis in the voice of the man himself with the great Guesa. I'm really happy to be here working with so many interesting people, interesting players, interesting caster like this legend, this man here. So I would like to know now, what do you think? Who do you think is going to cross by? Can Laos make the miracle? We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. Let's see what happened in the tail of the tape.
Yeah, in the tail of the tape, in the stats of the previous game. And it'll be an interesting read to see here because, again, there wasn't that many shots.
Yes.
There was again, if you're looking from Armenia, you've had a 50% rate of scoring goals, not necessarily even having shots on target. In terms of the passes, though, very equal.
Yes.
If you look there, near enough exactly the same. But you'll notice there, in terms of the passes that were made, it's more interceptions from Armenia than there was from Laos.
Yeah, I think that starts to explain why the result was the way it goes.
Yeah, because you've got the amount of passes that they've used, but if you're intercepting the ball more, it means you're getting the ball back, and then you're making more damage and making more of your
He kept
abilities.
the ball to himself. He was able to grab the ball, to have that possession, and to convert that into goals, which is the most important part of all.
Absolutely. And I think we're hearing in our ears we are under starters' orders, so I believe we are ready to go to the game. Which, again, it'll be interesting to see how the response is here. Do we see more of the same, or do we see a response from Laos? I'd like to see a response from Laos just for competition, because again, as fans of the game, we love to see.
Yes.
We love to see competition. We love to see people come back and go, you know what, you've beaten me in game 1, but I'm going to beat you in game 2. I'm going to get you. It's almost that one more game mentality that you may have when you're playing at home. Go, you know what, I may have lost that one, but I can't rest until I've won another one.
I thought you were speaking about the predictions. For a minute, when you say I want to beat you, you beat me. I want to beat you. I thought that you were talking about me.
That is always in my mind to beat you on predictions for ET. It's always in my mind. However, saying that at the moment, Armenia are looking to level the prediction scores for me at the moment.
Exactly.
But again, as a fan, as a neutral, shall we say, if I take away the predictions, I still want to see really good gameplay, which is what we're seeing at the moment. So I'm hoping to see Laos just put those finishing touches on that they need.
So people in YouTube, people in Twitch are enjoying this match as much as we are doing. Thank you very much for keeping up those chat rooms full with mindful people that enjoy their game, know what they're talking about, and like to play this game as much as we do. So here we are, once again, it's kick time.
It is kick-off time here indeed. As we wait patiently, here we go. It is Laos from left to right in red, and it's Armenia in right to left in white. So again, we are playing Manchester United versus Manchester United. Of course, do keep your eyes peeled at home, folks, in terms of kit changes and things of that nature. Here is Ronaldo, stands up the stunning strike, forces a save very early. So again, Armenia looking to just set the tone early, which is what we have called for. If you're going to get into a game, especially here, and again, this is also something, it's an interesting point. If you kill the game off in game 2 and you go through 2-0, it's one less game of eFootball you've got to play.
Yes.
It means you can have extra rest.
Yes,
it means you
exactly.
can go and get a drink, go and relax, go and chill out a little bit.
Our friend Samuel Jacobian in the chat room says Armenia. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of, again, in terms of the countries that are here, in terms of the countries that are interested in this, everybody is passionate about their countries. As Alanga tries to play it to Ericsson, here's McTominay. So an interesting change there from Armenia as well. They've elected to go with Alanga to start as McTominay gets the ball into the box. Here's Rashford, tries to head it clear, or back into play, should I say. Here's Maguire to Casemiro. And now, Laos look to have numbers going forward. Here's Ronaldo. Martial gets a little bit of a lucky bounce there. Can he make the most of it? Rashford just gets dispossessed by Ericsson. Fred doesn't get the challenge. Here's McTominay to Alanga. We've talked about the talented Swede many times already.
They kept the same teams, but they swapped shirts.
They've swapped shirts, and there's a little bit of changes in their personnel as well. So it's all change here. If you are trying to keep up at home, just make sure you are listening to us, because we will keep you well informed.
And if you are watching this, and Samuel is the brother of the player.
Oh, it's Ronaldo! Well, if Samuel is there, and you can hear the soos as you can hear it around the auditorium, that is only the indicator for one man, and that is Cristiano Ronaldo. Wonderful ball into the box, and again, intelligent play here. So that pass backwards, you've got a defender that has pulled back. He's playing everybody on side, which means that Ronaldo can dart in there, so that everybody was played on side. Ronaldo as dominant in the air as he ever has been. And again, Armenia taking the lead and have taken the impetus here to go on and potentially take this tie in 2. But we will not count Laos out yet, because we have seen enough to see that they may have something in the virtual locker.
Remember that in this case, goals doesn't count.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's all about results here right now. It's the win or the loss. And again, please don't forget at home, there are no draws anymore. There's no, will we go to the next game and we settle it there? These are all extra time and penalties. Although we did have penalties in the first game, we've got extra time, we have penalties. So this
it's now
is
or never.
Yep, it's put up or shut up, as they say. It's now is the time. Now is the time.
For now, everything is Baba Ganoush here.
It's Rashford.
Armenia.
Rashford's in on goal. Ronaldo! An answer for Laos. There's a sue all around the auditorium. Love it from you all. Love that. Absolutely love that from a caster's point of view.
And
But
once
it's
again,
Ronaldo.
the curse of the commentator.
It is indeed. Just when you think it is safe to go back into a penalty box, Ronaldo is there to make it 1-1. Laos have a sign of life.
Yes, sir. Laos came and see.
Brilliant bit of play there.
You know what? I'm still here.
Yeah, he
Please.
wants to let you know he's still about and he will still find chances. And again, it was a brilliant little bit of play. Gets that ball across, and again, it's Ronaldo. Again, we talk about Lewandowski within the 6-yard box. It's a predatory strike from Ronaldo.
Yes.
It's what you would expect from the great man.
So everything here is open in case of this match ends in a tie. It will have extra time before the penalties.
Indeed, we will need 30 virtual minutes more if it ends in a draw. And then, of course, if it's still level after those 30 virtual minutes, we will have the dreaded penalty kicks. Here is Marcus Rashford, Scott McTominay. Good block by Rafael Varane. And Fred will lead the counter-attack. You can see here numbers forward for Laos. Here's Martial, back to Fred. Fred to Martial. Ronaldo in towards Rashford. Marcus Rashford takes a dummy. He caused the space and just got blocked off in the eventual last moment with the chance. But McTominay gets caught in possession. Nothing is given. And Casemiro will have to get wrestled back. And he did by McTominay. Here is Cristiano Ronaldo.
And Kenneth Costa asked, what game are you playing? Of course, my friend, this is eFootball 2023.
It is indeed eFootball 2023. And you'll see no better players than the players here in this tournament. Here is Scott McTominay towards Anthony Elanga. Elanga has men. He has Ronaldo. He has players in support. So Elanga. Maguire gets the block away, takes it away from Rashford. And as we can hear, there are other spectators here that are able to view other games that are going on. Of course, you can try and check those out on other federation streams. As here's Anthony Martial. We're here with the main feed, as we can see here, as Scott McTominay will lead that one away. Here's Wan-Bissaka.
By now, it's a wrestled match, a match played mostly at the midfield, with Laos just had one chance. He went for it.
And he took the goal, and all full focus and concentration will be in this game, because it will be one defensive slip. It will be one time that you don't select the right player. It will be one pass that you pull off that the opponent isn't expecting that will change this game once more. Here's Elanga. Brilliant ball into the box looking for Ronaldo, but De Gea will take it away.
In the white shirts are the players controlled by the Armenian player. In the red shirts, the one controlled by the Laos player. We are live from Bali, wonderful Indonesia.
And you can see here Martial looking to try and get that additional goal that Laos would sorely need here. Pressure is on, double coverage looking to come there. Martial plays a pretty scrappy ball in truth, gives it away to Rashford. There is 1 minute added time as you hear the stadium announcer. Here's Eriksen through to Rashford. Rashford has players in support. One of them's Eriksen, another one's Elanga. He has the main man Ronaldo waiting in the centre, but Rashford is used, and Varane will clear that away. And again, all of a sudden, we have another half of eFootball which provides more questions than answers.
That's true. And I can have a nice shout out to Kartachi at the chat. Everybody there, thank you very much. So this is the second half. Here we will have the definition of this match and perhaps of this bracket.
Yeah, because as we alluded to, if you are just joining us, Armenia already took game one. If they take game two, it is all over for Laos. But if Laos take it, we will go to a game three. As we saw within our first tie on the broadcast today, Montenegro versus the Maldives, we had 3 games. We had a late, very, very late goal that took us to a penalty shootout. Such might be the dramatics that you may just see on this live stream. Here is Christian Eriksen onto Marcus Rashford. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. Here's Anthony Elanga. Elanga to Rashford. It's blocked away by Casemiro, and he does well there. Here's Ronaldo.
And if you were the Armenian player, will you risk now a second goal?
I think he substitutes and take a risk, or he may not even need substitutes. It's Rashford across the box. It's cleared away. I think you take substitutes, and why not risk it? Why not? There's nothing to suggest here that you shouldn't, but the only thing that would be worrying from an Armenian standpoint is that Laos are growing into the game. Rashford just offside. It's a very late flag, but Laos are growing into the game. They've not only have they scored, which is fantastic for them, but they've grown into the game. They've got better as time goes on. And maybe it's that kind of download for the human behind the game. We talk about all the things in game, but today's stream, we haven't really talked about the intangible stuff, the players that are controlling the players themselves.
No, and you know that by now, the mindset is completely different. Because in the group stage, you can dare yourself to lose one game because, okay, it's not so...
I've got another couple of games that I could pick it back up in. Yeah, exactly.
As they play so much games, I mean, you can spare. One game you can spare. Here you don't have any margin. You have to win or go home.
The luxury is gone, as it were. The luxury is completely gone. And as we can see, tactical changes coming in here. You'll see counter-target being used. Again, that helps with stamina kind of management, as it were. As in, they will stay forward, but they won't get half of their stamina drained. So when those substitutes come on, they'll still be relatively fresh, even into the latter stages of the game. Here is Bruno Fernandes on towards Cristiano Ronaldo, although it's recovered by Armenia.
It's a foul.
Foul was given. It's just breaking out, just strangely breaking out into a very tense moment here. Seems to be the volume in the room has kind of decreased here. Is Fred ricocheting around the box, and free kick now in prime real estate.
That's a nice position.
That's a very nice position because, again, it's a seed of doubt. Do you go high? Do you go low, as we saw Thailand do so effectively? Do we see all of these do we see these tactics? You can see players joining the attack as well. Again, it increases them being at corners. So again, if you're at home and you're going, oh, my centre-backs, they aren't up for set pieces. They aren't here for corners and free kicks. Players to join the attack, if you can select them, that means that they will go forward and they will be in the box. And of course, if you've got centre-backs like Rafael Varane and Harry Maguire, they are almost the players you would target at those corners. So again, just something at home. If you're looking to try and improve your game, if you're looking at why these players are doing these things or why tactics are being selected or why players are being moved, those are the kinds of reasons you've got to look at.
So here we are live from Bali, Indonesia. This is the second match of the best of three. Armenia against Laos. The first match went to the Armenian side, and the second one, by now, it's a draw.
Yeah, it's level. It's level at the moment, which is, again, why all of these moments where they're talking about game plan and they're looking at game plan, they're looking at tactics, they're looking at players. All of these moments, it's like the butterfly effect. If you make if you make a change, it can change everything. If you don't make a change, that can also change everything. So again, it's that catch-22 of you are, you're in trouble if you do, and you're in trouble if you don't. So that's, again, all of these kind of little moments or these little things that people will take. These little things that we are looking for, that's what these guys will be looking at. All of these little bits of pieces that they've got to move to. And again, this free kick is in very dangerous position. As we look to the left-hand side of the screen, you can see other changes coming on here.
When you play with friends, how many times can you stop to adjust tactics?
I think it's as many times as you want.
No, you won't be 1 week in my home.
There's a judgment though, is that if you do it whilst the ball is in play, that's where there's problems.
No.
That's where the problem is.
I think it's when you're playing with friends, it's maximum one time before the match start and one time at the halftime.
Yeah, well, if you're wondering why
friendly tournament.
If you're wondering why we
have some a little bit of technical issue with some of the controllers of that they're using. So stay tuned. The match hasn't ended and won't end without you knowing.
Yeah, absolutely. We will keep you well informed. But of course, as well as being informed, if you're wondering why we're here in terms of the place we're in terms of wonderful Bali in Indonesia, and again being at the World Esports Championships, there's so many people and there's so many sponsors and people have made this happen. And of course, we obviously always have to kind of bear those in mind, because of course we wouldn't be here, you guys wouldn't be watching it, and as a result, none of this would be possible.
So, should I tell them who?
I mean, you may, of course you can. Of course
I don't know. I don't know. You hear better than me. So, our main sponsor is the JHL Group.
Yeah, and of course, we are also sponsored by the JHL Group, JHL Auto, should I say, Nusapay, DIS, Gundang Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Perta Mina, and then Hydro Coco.
The official telco partner is Telkomsel.
Okay, and then the internet service provider is IndiHome.
The travel management partner is HIN.
And of course, as we mentioned about the location we're in, the hotel partners, we've got the Episode Hotel and the Merusaka Hotel.
Yesterday, I was, as we didn't have games, I was knowing a little bit around the place. I went to the temples, very nice. And I was able to see the Episode Hotel. It's more in Kuta, in a place called
fantastic.
Kuta. Amazing players.
You learn a new thing every day, folks. You learn a new day every day.
Our esports broadcaster partner, of course, is Mineski Global, Indonesia Football, E-League, and the ESID.
Yeah, and our production partner is Lemon ID. Our media partners, we've got Trans2Ju, we've got Deticom, Esport.id, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dens TV, Dens Play, Mera Putir, Bolo Score, Kami Bayak, and then, of course, in our government, and I always struggle with this one. It's Kemen Parekaf, Kemen Pora, NOC, Kony, and wonderful Indonesia.
You have a wonderful
I think
Indonesian
I'm getting better.
pronunciation.
I think I'm getting better.
Your Indonesian accent is better than my English accent.
Maybe. It might just be.
I know what I like to do, but to say, but as you remember, I'm from Argentina. We don't speak English so often. So we have 4 stages. The fire stage that we are at.
Yep.
Today is our last day here.
Yeah, I know. It's almost become like a home from home.
Yes,
that's what it feels
I would like to take this seat with me. I don't know if it fit in the plane. We have the air stage that you will see. It's incredible.
Yeah,
it's as its name says. It's located way up.
Yeah, it feels like, as you said, the island of the gods. It feels like we're going to be with the gods at that point.
Yeah, it's like a transparent bird's nest. There is also
we've got the ice stage that's next door.
Ice stage, which is kind of
but it's a little bit more compact though. It's a little bit more homely, which we've had like kind of games like CS:GO and games like that
and
have been
the
broadcast.
Earth stage, which is, imagine a big festival, a big concert.
Yeah,
a really big concert.
Imagine a music festival, and then there's like the main stage of it. That's essentially what it's going to be for esports, which, again, I was there watching some of the Dota 2 gameplay last night. It was Bulgaria v Thailand, by the way. Again, of course, you can check out all the other games that are involved at this tournament. We've got CS:GO, Dota 2, we've got Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, of course, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7 that I had the pleasure of being kind of in attendance for with the Chinese Taipei versus Chile. It just goes to show, even by those 4 nations, it just goes to show you the almost eclectic mix of nations that you have at these championships. And again, as we've said, 106 countries across the entire tournament. Of course, we've got at least 71, if not 72, nations that are participating in eFootball.
And as I talked about this being a diverse tournament, we have also some interesting talks about the business, the esports, the feminine side of the game. We had girls on gaming.
Yeah.
Very interesting, really very interesting. There is also a category especially for girl gamers. So this is a really interesting tournament. I think we can go.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break while we just get our technical difficulties just resolved.
We're coming back in some minutes. Thanks.
my game. It's my world. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. my game. It's my world.
And here we are once again from Bali, wonderful Indonesia, in the International Esports Federation tournament. We are starting the round of 16.
Yeah, we are starting the round of 16, but just to bring you up to speed, folks, because we don't want you to miss out on anything. Of course, we had our technical difficulties before we went to break. Unfortunately, we could not bring you the conclusion of Armenia versus Laos, but the good news is, if you are an Armenian fan, they won the second game, are through 2-0. So they are through.
I can see Samuel, who was on the chat. He's the brother of Hakobian, the player, and he said, we are going to win the tournament. I can see him celebrating right now in Armenia. Bring the lahmacun, please.
Yeah, fantastic. And of course, in terms of if you're wondering about other results that might be happening around the place, we have a little bit of an update for you. So Brazil.
Let me. They won.
They did. They won. They took 2-0 against Senegal. Turkey versus
Brazil is inside. Senegal, Momo is outside.
So Momo has departed the competition. We've got Turkey versus Turkmenistan. Again, I'll give you an idea on whether
Turkey.
Yeah, it was Turkey. It was 2-0. He's almost like his psychic, folks. Yeah. You got Italy versus Myanmar.
Italy.
He's done it again. He's done it again. Saudi Arabia versus Bahrain. Now, that was one that we tipped off stream as one of the ones to watch.
Let me know.
It was Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia won that little bit of a derby. You had
good coach.
You had North Macedonia versus Wales, and I can see here North Macedonia have made their way through and have knocked Wales out of the competition. So, of course, Spain versus Tunisia. That was also a hotly anticipated game.
Yes.
And of course, we can see here
Jose
and Spain have gone through.
Well, so by now, most of the favorites are still on the tournament.
Yeah, and there's one more of them that's still lurking right at the end of the bracket, which is Korea versus Uzbekistan. Korea have made their way through as well. So, as you said, we're now starting to see a list of candidates, a list of contenders, and those dark horses are starting to peek through as well. And it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out.
What about Ray Molina from Argentina?
Ray Molina from Argentina, from what I have understand, for the information that I have at my disposal, the good news is Ray Molina has made his way through against Malaysia. We have Argentina that are through, Montenegro are through, Iraq are through, of course, because we're going to see that game shortly. The UAE have made their way through against Iran. Syria have beaten Azerbaijan, so I know we had a lot of chatter in the chat about Syria. Where are they? What are they doing? Good news is, Syrian fans, they are through to the round of 16. Luxembourg beat defending champions Georgia in a very hotly contested game.
But just one thing. We are saying these are out of the tournament, these are out of the tournament. We will have a bag of losers, with due respect, I'm speaking about the game, of course.
Yes.
That will have another chance.
Yeah, so the game that you will see at the end of today, the loser of that, from my understanding, from the information I have at my disposal, the losers of that last bracket that you may have saw on the graphic, it's those losers from those brackets will go into almost as you said off stream, a lucky losers tournament, which will then be the last team. So I was trying to figure out through my maths, well, we've only got 4 teams that are going to go through today, and I've just managed to figure it out thanks to our good friend Roxa from Serbia, who has actually informed us of that stat. So that is where the 5th player will come from. So that's good news. If you're wondering where teams are coming from, that's where you know the qualifications
We will let you know. We will let you know. By now, we are going to the round of 16. And this is the schedule of matches that we are gonna see with just one match. I mean, the other 3 we already saw them. We only are promising you this game, Montenegro against Iraq.
Yeah, and interestingly, we've already seen Montenegro in this tournament, which is again, we saw the gameplay that we saw against the Maldives. What we haven't seen from Iraq, and as I've done my kind of little bit of research, I'm a little bit of an eFootball nerd, folks, so apologies if you kind of have to indulge me a little bit. Iraq, top of their group, have came through their first game, so all of a sudden now, are they the team in form? And maybe that might be lean to some reasons for the predictions you'll see. But as you can see, top scorers, what do you know? 46 goals from Iraq. They have overtaken and that might suggest that there's a little bit of problems on the horizon
Yes.
for Montenegro. But
Yes.
we've got Tunisia as well, of course. You mentioned
Knocked
Georgia.
out. Knocked out.
No, they got knocked out by Spain.
By Spain, knocked
so,
out. Yeah.
So, in terms of goals scored,
Georgia
you can see
knocked out.
Georgia knocked out. UAE still there. Maldives knocked out.
Knocked
so,
out.
in terms of if you were looking for almost a golden boot, as it were, it's currently sitting with the guy from Iraq.
Well, so let's see what happens next. One thing that we can take away of this is, as we are doing here, one against each other, it doesn't mind how many goals you make. It does. What it does matter is you have to win.
It absolutely does. As we see the player versus, we've already seen the face and figure of Montenegro this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening, wherever you are viewing it from. We now see Iraq, and of course, in terms of the key points that we're looking for, though, it's the player stats, it's the head-to-head, and interestingly, neither one of them likes the majority of the ball. You can see a lot of shots, though, and a lot of goals from Iraq, as you've seen.
The double of shots.
A double of shots, double of goals.
This guy, every time he gets the ball near the goal, he will try for it.
It's your word you always like is efficiency.
Yeah.
That's what we expect from Iraq here today. And again, Montenegro, though, have, as we've seen, they have the ability to frustrate, and they have the ability to get themselves back into the game and find those magical moments to get over the line.
What I can expect for this game is Montenegro to have a most solid defense and Iraq going and going and going and going. That's what the numbers tell. So now we will have to see if the reality says the same or not.
Well, you know the adage of the three little pigs. If Montenegro can build their house full of bricks, they won't be able to blow the house down. And that could be the place where you end up taking advantage.
Speaking of pigs, here in Indonesia, you can eat baby guli, which is a roasted pig. I tried that yesterday.
I tell you, you're going to become like an ambassador for the tourism board or something, because all of the viewers at home are learning everything they need to know about Indonesia.
But of course, yesterday I was able. I had a break. I tried the baby guli.
Yeah,
okay.
And of course, we've got our prediction on deck
yes,
now, of
course.
course. And
I think I will go with Montenegro.
Yeah, I think looking at, not necessarily looking at just the stats, people, but Iraq look like they are, I would say, the firm favourites here, if you were to take it just on the stats. But as we know within eFootball, as we have seen over the last day or the last 2 days of competition, anything can happen. Upsets can happen, shocks can happen.
We're tied on predictions today, 1-1.
Yeah, we are 1-1. It is currently a draw at the moment, and we need a deal breaker here, and I think this might be it.
Let's see what happens. So we are coming to Montenegro against Iraq, the top scorer in the tournament right now. They are an Iraqi player against Montenegro, which showed a good match against Maldives. Could resist the Maldives tiki-taka, the Maldives speed.
Yep.
So what will happen in this game where he will confront a very aggressive player?
Well, to steal the names of these stages, it's going to be a game of fire v ice. It's going to be a game of fire v ice. It's going to be how much can you resist? How much can you hold on and get yourself into the game? Of course, you can hear the atmosphere building around the venue as we've got people seated to our right and left and everywhere around the building. But for me, it's going to be a case of, if Iraq score first, what's Montenegro's response? Because we've seen from the stats they don't really like to push the issue. Although they did find it only took one moment. So maybe they will constantly look for that one moment to get themselves into the game. But I'm very interested to see what the Iraq level of gameplay is in terms of, we've seen them top their group, we've seen them knock teams out. So now we just need to see what's going to happen next.
So what do you think it will happen? I will be checking on the chat, so please be sure to be putting your opinions there and sharing the chat. That's also important.
Oh,
sharing
absolutely.
The stream. If you have a friend that doesn't play this game yet, you can say, hey, look at these guys. It's easy. Next year we can be there in Romania.
It's easy, he says,
easy.
ladies and gentlemen. You say it's easy. It's a turn of phrase.
You know,
sometimes it is, and sometimes
have to put
it
it
isn't.
a little bit sweeter.
Yeah, no, of course. And in terms of, as we say, the players, we are also just waiting to hear whether they are under starters orders yet. But of course, they'll make sure that all the settings are right, make sure everybody is, all of the rules are adapted, and make sure that they are, here and they need in the right format.
After this game, we have one more.
Yeah, we have.
So
we have one.
I have one question for you.
Yep.
Can I bring the baby guli?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if production would allow that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And plus,
you're invited.
You'd also have to pay for it as well.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah.
No problem, my friend.
But of course, we're waiting for stuff to kind of happen here. But interestingly, now that I've learnt that about the quarter-final stage, or now that I've learnt that about the finals eliminator, as I called it, if you get to that stage, you're guaranteed at least 2 other opportunities.
Yes.
Because you either win the game that you potentially, or that you're going to see on stream today, or you go into the lucky losers bracket and all of a sudden that opens up. But I would imagine the competition for that place is going to be as fearsome as it is for the quarterfinal that's there. And there's so many good games that are left on.
Once you are in the round of 16, you start to think that you're not so far away. That the most difficult part was already past.
Yeah, you start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. You start to think, do you know what? I might just be able to make the top 8 here. And as we know from real world football and from obviously virtual football, knockout football is a funny mistress. It can turn on you in an absolute instant, and I would expect the exact same here.
That's true. So here we are with Guetza enjoying this beautiful tournament in wonderful Indonesia, in Bali, expecting the best players in the world. Once again, remember, Iraq has the top scorer of the tournament. Montenegro has a solid defending style. So this would be like a clash of styles also, a clash of... This question in football will never get settled. But you have like 2 big schools of thinking in football. One that says you only have to make goals on the other end. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing else matters. And there is another one that says if you defend well, sooner or later you will be able to at least make 1 goal.
You'll get a chance, and that's as what we say. We talk about being clinical. We talk about being clean with your opportunities. If you can make those percentage shots count, if you can make those opportunities count. We saw so many post-its, for example, for the Maldives earlier on today.
Yes.
If you've seen so many opportunities go by the wayside, whereas if you can clean those up, all of a sudden those post-its then become goals, and then those goals become wins, and those wins become wins in series, and it's all of those different things that can go through. So I think we are under starters' orders, and we are ready to rock and roll here.
Let's go to the game. Our Montenegro against Iraq. Iraq against... Nice shot. Thank you very much.
I love that. Love a little zoom in from there. That's very good.
Very nice.
I'm hoping they'll swing the camera around at one point and show the attendees here, because everyone is kind of enthralled here as what we can find. And as we can see here, it's AS Roma versus FC Barcelona. And I would hasten to bet that AS Roma will be Montenegro and Iraq will be Barcelona.
I think so.
So we've got a little bit of a style clash once more with it.
Let's see what happens here. The Montenegro player was the first in the tournament, at least on stream, using Roma.
And you can see here the team lineup. Rui Patricio was so good for him. You got Mancini, Ibanez, Smalling, and Karsdorp. Cristante, Matic, and Zaniolo make up the midfield. And then you've got Stefan Al-Sharawi, Tammy Abraham, and unmistakably Paulo Dybala. And that is a potent strike force in anybody's books.
Yes,
and especially in stat or uniform stats mode, it certainly pulls the same type of weight. But interestingly, from Barcelona, we see Pedri, De Jong, and Busquets. We've seen that so many times here over the course of the tournament. You've got Dembele, Rafinha, and Lewandowski, of course. So again, if you're looking to keep your eyes on players to watch in this game, Robert Lewandowski would be the man to watch. I think if you're also looking for players that may escape some tight spaces, Paulo Dybala with his double touches and with his acute dribbling would be certainly a man to watch on the other side.
I thought you were saying the cute girlfriends. Come on. It's also true.
Well, it could also be true.
It is.
It is. As we start off and we're underway. As we suggested, Montenegro going from left to right, as AS Roma is Dybala to Zaniolo. As Iraq go from right to left with Barcelona.
Montenegro with the burgundy shirt, Iraq with the white shirt.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting clash of styles and certainly a clash of cultures as well. El-Sharawi, neat little roulette round the side. Good save.
Good save.
Good save. It's out the way.
If he had some more people on the attack, that would be ended as a goal.
It may have just been, especially if they were there to plunder that home, as they have been so often. Is Tammy Abraham. Araujo takes it away, but he's lost the ball in transition. It's Paulo Dybala. Now, it's great defending there by Jules Koundé. That's really good use of the teammate press as well, as we see attack or defense turning into attack very quickly, but Mancini comes away and takes the weight. I think we're in for a very, very close game of eFootball 2023 as we see Cristante winning the header. Abraham to Zaniolo. Looking out wide to Stefan El-Shaarawy. It's headed away. Here's Frankie de Jong. De Jong, beautiful ball through to Rafinha. He's got men over here. One of them's Lewandowski. Lewandowski with a strike! First blood to Iraq.
It was the first chance that Iraq could complete. The first time they reached the end of the pitch, the first time the ball kisses the net, it's Iraq 1, Montenegro 0.
And it was clean, it was patient, it was predatory, and it's goal number 47 for Iraq in this competition so far. And you can see with the attacking style of play, you can see how clinical it is. It's Lewandowski, first time strike, doesn't take a touch, doesn't allow the defender to recover, instead takes that opportunity, puts it into the back of the net, and what has been normally a robust goalkeeping performance from Rui Patricio, it's too much for him from the pole.
He had no chance because
absolutely no chance.
The shot was perfect.
It was indeed, and it is perfect for Iraq. It is the perfect start. 12 minutes gone, and it is 1-0 to Iraq. As we see Nemanja Matic, Ibanez. Ibanez taken away. Ball's taken away. Rafinha, I think refs just had a word with him.
So how important is to be...
For example, Iraq may now just be able to sit back and defend. But
yes.
we don't know this about Iraq's type of style of gameplay, but...
He won't do that.
He won't do that because we've seen that he's top of the goal-scoring tree as Tammy Abraham makes a dummy, takes a shot, big save. Here's a corner ball.
Also, how important is the angles. If you go on swipe to the right, it's difficult in this case because he had the defender and the goalie. It's two things you have to pass by.
Yeah, you've got to beat two things there. There's Smalling back into the box. It's fallen kindly for Abraham. What a save that is from ter Stegen.
Whoa, amazing save.
But you're talking about angles and you're talking about ways to shoot. If you're heading away from goal, that makes it even harder because you've got to put even more power on it just to make the keeper work. So you've got to be careful with those types of opportunities. Here's Brian Cristante. Now it's Christensen who will take it clear. It's Rafinha. Rafinha. He's got runners forward. One of them's Ousmane Dembele. He will find. He's got Robert Lewandowski. He's got Pedri coming into the box as well if you can find him. Good bit of dribbling there from Dembele. Dembele, double touch. Plays the pass on, but Cristante sticks a foot out and says, I'm taking that ball back, thank you very much. And it will be an opportunity here for Montenegro.
Now it's disbalanced.
It's just finding passes. It's these little moments of finding the correct pass as ball is disrupted in midfield.
And as we saw before matches played on the middle, this one, the middle almost doesn't exist.
Well, it does exist here for Tammy Abraham. It's a wonderful ball from El-Shaarawy, and Abraham goes across. And again, if you play the ball too close, for those watching at home, if you're playing the ball too close to keepers, the AI will sometimes come out and just grab the ball. So you have to maybe play that ball a little bit earlier. Here's Abraham. Jordi Alba intercepts it, finds Ousmane Dembele. Dembele forward to Lewandowski. Lewandowski finds Pedri. He's got a man over. One's Rafinha. Back into the box. It may just go. It's Rafinha. He's got a man clear. He's took it around. Oh, it's a big parry from the goalkeeper. That touch was absolutely needed.
A little bit too much.
A little bit too much there. But again, it's what you say about risks. You've got to make calculated ones. And I am sure Iraq thought that that would have been a potentially goal-scoring opportunity, and it nearly was. But now we come back down the other end here. It's Paulo Dybala. It's a struck cross across the box, and it's a big save for the goalkeeper. And it's a corner ball to be taken by Dybala.
Iraq is as good attacking as in goalkeeping.
Yes, yeah, I think so. Here's Dybala looking to put that one into the box. Abraham. It's cleared away by Pedri, only as far as El-Shaarawy. Deflected. Oh, it could have gone anywhere.
Ooh,
Opa, as my colleague would say. That was very, very close indeed.
Very close, and it surprised everybody.
Yeah, it's one more opportunity, though. All of the pressure, that pendulum has swung towards Roma and towards Montenegro, but that
now
pressure...
Montenegro has increased the pressure very much.
Very much so they have. It's Nemanja Matic across to Cristante. And to recover the ball, but...
If Iraq loses the ball so fast, they will suffer.
Yeah, it's like watching a swarm of bees trying to get the ball back as possession is lost. Here's Ibanez. You can see, since that goal, almost in a mirror of what we saw in the first game that we saw on stream for Montenegro today. The kind of the momentum just swings a little bit more the other way. It's El Shaarawy looking to get the pass through, but Pedri comes back and takes that away. And again, we talk a lot about the tactics that these guys will be using. I would imagine that with players tracking back, you're looking at long ball counter as being the preferred tactic of choice, as Pedri breaks free of the defender, plays it inside to Robert Lewandowski, takes the shot. Good save from Rui Patricio. Again, another good manual save.
He had the number 7 free by
did.
his side.
It did. Ousmane Dembele was there and was available, but again, if you're looking to check who you'd like to play a pass to in the box, it's probably Robert Lewandowski. As Araujo wants to take the header, it's Dembele, recovers it. It's Frankie de Jong. Dutchman's in the box. The ball gets cleared again, and as we figure out here, only 1 minute of stoppage time left on the clock here. And again, as we say, with the more enjoyable of the games that we see, these halves go very, very quickly.
Yes, yes. And it's like if Iraq lost their ability to end the plays. I mean, the first one was an example of effectiveness. From there on, he kept attacking, but without ending the plays, it's worthless.
It's the second chance opportunities. Yeah. It's if the first chance goes, don't lose your mentality and don't lose it where you know, oh, actually, if I get the ball back, I can get another opportunity here. It's be able to recycle the ball.
There is another thing which is important is if you want to keep the ball and let minutes pass, do it while attacking. And that's what he did.
Absolutely. Absolutely indeed. Because, again, the more that you have the ball, the less damage your opponent can do to you. And that's kind of what we saw here. But it's a little bit of a cold start here for Montenegro, but they have managed to regain the ball. Here's Nemanja Matic forward towards Stefan El Shaarawy.
And as we saw in the earlier game, he plays until the last second.
Indeed. Here's Robert Lewandowski into the box. Pedri! That is very much against the run of play from what we have seen in the latter stage of the first half. That is very much against the run of play. Yes. But again, as we always say, when we see teams score, they will not care whether they've been in the ascendancy or whether they've been behind. They will care that it's hit the back of the net. And again, brilliant little bit of play here. Again, using Lewandowski as a point man, as an anchor.
And what he did was exactly what it has to be done. Yeah, nothing was in excess here.
Yeah, it's a brilliant ball between two defenders, and Pedri smart enough to not put it in the opposite corner, instead go near post where it's going to be difficult for the goalkeeper to get down.
And it starts with one pass, roulette, another pass, and the last touch goes directly to the net.
Yeah, absolutely. It's taking the ball away from your defenders, or taking the ball away from the opponent's defenders, so that they can't steal the ball away from you when you're in transition and when you're in attack. Here is Karsdorp looking to try and arrest the slide a little bit here. Nemanja Matic pushed in the back by Pedri. It is a soft free kick, but it has been given to Montenegro.
You are hearing the live stream direct from Bali, Mr. Gueza from the UK. It may be called play-by-play with hurdles, maybe in the hurdles.
It may just be. Here is Mancini. Advantage given by the referee. You saw his hands go out to either side. Here's Abraham. Nice little flick to Dybala, but again, I think at this point you need substance over style. If you're going to get yourself back into the game, sometimes it's the most rugged play that you look for. And again, you just see that ball given away to Montenegro. And again, it's just giving away the ball. You have to kind of almost care for the ball. It's almost like a friend of yours. You want it to be right next to you. You don't want it to be just flown.
Do you kick your friends?
No, I don't kick them, but it's certainly been possession. What lovely roulette pass there. Here's Stefan El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy goes, brilliant diving challenge there. Ball's not cleared, though it is now. Brilliant defensive block from Iraq.
It's 2-0. It's the 60th minute. Now is the time for the substitutions, I think.
Yeah, it must be. Cristante tries to get the ball forward and through. El Shaarawy going to try and take that under his spell, and the ref gives it the other way. So Iraq will take the throw and maybe try and untake some of the pressure that may have just been building up slowly. But here is Rafinha.
No substitutions for you now.
Not as yet. Not as yet. Here is a booking, though. May trigger something. I mean, looking at the time that's left on the clock, as we've called it, 63 minutes on the clock here.
I was asking for them.
And you've certainly got what you needed. Ask and you shall receive. You've received Memphis Depay on for Robert Lewandowski, which is an interesting ploy. We have not seen that before, but then again, if you are Iraq and you're in the ascendancy, you might not necessarily need a target man anymore. You may not necessarily need the physicality of Lewandowski. And Shoremedov has come on for Roma and for Montenegro. So you can see where the game plans are starting to evolve a little bit here. As Christensen pumps it forward, finds Memphis Depay with a header. Here's Ferran Torres, who we've not seen for a while. He's come back like almost like the stream's best friend is Ferran Torres.
Yeah, on the first day he was all around.
He was everywhere.
Yesterday he went on the beach.
Yeah, he took his break on day 2. And he's certainly come back with a vengeance here. Here is Memphis Depay. What can he conjure up here?
You're listening to the World Cup International Esports Federation.
It's the 14th edition of the World Esports Championships is what we are here for today. Here's Christensen to launch this forward. Here's Memphis Depay, back to Sergio Busquets, Frankie de Jong, on towards Memphis Depay. The Dutchman's in space, goes for the stunning strike, and does exactly what he needs to do. Fired into the back of the net by Memphis Depay.
And 3-0. This is a difference right now.
Yeah, that's certainly a difference maker. That's the goal that puts you a little bit further ahead, puts you a little bit more out of sight, and it makes that mountain just that little bit harder to climb. And again, in terms of the stunning strike, it was great use of it there because Montenegro had gone with manual goalkeeping. Sometimes at home, folks, if you're looking for almost pro tips on this, when you see a manual goalkeeper, if you see them start moving about, the first thing to do is just hit it straight away.
Yes.
Because they're too busy trying to figure out, oh, well, I think you might go this way, I think you might go that way. By the time you've hit the ball's in the back of the net, and they're still trying to figure out where you're going. So just a small tip there. If you do see a manual goalkeeper, look to just hit it as hard as you can and try and get it in the back of the net. And that's how you can kind of get past them. As Koric goes forward, is trying to get the ball forward, but Pedri's back again. And you'd say it's all turn Barcelona's way. Left back's played him onside. It's Ousmane Dembele taps it past the goalkeeper. Will he score? No, he won't. No, he won't. It's an open goal opportunity for Iraq.
For things like this is that some Barcelona fans don't like very much Dembele.
It would have been goal number 50. It would have been a half century of goals in this tournament, but that's not to say that there won't still be one. As you can see as well at the bottom of your screen, check out the attacking bias of Montenegro, starting to push or trying to get back into this game. Beautiful ball to Memphis Depay, saves to shoot, great save for the goalkeeper. Ball goes back to Rui Patricio, and the ball goes out wide to Karsdorp. So we'll take a little bit of a breath here, but again, I know how you normally ask me these types of questions, but if you're Montenegro going into game 2, what do you do, Farita? What do you do?
Well, I think I will change
Memphis
my
Depay's
formation.
in. I'll come back to you here. Memphis Depay hits the post again. Please continue.
I will right away change my formation. The defense is not working. Iraq is all over my goal, and I need goals, so
certainly
you have to change.
Certainly they will. And of course, just a reminder, this is best of 3 as Ferran Torres takes a touch past the defender. Keeper's on the floor, and it's an easy tap in truth. Keeper did not recover quick enough from the first shot, and because of the deflection, he was still on the floor, and Memphis Depay was there to tap home a very easy goal.
Very big difference. Now it's 4-0, and I think that this starts to look as even when we are one match away. Things may be getting more difficult for Montenegro.
Well, again, what we talk about in terms of regions and in terms of players playing one another, you wouldn't necessarily see Montenegro playing Iraq. These are the types of tournaments and the types of games that you will see. But these are the types of play styles you wouldn't necessarily be engaging if you're from Montenegro. So, again, as much as it is a 4-0, potentially 4-0 loss here, as a great ball goes to the box, El Sharari to Shomedov, and it's cleared away. But as much as you say that, as much as we say that in terms of the result so far, it's going to be 90 minutes or it's going to be one game of data. So, again, you're going to have to use that data to the best of your advantage. If you were if you were trying to analyse what Iraq were good at, it's ball movement, it's being clinical. You don't really afford them too many opportunities. That's a wonderful ball through to Ferran Torres. He's got Memphis Depay in support. Can he get the ball across? He can. It's Memphis Depay. Karsdorp, his compatriot, comes and takes the ball away. But there's enough data there for you to figure out, okay, I don't need to give him that many opportunities because he'll score. Meanwhile, I need to work on my chance creation because at the moment, it's all Iraq. And at this point in time, it's going to be game number 1 going to Iraq. And I'm sure there are plenty of fans in the chat that will be delighted with this result.
Time is ticking and first match is almost over.
It is almost
we are
in the books.
Starting the round of 16 with this amazing win by Iraq 4-0.
Fantastic victory. And again, we're going to talk at length. We're going to talk at length as to how they've come to pass with that. It's been a fantastic performance from them. But now, if you're Montenegro, you've got, again, we talk about this all the time, you've got to respond. You've got to do something different.
You know what? The thing is that what we saw best from the Montenegro side was defense, not offense. I mean, of course, the games he won because he scored more goals than his opponent. But I mean, having an excellent defense right now on game 2 is worthless. So I think that perhaps he will have to rebuild his team to be more focused on the attack part. In fact, I don't know if I was him, if I won't change the team. And you know that perhaps Man U or perhaps Barcelona may be best for a second match in where you have to win or win.
Well, we spoke about that before in terms of the ability for these players to be able to change the teams that they select. As much as having faith in Roma and in what they can do, as you said, there are teams out there. There's Manchester United, there's Bayern Munich, there's, again, we might see a Barcelona versus Barcelona. There's AC Milan, there's Inter Milan, there's all of these different teams that you could look at and go, we could use them and we could use the differences. But I understand why some players stick with those players, because if you've been practicing with those players for months or even weeks or however long you've been practicing with them, or even days, if you've been practicing with those teams, you're going to go, oh, I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to stick with what I know. I'm not going to try and go into the unknown or into the abyss and try and pull the results out.
If you go to a tournament and you see that nobody uses your team, don't you think that that may be because of something?
Potentially, but also on the flip side, if you're the only one that notices the almost the treasure, as it were, as the saying goes, one man's trash is another man's treasure. For all we know, Montenegro knows something about this Roma side that nobody else can see, which is
I think it's the goalie.
Well, one is certainly the goalkeeper, and I think 2, if they can get Dybala into the game, if they can get El Shaarawy into the game, if they can maybe kind of close their formation a little bit more and make it a bit more compact, they'll be able to have a little bit more joy.
So we are here in the analysis of my friend Gueza. We are here from the UK, from Argentina, enjoying this game, enjoying this beautiful hobby that are video games. Hobby for those of us who play not professionally. Profession for those of them, they are like top-notch digital athletes. And basically what brings and bonds all together is the love for this game. So, game 2, Montenegro against Iraq. Iraq against Montenegro coming up next.
Let's have a look and see if we get a response or if we get a change in those teams. I get the feeling that, again, we've got same teams again. So, interestingly, teams have stayed the same.
Stubborn.
Well, there's a line between stubborn and foolish. There is a line where it's almost that way. But again, if you have belief in your game plan, if you have belief that you have a better game plan than your opponent, then why wouldn't you stick with your team? If that makes sense, you know, we always talk about, we need to make changes. They need to do this.
You asked a question. Can I have an answer?
Yeah, of course you can.
Because you lost 4-0.
Yeah,
the first one. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you would look to. But of
is
course,
that enough?
Well, in Montenegro's mind, clearly not. And that.
I respect it.
I respect the hustle. I respect the vibe with what they're going with.
No, and I respect to believe in your strategy. You have to believe in your strategy. If not, you're lost. That's all. Another thing. If he comes here and okay, now I will play Inter Milan.
Yeah.
I don't know. In this case, you may think It didn't work on the first match, but it will on the second one, and I will stick to the plan.
Well, that's the beauty of this now, because it's a best of 3. And again, for those at home who are wondering why we're saying, oh, it's the best of 3. Well, what does that mean? It basically means if you win 2 out of the 3 games that are on here, you go through. So as a result, if Iraq go and win this, they are through, and they've got through to what I would call the finals eliminator. If Montenegro win, we go to a game 3. I think the first goal here is critical because, as you said, what we highlighted about Montenegro's play was the defensive side of things. If they can get the first goal, that could make it extremely difficult for Iraq. But, of course, as we've seen from Iraq, they are free scoring. They are able to create chances where chances may not have been before. So it is one to cast your eye on. And especially looking at Iraq's gameplay, we talked about contenders and we talked about, players and opportunities that are rising. This one could really put him on the map here because, again, we talk about nations and esports. Iraq aren't necessarily that well known in terms of esports. Certainly in fandom, they will be. But we're going to have a look and see here now what responses we get as we see Karsdorp cover the ball as El Sharari.
And once again, this is Montenegro with the ball. Montenegro is playing with the white shirt. Iraq is playing with the traditional Barcelona shirt.
Yeah, as you can see, Cristante forward to Zaniolo. El Sharari forward to Tammy Abraham. Abraham's still there, but Jordi Alba comes away with it. And again, if I were Montenegro, you'd look for more of a direct game plan there because the almost the passing moving isn't working as Rafinha tries to go forward, but Mancini takes it away. Just look for a little bit more into feet here now. Here's Dybala, Cristante, if they can get that movement going. But Cristante doesn't have any midfielders to the left or right of him realistically, and they're just seeming to kind of not really doing things. Karsdorp gets a drill ball into the box. Abraham was over the bar. He was onside as well. He'd made a late run into the box. We'll watch it back here. Or as most gamers will do, they will constantly spam the buttons to make sure that they don't watch any replays. And as we see, it's Abraham. Is there a chance on here? It's Stefan El Sharari. Could we see a response? Great finish! Wonderful goal. Wonderful goal from Montenegro. And now we have a response.
Now we have a response. It was what we were saying. You have to change your game plan. You have to risk a little bit more. You have to go and try to attack, to make goals. And this is what it happened. Very fast play.
It's a great
very
finish
fast
as well.
play. Long passes. 2 long passes, and that's all he needed to score from midfield.
Well, we said,
one back heel.
We said, look a little bit direct. It was 2 first touch passes after a long ball into Tammy Abraham's feet. And then it's a great finish. It's a controlled strike. There was some manual goalkeeping from Iraq, but it wasn't enough to keep the ball out the back of the net. And now that poses a question to Iraq. How many times can we predict that Iraq have been down? Bearing in mind that they have won, or at least they topped their group. They were through. How many times have you been in places of peril? Brilliant save from the goalkeeper. Bele with a bicycle kick. Smalling will clear away. Here's Cristante to
once
Dybala.
Again, the play after the goal is the most dangerous play on the book.
It certainly is, but there's a counter on here. It could be time for Montenegro if they'd have maybe played a ground pass there. Yeah. Abraham's in goal, or in on goal, should I say. But at the moment, it's looking, again, to be going the way this time of Montenegro's. Dybala with a double touch, takes a turn. It's a nice little roll ball in. Christensen does get the right side of it.
The last step.
It always is the last step. It's that final piece of that eFootball jigsaw that you spoke about over the last few days. Here's Lewandowski to Pedri. Pedri looking way around the corner, and it just didn't quite fall for him as Dybala looks to move forward here as El Sharari. Abraham looking for Zaniolo, finds him, finds Karsdorp. Karsdorp to Cristante, back to Karsdorp. Matic, Zaniolo. It's moving around at a frenetic pace in there, but now the ball has been given away, and now there could be chances on here. Here's Pedri. He's got men in support. Will he go on his own? He won't. He'll try and pass, and the defence has been a little bit too casual there, and the goalkeeper comes away with it.
And here we have side by side a defense error, an attack error. This game is not meant for errors. When you do them, you pay. And in this case, Iraq lost the golden opportunity of an equalizer.
Some big opportunities still to be had. Here's Paulo Dybala, goes for the controlled strike from
Opa.
distance. It was close.
It was close.
May have just taken the paint off of that goalpost, but
Yes,
it was
yes.
very, very close indeed.
We are still on 2/3 of the first half of the second match. We're playing at the best of 3. For now, the first match was for Iraq. This is going to Montenegro.
Yeah, currently as it stands, we'll be heading for a game 3, but as you rightly pointed out, we're only, we're 35 minutes in. There's still plenty of time, there's still plenty of real estate, there's still plenty of opportunity for these guys to really put some damage down as Frankie de Jong intercepts the ball. Plays it to Dembele. Dembele looking forward for Lewandowski, but instead Pedri wanted to get involved instead. Is Zaniolo, is some first-time passing. Is El Shaarawy plays it to Abraham. Cristante out to Dybala. Dybala looking forward, finds Tammy Abraham. Abraham with the strike, it's a good save. El Shaarawy back-heeled, great recycle of the ball. Ball is still there to be had, and Zaniolo cannot gather it up. But again, great awareness to keep that ball alive.
The defender won the ball in a merry-go-round because nobody expected there.
No, it was very, very good, and very good play to keep it alive as well. Again, we talk about having presence of mind and awareness to make sure that you keep this ball alive, to keep those second chances going. Here's Cristante, heads it clear to Karsdorp.
Good luck on the defense because they thought it was out of bounds. The ball came back, and they had the sheer luck to find it.
They did indeed. If you look at the bottom of your screen, all-out defence in effect for Montenegro. I think what they're trying to do here is just make sure that the last chance of the half doesn't go the way of Barcelona, but they may have been the prophets of their own downfall as Rafinha just gets the ball, tries to play the pass, but goes to half-time, and Montenegro have themselves a lead. And we did say, if they get the first goal, defensively, are they going to frustrate?
Yes. Yes, and I think the Iraq player couldn't get into his game at all. Didn't have much chances, didn't have a fierce attack like on the game before. It seems disconcert around starting a game on behind.
Yeah, they've managed to nullify that Iraq kind of fire that they brought. We talked about fire and ice just before the game started here, but they seem to have nullified it, have Montenegro. And again, the more that time ticks on, the less these opportunities are going to become. But again, we talk about risk, we talk about gamble. What gambles will Iraq take here? Is Rafinha takes a nice little step inside, but Karsdorp will intercept the ball. Here's Zaniolo. Goes all the way out wide to Paulo Dybala. Double touch, takes it back inside. Jordi Alba, a little bit of an ankle breaker for him now. I don't think he ensured what way he was going. Here's Pedri, though. Nemanja Matic once more. Pedri intercepts it. Lewandowski to Rafinha. Onto Dembele. Takes a hard strike there. And
Too far out.
You've got to work a little bit more in there. But again, signs of life for Iraq.
Sometimes, you get tired. You say, okay, I will shoot. Let's see if it enters.
As you see, Lewandowski prowling that penalty area, looking for opportunities. He will look and look and look again, because at the moment it's the rear guard of Montenegro and defensively stifling Iraq's attack phase. That is what's happening. As you can hear around us as well, you may be able to pick up over our microphones. Of course, other games still going on. Of course, we've got audiences to our left constantly looking and assessing all of these games going. Abraham, though, oh, what a strike that was.
Whoa. That was close.
That was very, very close indeed from Tammy Abraham. And again, if you are Montenegro, I don't know whether you look to park that bus.
Yeah, it's not easy because you know that on the other hand, your opponent is a very good scorer, a very good attacker. But for now, the plan is working. Montenegro is just one goal ahead. Is not too much.
It isn't. It isn't too much to overcome. I think interestingly though, with this, it's so delicately balanced because if you're Montenegro, how comfortable are you with the press? How comfortable are you with Iraq coming onto you and attacking you? How comfortable are you within the defensive phase of this game? We've seen it be defensive, but again, as the adage goes, defense wins championships, and if that proves to be the case, Montenegro might just find themselves a bit more involved here as Tammy Abraham gets forward and just had men in support to play the extra pass, instead tried to go for the shot, and instead Ferran Torres is coming the other way here. Is Memphis Depay, who's got a bit of a run and a bit of air between him and Mancini, but Mancini will soon close the gap.
Why did he try to bypass the defender? It was obvious that the defender will win if you would try to go inside. You have to go outside.
Yeah, the keys to victory for when you're up against players is to sharp turns, as we see Dybala in towards Pellegrini. Abraham recovers it. Pellegrini's back there, and again a big challenge in there from Araujo.
Good defending.
Is Karsdorp. De Jong battling for him. Eventually gets the ball to Dembele. Dembele spots a runner in the middle. That's great eyes from Iraq to see that. It's Memphis Depay. Oh, it's a brilliant finish. Wonderful goal. And as we hear from the cheers of the audience, they are very happy with that one.
We see some flags here. We see some people celebrating. It's 1-1. It gets to a tie. We will have 30 virtual minutes of fire, my friend.
Well, we may just, or, well, it depends actually. We're not too sure. If it was anything like the first game, we're going straight to penalties, which is even more tension. Rather than extra time, if it goes to penalties, I think we might need to just have a minute, just have a minute of silence maybe, because but it's a wonderful ball. And again, I highlighted that awareness. You've got to spot that run. I was explaining to some players yesterday in relation to the animations that you look for. If you see a player with his hand out, it means he's just about to go past the defender, which means that you know where the ball's going to go. And it's a great driven pass as it was.
It's 1-1. It's Iraq against Montenegro, match 2 of best of 3. The first match went to Iraq.
And the ball's through again. Here's Cristante. Big save. As I was about to say, Montenegro have been in this type of scenario before. We've seen game 2, and we've seen tight games, and we've seen them pull moments of brilliance out of nothing.
And now
they will need one more here.
Can you smell what they're cooking?
Yeah, I'll tell you what they're cooking up here is Shomadov's come on, Zalewski has come on, and they've got fresh legs on, but as have Barcelona. As we'll see here, ball going to go into the box, looking for Chris Smalling to head it on. It's deflected. It's another corner.
Another corner.
That's one of my old set pieces, that is, flicking it on at the near post and hoping somebody at the back post will just tunnel in and score. Here's Paulo Dybala. Goes over the top, though, this time. Sergio Busquets heads it clear. The ball is ricocheting about, and it will fall to Memphis Depay. Memphis Depay, Gavi. Oh, brilliant footwork from the Spaniard. Footwork again, brilliant footwork. Just can't find that extra pass as Mancini looks to win the foot race. Although, it was a defensive, it was dangerous. It was nasty is what that looked like.
Whoa!
And there's kicks and there's challenges flying in left, right and centre. As Roma and Montenegro recover the ball as Ibanez looks to super cancel and give a bit of opportunity, a bit of options here. It's Pellegrini.
Will someone break this tie?
Who knows? We're about to find out. But as you can see, that defensive play style seems to have kind of seeped into the Iraqi mindset here as Dembele, it's a brilliant ball to Ferran Torres. It's Depay, he's got 2 over if he can find him. It's a lob-through ball, he's offside. Ball's in the back of the net, but he is offside. And it's only just as well. It's half a foot in it. Big opportunity there. It's just half a foot in Iraq taking the lead here, but the ball and the game is not over. Wonderful pieces of skill there.
That was nice.
It's Ferran Torres. Ball is deflected into open play, and the Matthew Matic will look to clear his lines there. But
it looks like now Montenegro is trying to hug the penalties. Iraq wants to end this thing, wants to make one more goal and go ahead.
This is what's setting up for such tension, as we can feel it. It is almost something you can palpably feel in the room. You know, we're hearing the shouts of other games and other teams going on, but again, there's so many vested eyes and vested interest in this game as 88 minutes on the clock here. Can Iraq steal one here? It's Memphis Depay to Gavi. Gavi to Ousmane Dembele. Dembele looking to try and create some space, but there's 2 minutes on here, and that could be the last chance to Roma, if possible.
He had one more player on the left.
He did indeed, but again, Montenegro have been here before. Shomadov, that's a brilliant challenge from Kounde. And that is going to be full time, and we'll find out exactly what we're going to here.
Let's see what happens, my friends. First match was for Iraq. Second match was a tie, and now that tie will be broken. Look at these faces.
Well, we'll
Look at this guy's concentration. We're going to the penalty kicks.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah.
But that type of mindset may just be. It's Dembele to open it up, and there's Iraq to open up the penalty. It's going to be Stefan El Sharari against Marc-Andre ter Stegen. It's Italy versus Germany in all but name. Brilliant finish. Great penalty there.
1-1. If Iraq wins this penalty shootout, they go to the next round.
It's Ferran Torres against Rui Patricio. Big save! Big save from Montenegro. And can they press home?
He was showing where he's going to be standing.
Can he press home the advantage? Here's Paulo Dybala. Dybala scores! And that is advantage to Montenegro.
Montenegro needs to win this penalty shootout, however it takes, in order to go to a third match.
Depay, big finish. Again, we talk about that full power. Doesn't give enough time for a reaction to make the save, or if you are, you're already preloaded, ready for that save. As you'll see, all of these penalties be full powers. Shomurodov. Oh, it's at the post! And all of a sudden, we are back to level.
Back to level, 2 for each.
It's almost as if we didn't take a kick in the first place. It's Gavi against Rui Patricio. Big save!
Another save. Another save.
Big save indeed.
And now's the chance for Montenegro.
It's Poland versus Germany. Oh, it's a lovely little dink. Coolness personified.
Almost Panenka.
And now, Frenkie de Jong must score to keep them in it. Frenkie de Jong steps up. Brilliant finish.
And it's a goal.
This is a pressure kick. A pressure kick. And it is from
Players
Nemanja Matic.
Stretch their arms. If Montenegro makes this goal, it pushes everything to the next match.
Here we go. It's a slow run up. Save! We are now in sudden death penalties.
Sudden death. If Iraq wins this penalty shoot, he will come over to the next round. If Montenegro wins, he goes to the third match.
Here we go. It's Sergio Busquets. Busquets, down the middle. Brilliant pen. Again, you talk about that goalkeeper movement. It's just after the power bar goes, it's just to unseat a player. Because once you've selected which way you're going, as we'll see here, Pellegrini. Save!
And Iraq is on the next round. Iraq advances in the tournament. Claps and hugs from his friends.
Iraq. Whistles, as claps, as applause. And absolutely deserved.
Yeah, and he wipes it in 2 matches. Boom, boom. First match, it was a clear win. It was 4-0. Second match, it was a tie. Penalty shoot. Montenegro had the chance in 1 penalty to get away of this match and force match 3. Iraq was hard on the pressure.
Yep.
He recovered, and in the last penalty, he wiped out. It's a really good match. We saw a really good match.
Well, I asked during commentary, what mettle, what can we see from Iraq? Have they ever been down before? And if he wasn't down, he's certainly been now. But again, you talk about things that mentally will help you going forward in the competition. That there is a brilliant performance. And as we'll see from the highlights here, it was that mettle. It was that little bit of something else. As we'll see, brilliant finish there to open the scoring for Iraq in, I believe this is game 1. As we saw the deflection that went just wide, and there were chances that were there. And there were chances to, my favourite one is chances to have chances. You have that kind of almost pre-assist that you need. And there were those opportunities there for Montenegro, but it was Iraq that won the day. And again, it was first game, it was all Iraq.
Yeah, it was a
monologue.
It was a monologue. But on the second game, things got a little bit more balanced. Montenegro went out of the cave, of the defensive cave it had on the first match, and it was able to extend things as far as the penalty shootout.
Yeah, well, they got the first goal in the second game, and that was the bit of intrigue. It was, could you break the resolve? Could you get that opportunity? Could you make it work? And eventually, the resistance broke. It was 71 minutes gone. Memphis Depay off the bench. It was substitutes once more that proved the difference in a game of eFootball. And then we got down to penalties, which, to pardon the footballing expression, it's an absolute lottery.
Yes.
You can prepare as much as you can for it, but playing offline penalties in eFootball is a lot different to online because you have no sighter guide, so it's all feel, which is something that we didn't really look at. But you look at these penalty or the goalkeeper movements, it's all gamesmanship to go, okay, there's a bigger part there, you can go shoot at that, or you can shoot at the side where I'm stood. Either way, you're making it difficult for the opponent. So a little bit of gamesmanship there was all there to see. And again, it went down to sudden death. It went down to Sergio Busquets down the middle, and then it was a big save that was there from Pellegrini, and that was all that she wrote. So now, we are now through that stage of the competition.
That's it. Iraq goes to the round of 8.
Yep, so the round of 8, or as again, I know that we haven't necessarily got a graph here. I'm calling it the finals eliminator. That's what I like. I like it as being called a finals eliminator.
It's finals eliminators.
If you win in this next game, you go through to the finals. If you don't, you're through to the, as I would, well, I'm using your phrase this time. I'm not going to take your phrase, but we'll go through to the lucky losers bracket. So then we've got a whole different aspect to look at.
So let's see how far Mordor is. You have to go through Mordor with the ring, which is not easy. But I think these guys can make it because they are the best of the best.
They have been battle tested.
We have just one more match for you today. I still don't know how the quarterfinal will be, with which teams come from each side. You will know that in a minute. We will tell you that when we come back for the stream.
Yep.
But I mean that I think that for now.
Yeah, I think in terms of a conclusion, you can just take Iraq are free scoring. They still are able to do it. So, and also we've got to please don't forget we've also got the player stats that we've got to take a look at here as well. But again, it tells its own story. And you talked about kind of efficiency. You talked about the lack of the ball that Iraq had in that second game, 60% to 40%. You only have 40% of the ball, and you still make the option. You still make the ability to get that ball in. And again, only 107 passes from Iraq. So you can see there was a lot of ball retention from Montenegro, but of course, that big stat at the bottom of there, 27 interceptions, which is exactly
he was full defensive.
He was full defensive, but he managed to get a ball through, managed to get the goal, and then again, managed to compose himself for that penalty shootout.
That's the analysis of Guesa. Here we are sharing with you this International Esports Federations tournament, the one that brings 106 nations together to look for the best player in the world, in this case of eFootball 2023. So these are the final numbers of the game. I think we are already concluding this round of 16 players.
Yep.
Both of them were very good. Montenegro gets out of the competition.
Yep,
he cannot even reach, I think, the lucky losers.
Yep.
So we will be seeing again Iraq playing with this firepower. He will have to increase a little bit, I think, his ability on the second match.
Yep.
I think that the pressure took a toll on
I think
him.
he may not be necessarily used to going a goal down.
Exactly.
I think that might be the case. But we'll see how it all shakes out. Of course, I want to see who we've got in the quarterfinal because we still don't know. We've got to wait. We've got to wait and find. We'll find out at the same time as you.
We will find out very soon after this small break.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Okay, so today we have Jevon from Team Trinidad Tobago, the winner of the match of eFootball versus Chad. So after two convincing win, 3-0 and 6-0, what do you think about your performance?
I'm extremely happy about my performance today.
What is your key factor that helped you to win this match?
Play quick passes and play aggressive as possible.
Even though you already won the match with two convincing scores, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better in the next game?
Yes, I need to work on my passing and maybe sharpen up on my defense a little bit.
So you will face another country at the next matches. Will you use the same strategy that you're currently using, or do you have any new strategy?
I think I'll have to change it because this guy I'm going to play is at the top of the group, which is Iraq, so I need to be a little more conservative.
So if we see the game, it looks like it's one-sided. What do you think make it difficult for your opponent, Team Chad, to develop their game?
For me personally, I was able to stamp my authority in the game pretty early, and it was hard for him to come out his half because I was so high up the field.
So what do you think about their performance?
I think they could do better going into the next round.
So that's all the questions that I want to ask you. Congratulations for the win.
Thank you.
And I hope you do best in the next game.
Thank you.
So today we have the team of eFootball from Bahrain, the winner of the match against Tajikistan. So 3-1 for the first leg and 3-0 for the second leg. It was a very, very convincing win. What do you think about your performance?
صراحة بداية الجيم اثنين متوترين، مباراة تأهل يفوز يصعد. بس صراحة الخصم يعني ما كان سهل، بكأس العالم الكل محترفين، بس الحمد لله قبل الجول الثاني قرأت الخصم وسكت الملعب مثل ما تقول.
They were a bit nervous in the beginning, as you all know, they are champions playing in this World Championship, so every opponent is skillful, and it was very nervous at the start, but then he managed to get control of the ball. From there, he started scoring goals, and he calmed down a bit and took control of the situation, which led him to the win.
Okay, so what is the key factor that helped you to win both of the legs?
شنو العامل الأساسي اللي خلاك تفوز في المباراة؟
خبرة، أتوقع أني الحمد لله خبرة بطولات، ويعني عارف شلون أمسك روحي وقت المباراة الصعبة. يمكن الخصم ما كان عنده يعني خبرة بطولات، بس الخصم يعني اللعيب صراحة ما كان سهل وكلهم محترف في البطولة، بس الحمد لله والحمد لله الحمد لله.
As a general point, he has experience in tournaments and his trainings and the championships, previous experience before this championship. Nonetheless, the opponent has experience as well, but due to all the factors, he managed to keep himself composed during the game, which helped him a lot to win his opponent.
Okay, so even though you already dominated in both of the legs, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better for the next games?
مع ان انت فزت في المباراتين، في اشياء ممكن انت تتعلم من المباراه عشان تطور نفسك؟
اكيد يعني حتى الواحد لو كان لاعب محترف بعده بيصير احسن واحسن. التعامل الهاجمه يمكن ساعات ويا التوتر شوي يعني يفكر في وسط الجيم. اكيد نتعلم، حتى انت لاعب محترف بتتعلم اشياء يعني.
Of course, each match and each game that you play, there are always ways to improve. Even if you're a professional athlete, there are always space to improve, and that's what makes you develop from game to game.
Okay, so you will face another country in the next match that have various level of skills. Will you use the same strategy in the next game with the previous one?
في مواجهاتك الحين مع التيمات الجايه والمنتخبات الثانيه اللي تلعب فيها في المستقبل. هل بتستخدم نفس الاستراتيجية ولا بتغير الاستراتيجية؟
على حسب خصمي يعني لازم تلعب الخصم خطة مضادة واسلوب مضاد يعني خصوصا انت تلعب والكل يشوف لعبك فلازم يعني تصير ذكي ساعات في اللعبة يعني كل جيم له ظروفه.
Each and every game has its own situation, so it depends from game to game. You need to understand the opponent's strategy to develop and adapt a different strategy during the game. So there's no one answer that fits all. So each game has a separate strategy for it.
Okay. About the game versus Tajikistan, what do you think about the performance of your opponent?
كيف كنت تشوف اللاعب اللي عطتنا شنو امكانياته؟
صراحة لاعب ممتاز يعني بس يمكن من امس يمكن يفكروا قبل جيم التأهل يمكن يتسابع في هجمات بس بشكل عام يعني لاعب طاجكستان يعني ما كان سهل ولا واحد البطولة سهل بس ساعات يمكن حتى لو انقلب نتيجة يمكن توتر او في بث وهالاشياء بالعكس يعني اذا تلعب في بطولة غير انك في البيت تفوز بنتيجة عولة بس هني يعني الجول يفرق.
He's a skillful player, and nonetheless, everybody in this tournament are very skillful. So the chances were maybe when you go on stage, especially for the first time in this big event, creates some sort of nervousness, and that might affect your gameplay. So he thinks that part of the nervousness of the opponent made him do mistakes, which he capitalized on to get the win.
Okay. Next, I want to ask about your celebration. The commentators for several times commenting on the celebration that you made while you're playing. How did your celebrations help you to win this match?
السؤال يقول ان كل جول كنت تجيبه انك كنت تحتفل بهالجول فاحتفالك لهذه الاجزاء خلينا نقول في المباراه نفسها كيف تساعدك في تفكيرك وفي لعبك؟
ساعات يعني اذا الواحد يسجل جول تكون ردة فعله قويه ويصرخ او شيء خلاص الجيم يعني الخصم يمكن يتوتر اكثر او انت بنفسك تشجع الجيم وتدافع احسن من المباراه.
Saying celebrating gets the emotion out and it helps me to live the moment and keep my energy high. Plus it affects the opponent by making him even more nervous. So that's it is more of keeping the momentum of the energy, which works in his favor.
Okay, understood. So that's all the questions that I want to ask to you. Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best for the next games.
بس حاب من المنظر حاب اشكر سمو الشيخ خالد بن حمد والشيخ ناصر على دعمهم حق الرياضه والمنتخبات بشكل عام. حاب اشكرهم على هالشيء لو ما وصلت لها المكان وتاهلت بالعكس هالفوز يحدي حق البحرين وسمو الشيخ خالد وسمو الشيخ ناصر البحرين تستاهل ان شاء الله القادم افضل.
He said a final word and he wants to thank His Highness Sheikh Nasser and His Highness Sheikh Khalid for their support and for the Olympic Committee in Bahrain and the Federation to the support that they're giving the esports player for him to reach at this stage and represent the country.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Esports here, their si Lai.
Wah, extra ya. Hello everybody, we have Jesse An here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga.
So the next question is who is the top of opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya.
Thank you Kak Jessia.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting tougher, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy! So, how is it? Exciting, isn't it? We're exploring more other booth tomorrow, so stay tuned and cheerio!
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because it's
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournament in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Okay, so today we have Jevon from Team Trinidad Tobago, the winner of the match of eFootball versus Chad. So after two convincing wins, 3-0 and 6-0, what do you think about your performance?
I'm extremely happy about my performance today.
What is your key factor that helped you to win this match?
Play quick passes and play aggressive as possible.
Even though you already won the match with two convincing scores, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better in the next game?
Yes, I need to work on my passing and maybe sharpen up on my defense a little bit.
So you will face another country at the next matches. Will you use the same strategy that you're currently using, or do you have any new strategy?
I think I'll have to change it because this guy I'm going to play is at the top of the group, which is Iraq, so I need to be a little more conservative.
So if you see the game, it's look like it's one-sided.
Yeah.
What do you think make it difficult for your opponent, Team Chad, to develop their game?
For me personally, I was able to stamp my authority in the game pretty early, and it was hard for him to come out his half because I was so high up the field.
So what do you think about their performance?
I think they could do better going into the next round.
Okay. So that's all the questions that I want to ask you. Congratulations for the win.
Thank you.
And I hope you do best in the next game.
Thank you.
So today we have the team of eFootball from Bahrain, the winner of the match against Tajikistan. So 3-1 for the first leg and 3-0 for the second leg. It was a very, very convincing win. What do you think about your performance?
صراحة بداية الجيم اثنين متوترين، مباراة تأهل يفوز يصعد. بس صراحة الخصم يعني ما كان سهل، يعني بكأس العالم الكل محترفين، بس الحمد لله قبل الجول الثاني قرأت الخصم وسكت الملعب مثل ما تقول.
They were a bit nervous in the beginning, as you all know, they are champions playing in this World Championship, so every opponent is skillful, and it was very nervous at the start, but then he managed to get control of the ball. From there, he started scoring goals, and he calmed down a bit and took control of the situation, which led him to the win.
Okay, so what is the key factor that helped you to win both of the legs?
شنو العامل الاساسي اللي خلاك تفوز في المباراة؟
خبرة، اتوقع اني الحمد لله خبرة بطولات، ويعني عارف شلون امسك روحي وقت المباراة الصعبة. يمكن الخصم ما كان عنده يعني خبرة بطولات، بس الخصم يعني اللعيب صراحة ما كان سهل وكلهم محترف البطولة، بس الحمد لله والحمد لله الحمد لله.
As a general point, he has experience in tournaments and his trainings and the championships, previous experience before this championship. Nonetheless, the opponent has experience as well, but due to all the factors, he managed to keep himself composed during the game, which helped him a lot to win his opponent.
Okay, so even though you already dominated in both of the legs, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better for the next games?
مع ان انت فزت في المباراتين، في اشياء ممكن انت تتعلم منها المباراه عشان تطور نفسك.
اكيد يعني حتى الواحد لو كان لاعب محترف بعده بيصير احسن واحسن. التعامل الهجمه يمكن ساعات ويا التوتر شوي يعني يفكر في وسط الجيم. اكيد نتعلم، حتى انت لاعب محترف بتتعلم اشياء يعني.
Of course, each match and each game that you play, there are always ways to improve. Even if you're a professional athlete, there are always space to improve, and that's what makes you develop from game to game.
Okay, so you will face another country in the next match that have various level of skills. Will you use the same strategy in the next game with the previous one?
في مواجهاتك الحين مع التيمات الجايه، المنتخبات الثانيه اللي بتلعب فيها في المستقبل. هل بتستخدم نفس الاستراتيجية ولا بتغير الاستراتيجية؟
على حسب خصمي يعني لازم تتعامل خصم خطة مضادة واسلوب مضاد يعني خصوصا ان تلعب والكل يشوف لعبك فلازم يعني تصير ذكي ساعات في اللعبة يعني كل جيم له ظروفه.
Each and every game has its own situation, so it depends from game to game. You need to understand the opponent's strategy to develop and adapt a different strategy during the game. So there's no one answer that fits all. So each game has a separate strategy for it.
Okay. About the game versus Tajikistan, what do you think about the performance of your opponent?
كيف كنت تشوف اللاعب اللي احنا عقدنا شنو امكانياته؟
صراحة لاعب ممتاز يعني بس يمكن من امس يمكن يفكر او قبل جيم التأهل يمكن يتسرع في هجمات بس بشكل عام يعني لاعب طاجكستان يعني ما كان سهل ولا واحد البطولة سهل بس ساعات يمكن حتى لو انقلب نتيجة يمكن توتر او في بث وهالاشياء بالعكس يعني اذا تلعب في بطولة غير عنك في البيت تفوز بنتيجة عولة بس هني يعني الجول يفرق.
He's a skillful player, and nonetheless, everybody in this tournament are very skillful. So the chances were maybe when you go on stage, especially for the first time in this big event, creates some sort of nervousness, and that might affect your gameplay. So he thinks that part of the nervousness of the opponent made him do mistakes, which he capitalized on to get the win.
Okay. Next, I want to ask about your celebration. The commentators for several times commenting on the celebration that you made while you're playing. How did your celebrations help you to win this match?
السؤال يقول ان كل جول كنت تجيبه انك كنت تحتفل بهالجول احتفالك لهذه الاجزاء خلينا نقول في المباراه نفسها كيف تساعدك في تفكيرك وفي لعبك؟
ساعات يعني اذا الواحد يسجل جول تكون ردة فعله قويه ويصرخ او شيء خلاص الجيم يعني الخصم يمكن يتوتر اكثر او انت بنفسك تشجع الجيم وتدافع احسن من المباراه.
Saying celebrating gets the emotion out and it helps me to live the moment and keep my energy high. Plus it affects the opponent by making him even more nervous. So that's it is more of keeping the momentum of the energy, which works in his favor.
Okay, understood. So that's all the questions that I want to ask to you. Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best for the next games.
بس حاب من المنظر حاب اشكر سمو الشيخ بن حمد والشيخ ناصر على دعمهم حق الرياضه والمنتخبات بشكل عام. حاب اشكرهم على هالشيء لو ما وصلت لها المكان وتاهلت بالعكس هالفوز حق البحرين وسمو الشيخ خالد وسمو الشيخ ناصر البحرين تستاهل ان شاء الله القدم افضل.
He said a final word and he wants to thank His Highness Sheikh Nasser and His Highness Sheikh Khalid for their support and for the Olympic Committee in Bahrain and the Federation to the support that they're giving the esports player for him to reach at this stage and represent the country.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
I cannot tell everyone to do just like it because I am me right now.
Actually, when I go into the esports scene, there's a guy who always wants me to
everybody. We have Kesian here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanna ask you. So the first question is, what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
Okay, so the next question is, who is the top of opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya.
Thank you Kak Kesian.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting louder, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy! So, how is it? Exciting, isn't it? We're exploring more other boat tomorrow, so stay tuned and cheerio!
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome detail. Awesome detail. Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournaments in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Okay, so today we have Jevon from Team Trinidad Tobago, the winner of the match of eFootball versus Chad. So after two convincing win, 3-0 and 6-0, what do you think about your performance?
I'm extremely happy about my performance today.
What is your key factor that helped you to win this match?
Take quick passes and play aggressive as possible.
Even though you already won the match with two convincing scores, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better in the next game?
Yes, I need to work on my passing and maybe sharpen up on my defense a little bit.
So you will face another country at the next matches. Will you use the same strategy that you're currently using, or do you have any new strategy?
I think I'll have to change it because this guy I'm going to play is at the top of the group, which is Iraq, so I need to be a little more conservative.
So if you see the game, it's look like it's one-sided. What do you think make it difficult for your opponent, Team Chad, to develop their game?
For me personally, I was able to stamp my authority in the game pretty early, and it was hard for him to come out his half because I was so high up the field.
So what do you think about their performance?
I think they could do better going into the next round.
Okay. So that's all the questions that I want to ask you. Congratulations for the win.
Thank you.
And I hope you do best in the next game.
Thank you.
So today we have the team of eFootball from Bahrain, the winner of the match against Tajikistan. So 3-1 for the first leg and 3-0 for the second leg. It was a very, very convincing win. What do you think about your performance?
صراحة بداية الجيم اثنين متوترين، مباراة تأهل فوز يصعد. بس صراحة الخصم يعني ما كان سهل، بكأس العالم الكل محترفين، بس الحمد لله قبل الجول الثاني قرأت الخصم وسكت الملعب مثل ما تقول.
They were a bit nervous in the beginning, as you all know, they are champions playing in this World Championship, so every opponent is skillful, and it was very nervous at the start, but then he managed to get control of the ball. From there, he started scoring goals, and he calmed down a bit and took control of the situation, which led him to the win.
Okay, so what is the key factor that helped you to win both of the legs?
شنو العامل الاساسي اللي خلاك تفوز في المباراة؟
خبرة، اتوقع ان الحمد لله خبرة بطولات، ويعني عارف شلون امسك روحي وقت المباراة الصعبة. يمكن الخصم ما كان عنده يعني خبرة بطولات، بس الخصم يعني اللعيب صراحة ما كان سهل وكلهم محترف البطولة، بس الحمد لله والحمد لله الحمد لله.
As a general point, he has experience in tournaments and his trainings and the championships, previous experience before this championship. Nonetheless, the opponent has experience as well, but due to all the factors, he managed to keep himself composed during the game, which helped him a lot to win his opponent.
Okay, so even though you already dominated in both of the legs, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better for the next games?
مع ان انت فزت في المباراتين، في اشياء ممكن انت تتعلم منها المباراه عشان تطور نفسك؟
اكيد يعني حتى الواحد لو كان لاعب محترف بعده بيصير احسن واحسن. التعامل الهاجمه يمكن ساعات ويا التوتر شوي يعني يفكر في وسط الجيم. اكيد نتعلم، حتى انت لاعب محترف بتتعلم الاشياء يعني.
Of course, each match and each game that you play, there are always ways to improve. Even if you're a professional athlete, there are always space to improve, and that's what makes you develop from game to game.
Okay, so you will face another country in the next match that have various level of skills. Will you use the same strategy in the next game with the previous one?
في مواجهاتك الحين مع التيمات الجايه والمنتخبات الثانيه اللي تلعب فيها في المستقبل. هل بتستخدم نفس الاستراتيجية ولا بتغير الاستراتيجية؟
على حسب خصمي يعني لو زاد عن الخصم خطة مضادة واسلوب مضاد يعني خصوصا انت تلعب والكل يشوف لعبك فلازم يعني تصير ذكي ساعات في اللعبة يعني كل جيم له ظروفه.
Each and every game has its own situation, so it depends from game to game. You need to understand the opponent's strategy to develop and adapt a different strategy during the game. So there's no one answer that fits all. So each game has a separate strategy for it.
Okay. About the game versus Tajikistan, what do you think about the performance of your opponent?
كيف كنت تشوف اللاعب اللي عطتنا شنو امكانياته؟
صراحة لاعب ممتاز يعني بس يمكن من امس يمكن يفكر او قبل جيم التأهل يمكن يتسابع في هجمات بس بشكل عام يعني لاعب طاجكستان يعني ما كان سهل ولا واحد البطولة سهل بس ساعات يمكن حتى لو واحد انقلب نتيجة يمكن توتر او في بث وهالاشياء بالعكس يعني اذا تلعب في بطولة غير عنك في البيت تفوز بنتيجة عولة بس هني يعني جول يفرق.
He's a skillful player, and nonetheless, everybody in this tournament are very skillful. So the chances were maybe when you go on stage, especially for the first time in this big event, creates some sort of nervousness, and that might affect your gameplay. So he thinks that part of the nervousness of the opponent made him do mistakes, which he capitalized on to get the win.
Okay. Next, I want to ask about your celebration. The commentators for several times commenting on the celebration that you made while you're playing. How did your celebrations help you to win this match?
السؤال يقول ان كل جول كنت تجيبه انك كنت تحتفل بهالجول احتفالك لهذه الاجزاء خلينا نقول في المباراه نفسها كيف تساعدك في تفكيرك وفي لعبك؟
ساعات يعني اذا الواحد يسجل جول تكون ردة فعله قويه او يصرخ او شيء خلاص الجيم يعني الخصم يمكن يتوتر اكثر او انت بنفسك تشجع الجيم وتدافع احسن من المباراه.
Saying celebrating gets the emotion out and it helps me to live the moment and keep my energy high. Plus it affects the opponent by making him even more nervous. So that's it is more of keeping the momentum of the energy, which works in his favor.
Okay, understood. So that's all the questions that I want to ask to you. Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best for the next games.
بس حاب من المنظر حاب اشكر سمو الشيخ خالد بن حمد والشيخ ناصر على دعمهم حق الرياضه والمنتخبات بشكل عام. حاب اشكرهم على هالشيء لو ما وصلت لها المكان وتاهلت بالعكس هالفوز يحدي حق البحرين وسمو الشيخ خالد وسمو الشيخ ناصر البحرين تستاهل ان شاء الله القادم افضل.
He said a final word and he wants to thank His Highness Sheikh Nasser and His Highness Sheikh Khalid for their support and for the Olympic Committee in Bahrain and the Federation to the support that they're giving the esports player for him to reach at this stage and represent the country.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
When I go to the esports here, there's Pasir Gai, who always me, who always
Hello everybody, we have Kesian here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
So the next question is who is the top of opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Thank you Kak Kesian.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome.
So creative.
This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa kerambahan Indonesia ke dunia.
warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true.
Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
And welcome once again for this marvelous tournament. We're here in Wonderful, Indonesia. We're here in Bali. I'm with Weza. Weza, we're going into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, this is where all the marbles are on the line. We have the last 8 that are present here today. Of course, a little bit of fortune for them. If they lose at this stage, they go into the lucky losers bracket, as we've called it. If they do win, though, they go through to the finals.
So
and
it's not so lethal, but you know you don't want to have an extra.
Well, do you want a day off? It's
No,
essentially the
of course
question here.
not.
Is the day? Do you want a day off? Do you not
No.
want to go into losers
No.
bracket? In which case, you've got to win 2 out of 3 here. Now, looking at the last 8 teams, or looking at the last 8 matchups, we could have picked any for our broadcast, quite literally. But we do have a mouth-watering tie in Brazil versus Turkey coming up for you. It is a tale of 2 fan bases, as we've seen Brazil's fantastically quick feet already on day 2 against the Netherlands. This time, though, we will get to see Turkey, who, again, from my information or from my understanding of how I've seen Mujahid play in tournaments past, has got a very good defensive rearguard action and can tear you apart on the counter. So this is lining up to be that kind of main event feel as we talk about.
Yes, the typical clash of styles. One of the players is very fast, very straightforward, very into the attack. The other one starts from the defense and builds a fort from where he shoots.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's about building a foundation of a house. It starts off with those foundations, and a player of Mujahid's quality will have that foundation in abundance. But as we saw in terms of the trickery and the footwork from Brazil, they will displace anything that is put in their path, because you just can't predict what is coming from Facil 10. You just can't predict it. And you know, I spoke to the Netherlands. I spoke to Jos afterwards, and he was talking about how hard it was to kind of defend that movement, because it was so rapid, and it's nothing like we've ever kind of seen on a competitive level. This kind of almost is a little bit of kind of like the new breed play style that we can sometimes see. So you know, again, it's all action that we're going to see here today.
So it's ready for starting time almost. Is Brazil against Turkey? Is Turkey against Brazil?
But of course, first we will run through some details that we can obviously see through as we'll cut to some of our graphics here that will tell you about the tournament format. And as we kind of touched on, the games that you'll now see now are essentially the quarterfinals of today's tournament.
Yes.
They're not necessarily the quarterfinals of the whole tournament, but the winners of today will go through to that main event. But the losers will go through to the lucky losers bracket and will have an opportunity.
We are on the big square that says play in.
Yeah, we're on play in 32 teams. And of course, there's 2 teams to each match. And that's what we have seen today. Of course, games are best of 3. So you need 2 victories to go through. And that's the key point here, guys. 2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're into a loser's bracket.
Exactly. So after that, we will meet with Serbia, Mexico and Indonesia. And from that on, we're going directly to the prize, which is a total of $25,000. First prize, $12,000. Second prize, $8,000. And the third prize, $5,000. Where must I sign?
Yeah, I was going to say, where do you sign up to play?
Yeah, of course.
Unfortunately, with no England here, my kind of almost hometown hopes kind of went by the wayside with Wales, sadly. I believe your hopes are still alive, though, as Argentina do play in one of the other quarterfinals.
Yes, Ray Moriles is still in the game.
Which we will hopefully bring some data to you, or you may be able to follow on social media after the games have concluded. I'm sure many a player will be posting about their experience and posting about where they've got to in the tournament, so feel free to follow them on social media.
Of course, of course. And this is the top scorers. As by now, it's the Iraqi player with 50 goals under his belt. Look at the region. So the top scorers speak Arab.
Yeah,
I must say.
But as an Arab community and as an Arab following, in terms of the countries you look who have been brilliant here at this tournament, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, of course, are in a mammoth tie against Spain behind us as well. That, as we said, in terms of the regions that have kind of come to play here, everybody has been well represented, but also the kind of the best, as we've said, the best players are coming through, and they're not necessarily from the most, the nations that we would normally point to. Your European sides. There's some shocks coming through, and as we said at the start of day one, this is a tournament that will provide an opportunity and a platform for players to come through and go, hey, this is my level of play.
Exactly.
You may not know me, but you'll know me after this. And I feel like we've got that with Iraq, with Saudi Arabia, and as we can see, Tunisia, the United Arab Emirates, they've been very good. Turkey is still here as well.
Turkey that it's playing right now.
Which of course, Mujahid is a great player, has represented clubs at club level, but of course he's met with the mammoth task of Footy Facile 10 and Brazil v Turkey. Again, in terms of fandoms, you see all the time about Turkey and everybody just getting behind them as a country. And the same could be said for Brazil. Of course, if you are tuning in from those countries, good morning to you, because of course the time difference here in Bali, we're ahead 8 hours. As you rightly told me, Turkey are probably just getting up and Brazil may be half asleep.
We may be having someone from Turkey with a coffee. We may be having someone to Brazil with some caipirinha, dancing a little bit,
it may just
thinking if they go to sleep or not.
Yeah, but in terms of the tie itself, it couldn't be tighter between these two players. And again, we talk about intrigue, we talk about interest, we talk about, for example, the chat, and we keep everybody informed. This is why this match has been chosen here. Foot Facile, as you can see on your left-hand side, 75 shots, 54 on target, 31 goals, averaging 3.8 goals a game with 55% possession. On your right, Mujahid, 83 shots, 60 on target, 41 goals, averaging 4.1 goals a game.
I think it's the most balanced head-to-head that we had until now.
And that is why it's so important to see these types of games, because you don't know what's going to happen. As much as we love to sit here, and we will talk about our predictions shortly, as much as we love to sit here and talk about our predictions, you won't know until the game boots up as to how it's going to go. And that, for me, is the level that we're looking at here now. You talk about the very best, and you talk about the best of the best. We've got two of them right here.
Exactly. These are two of the best players in the world, and you will have the pleasure to see them play to the best of three. One will go through in the tournament, the other one will have to put just one more effort in his bag, because from now on we have a lucky loser round.
Yep.
But you want to go bow. You want to win this game, because it also makes the other players to be more aware of how they will play you. It's not the same if you come winning.
Yeah.
That is, okay, this guy, he comes, by chance.
Yeah.
So here we are almost ready. This is the Brazilian player.
Yeah, Brazil, they're looking relatively relaxed. Mujahid, again, headphones in. Again, for some people at home, they may be going, oh, well, why would you put music in? Some players play better with music. Some players play better without hearing the game noise, because, you can kind of develop that coldness, you can develop that ability. And I think, looking at both of these players, it is so tight to call. But interestingly, if I'm thinking about the losers bracket, I wouldn't want to play either one of these guys in there either. So it's now almost become a little bit of an eFootball Shark Tank within Bali. So, as much as we have the local wildlife, sharks might just be on the menu just now.
Well, I mean, these are the 8 best players, so all of them are really possible champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, of course, you mentioned we've got Indonesia, Serbia, and Mexico still to come. And, of course, Indonesia being the home nation, they've got the Indonesian Football E-League. They've got, in terms of Serbia, you've got a regional champion who, as we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, in Roxa. And Mexico have got, again, we talk about fandoms in South America. Mexico, passionate as anything about their country, and we'll be very happy to see a Mexican representative in the final 8. So, I think we're all about ready to go. I think we're under starters' orders. I think we're just waiting to see what we've predicted, I think, realistically.
Yes, I think so. And in fact, in the prediction standings, it's 2-1 for you. right?
It's almost
right
like
now.
I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I will.
Oh no,
I will
that's
give you
just
that
a
one.
joke. That's a joke. That's a
I will
joke.
give you that one. That's no problem at all. So I think in this case, not because of the South American derby, by no means.
Yeah, no, we don't carry bias
here. I
here.
didn't realize about that.
Yeah.
I think I will go with Turkey.
Well, as I mentioned, because we had a look at the ability of Brazil already, we saw the footwork, we saw the feints, we saw the little moments of hesitation. It makes it so hard to defend against that because, again, you go one step too close, you're too close, he'll take it round you. You go one step back, he's got an opportunity to shoot. And it puts such a doubt in the defender and in the defending player's mind that actually you don't know what to do. And again, as you've glanced over to our left, there again is no seat left in the house. It's standing room only. If you get in here after this, it's just people standing. Nobody wants to miss this.
And we have a lot of the players here because, of course, they want to keep an eye on how the tournament develops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who they will encounter in the next round, who is going home. So this is a very important match. Two of the best players in this round are going to go head-to-head.
Yep.
Brazil and Turkey, as Wetza said before, one of them specializes in the forward part, in the attacking part. The other one specializes in the defense part.
And it'll be interesting to see whether, again, from that offense versus defense mentality, it'll be interesting to see whether Mujahid can frustrate Football. It'll be interesting to see if that can be done, because at the moment, and as we've seen only from the footage that we have on game film and from the results that we've seen, nobody's been able to really frustrate him just yet. So
exactly.
Now will be the time to decide whether you can or whether you can't. And again, it's dangerous if you can't disrupt him. But as somebody used to say about their teams, you know, to stop us, you have to kick us. And maybe that is a mentality you've got to go with.
Exactly.
I don't know. But
exactly.
And of course, as well, don't forget, we're only talking about the nations and the players here. We've still got to figure out who they're playing with.
Exactly. And are they changing the teams that brought them here?
Well, that's it. That's the $1 million question, or as I coined it earlier, the $25,000 question.
Okay. So I think we will see this in just some seconds.
I think we're all about ready to go here. I think we're just waiting. I think we're just waiting to hit. It's the starter's orders. It's like waiting to start the race. So you're waiting for the starting pistol, and I think we've just about had it hit. And instead, it is going to be FC Bayern Munich versus Manchester United. So interestingly, a change in sides here. We've got Brazil going from left to right. We have got Turkey going from right to left. And it's Ryan Gravenberch to start us off here. Joshua Kimmich. Again, we talk about these feints. We talk about these super cancels. We'll talk about all these skill moves that you're going to see. Here's Marcel Sabitzer. It's given away to Rafael Varane. As you can hear, other games going on and other goals being celebrated. Unfortunately, we won't have that information directly for you.
Turkey
but I am
with
sure
the white shirt, Brazil with the red shirt.
They indeed with the white shirt, and indeed with Manchester United, it's Bruno Fernandes, it's Anthony. Strangely, Anthony starting. So, again, for Mujahid, the stamina issue with Anthony may not necessarily be something he's looking at. He might not believe in it. As we see the corner, it's going to come floating in here. Ronaldo at the back post, very close indeed. It's
very close angles also, as we were talking before. That's one takeaway that I will take for this tournament is don't always insist on having that comfortable shot.
Yeah.
If these guys who are champions are choosing to get the difficult shot, that's because of something.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to shoot on instinct. It's do but don't think. If you don't think about it, sometimes your instinct will work better for you. And as a result, we will see a little bit more variation in terms of the shots. Is Sabitzer, Upamecano, Mane, Upamecano. Again, these little feints just to try and unseat that Turkish defence is Joshua Kimmich. Kimmich looking forward here. Again, dispossessed by Axel Tuanzebe. It's Marcus Rashford. Again, dispossessed by Pavard in midfield. And now a little bit of an opportunity breaking open here. Here's Leroy Sané. It's Bruno Fernandes that will take it away here. Here's Anthony.
Until now, nobody had clear opportunities to make a goal. Just one by Manchester United, but it was far from being dangerous.
Absolutely, but as this game evolves and as this game moves forward, you will find these games get slightly more open. Of course, fatigue is always counting down here. There's a mistake from Gravenberch. It's Ronaldo to Rashford. It's Rashford double touch inside. Great manual save from Manuel Neuer.
That was close.
That's not a pun either. Manuel Neuer is not fully manual. I'll say that for nothing. But brilliant save from him. And again, that was close. In case the double touch opens up the lane to get the shot away quickly. And instead, it will be a goal kick. And you can hear goals going in around us. It feels like it's going goal crazy around us. We're waiting for this one to take to its fire. Here's Sadio Mane. Mane in towards Sabitzer. Harry Maguire will intercept and will take it away for Marcus Rashford.
Good interception there.
Very good interception indeed. Great eyes for Lita. Fred down the line to Marcus Rashford. Has Ronaldo in the middle. Can't find him though.
Nice back heel in the defense.
Yeah, this is going to be who will blink first. What skill are we going to see here? It's Choupo-Moting to Leroy Sané. Sané down the line to Sadio Mane. Mane being used to great effect, but again,
he was passing tiki-taka until the last step. At the last step, he tried to dribble to no avail, so now everything starts once again.
Just testing that fort, as you mentioned pre-game. It's testing the fort of Turkey. Here's Sadio Mane. Taken away by Aaron Wan-Bissaka. There's a defensive line push there from Brazil, just in case there's a counter-attack, just try and push people forward.
And there's a lot of friction, a lot of people bumping by, and that's what makes the game so stop.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot on the line for both of these nations, and both of these nations will want to put their best foot forward in game one of this series.
It's not fluid at all. The match is not fluid.
It's cagey. It's gritty. It's nasty. We're waiting for something to just spark into life, and I'm sure one of these players will provide that. As we see,
all
Joshua
of that
Kimmich.
Can be said about my sister. Hi.
Indeed. Maybe.
No, come indeed.
You said it, not me.
Yeah.
Here's Leroy Sané. Sané looking down the line here. We're looking for Leroy Sané in towards Ryan Gravenberch. Gravenberch looking to just, again, feel his way out there. Casemiro, though, coming out to disrupt, as we've seen him do so many times already this tournament. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo in towards Bruno Fernandes, just looking across for Anthony, but Lucas Hernandez will cover. Here's Leroy Sané, heads it down to Sadio Mane. Mane looking on to Sané. Here's Sabitzer, back to Sané. Sabitzer getting near enough, getting away there. Harry Maguire just backing into his goalkeeper, a little bit casual for him, but ball is cleared away by De Gea, but it's come straight back in the way of Brazil. Here is Leroy Sané, Gravenberch, Sabitzer. Here's Joshua Kimmich. Kimmich looking potentially inbound there. Here's Sabitzer, here's Mane. Mane back to Kimmich, testing that line of defence, but Casemiro comes out and deals with the problem. Here's Marcus Rashford. Rashford down the line to Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo looking to hold it up, but Matthias de Ligt fouls, and it's adjudged to have been too heavy. And it gives a bit of a free kick and a bit of a platform for Turkey to have a look at the goal here.
So, for now, it's 0-0. Turkey with the Manchester United with the white shirts. Brazil with the Bayern Munich with the red shirts.
It's so delicately poised here. It's Leroy Sané. Sané, double touch. Dummy. Just it's so many things to call out here that Brazil are doing here that it's very hard, even as a caster, to keep up. Here's Sabitzer, Choupo-Moting, Sadio Mane. Blocked away again. Resilient defending from Turkey.
Well, we said it before the match. Turkish specialty is the defense. He has no rush. He doesn't fear at Brazil attacking with so much people. He expects the ball there to defend and to see if he can have at least one or two clear opportunities to strike.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a very much a mutual respect between these two players, because neither one of them has really broke ranks here to try and do something completely outlandish. You can see both are trying to execute their own game plans, and nobody's really taking it on here. Here's Choupo-Moting with potentially the last opportunity of the half. It's Sabitzer, takes a dummy. Foul given on the edge of the box. It's not a penalty, thankfully for Turkey, but this is going to be potentially could be a problem here. If Leroy Sané can find the right move here. Sané into the box, looking for Sadio Mane. Head clear by Harry Maguire, and it's eventually cleared. And That's as entertaining as a stalemate as you're going to see. You know, we talk about games having loads of goals. Sometimes it's the games that have no goals that provide the most.
How quick this went.
Yeah, it's how quick. It's always this high level of gameplay because neither one of these players will want to let the ball go out of play. They'll always want the ball.
You know, on the partial stats, Bayern Munich had 62% possession.
Yeah,
that's quite a difference.
Dominated possession, but again, it's all been in front of the box. It's all been. It's not been positive possession, as I would call it. It's in and around the opponent's box, but they've not found that last link to get it into the box. As we see Fred starting off for Turkey here is Anthony. Anthony, double touch in towards the box, looking for Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh! Advantage Turkey.
On the first one, as we said, he built his team from the defense, and when he gets a chance, he strikes. And that's exactly what he done. He is not on a rush. He doesn't have any sense of urgency, any problem. And it was just one
great pass there, completely all the way through the defense. And as you may have heard over the commentary line here, you heard the audience with the traditional and almost can say regular celebration of Ronaldo. Sue was echoing around the arena as we heard it. And again, now the question comes: how many times have Brazil been down in competition? How many times have they been under pressure? How many times have they had to crack a defense that they...
And how many times did they went against defense specialist?
Exactly that indeed. Here's Marcel Sabitzer, though. It may not last long. Great save from David De Gea.
It was the difficult ball after the goal.
Now you can hear other goals going in around us, as you may be able to hear. Of course, our focus is on this game here because it is so delicately poised. As Brazil look to try and find a way back through. That's a bit of a mistake, and that will gift the ball back. Here's Casemiro to Anthony. Anthony to Ronaldo. Dispossessed by Gravenberch. Now the ball's got to move a little bit quicker. Here's Leroy Sané, finds a ball through the line to Sadio Mane. Choupo-Moting's at the back post. Sabitzer's arriving at the edge of the box if he wants him. It's still Sadio Mane, little bit too much on the skills. No foul was given. And Aaron Wan-Bissaka will clear that away. Lucas Hernandez will win that back. Here's Gravenberch to Kimmich. Gravenberch, chance is not over. Here's Sadio Mane, he's got one more over. It's Leroy Sané, goes to the outside of the box. Great save, Joshua Kimmich!
And
equaliser!
The rebound went straight to the goal. The first one couldn't get in. The goalie gave a bad rebound.
Indeed.
The rebound to the middle is always a dangerous one.
Indeed it is. It's constantly knocking at the door.
Yeah.
So Brazil, great reaction from you. Great reaction to what was almost what you feel like it was a flash goal, or if it was in boxing, it's a flash knockdown, and you get back up and you try and go again. But
and everything that Turkey was doing great in defense was not accompanied by what the goalkeeper did. The goalkeeper gave a very, very bad rebound, and it just needed a simple touch from the attacker to be able to score. One for Turkey, one for Brazil.
And as we said before, it doesn't matter how it goes into the back of the net, whether it's a ricochet, whether it's a deflection, whether it's a rebound, these all count the same. It's all one goal, regardless of if it goes flying into the back of the net or whether it trickles in there. It does not matter a point. As a stunning cross goes in towards Sadio Mane. Mane looks to take the touchdown time. Sabitzer, goalkeeper's out. Oh, that was very close.
That was very dangerous.
That is a brilliant challenge from Turkey. The job, or the defensive job, is not over there, but if you noticed, if you watched that back, the eagle-eyed viewers at home, the manual goalkeeper had come all the way out. If that challenge doesn't go in, Sabitzer has got an open look at potentially tapping this in for 2-1.
Exactly.
Now all of a sudden there's a corner to defend, and we can see that there's tactical changes here too.
For the other player, the Brazilian player, now you know that the Turkish player wants sometimes to get his goalie out of the goal.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, that's those little pieces of detail that you have to keep in the back of your mind, and it will present some doubt within Brazil's
I will try
mind.
to trick him.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes a whole new mind game as the ball goes into the box. Fred heads it clear. subs are on for both teams. I believe it's Eriksson and Martial that are on for
Be careful with this one.
Manchester United. You've got to be careful exactly here. Here's Ronaldo. He's got Martial on with fresh legs against Lucas Hernandez, but Hernandez's strength plays the part there and gets the ball back and away.
The second dribble was not a good one.
No, indeed it wasn't. And again, if you're looking at keeping score at home, Tell is on for Bayern Munich. Kingsley Coman's come on as well. So you have, again, as we said, players have got the full rosters to take into account here of what they can do. And to see here that Joshua Kimmich plays the ball nicely down the line. It's Tell versus Varane. Here's a bit of a foot race. Varane wins it. And David De Gea will clear that away. Here's Twanzebe to Rafael Varane. 20 in-game minutes left on the clock here, plus injury time. Bit of a mistake from Fred there. Here's Kimmich back to Gravenberch. If Brazil can recycle this, they might do some damage. Musiala, the other substitute, came on. Double touch into Sadio Mane. Mane, double touch once more. Plays it one more out wide to Kingsley Coman. He has men in the middle. Wan-Bissaka's gone to challenge, and it's cleared away once more.
That was a tough one.
It is a tough one, and McNeil has come on as well for Manchester United. Again, we talked about those talented youngsters at Manchester United. In uniform stats, some people may look at this and say, oh, what would you bring on McNeil? Again, it's these attributes that players will look at.
If this match ends as a tie, we will go to a penalty kick.
Yeah, and that in itself, as we said before, is a lottery, but it will. We promised drama. I think we might just have some more before the end of this regulation time here. Sadio Mane tries to chip it in towards Tell. Just too much on it for
That was
Tell.
a very good ball, a very dangerous ball, in depth, a depth pass.
Yeah, it was indeed. It was just a little bit too cute for Tell to get on the end of, as it appears to be Brazil that have kind of taken the ascendancy here. They've taken the questions and they're asking them of the Turkish defence here. It's Musiala, double touch, Tell, dummies. Oh, it's a brilliant chance from Maguire. Choupo-Moting Tell. Oh, my apologies. It's Sadio Mane. It's one of my fraudulent slips. I'm so used to seeing Choupo-Moting be in those positions. I completely discounted Sadio Mane being there.
But you know, the interception from the defender was almost an assistance.
It was almost.
Because
it was.
The ball ended there for the attacker just to kick it to the goal.
Indeed, it was. And Musiala, oh, that's a close one. He's been booked for that, but again, had that not been given by the referee, Musiala gets the ball and there's an open look.
That's true. So this was one of those times where you don't know if it's better
McNeil.
to clear it or not.
Exactly, indeed. And again, we're seeing chances come and go here. 7 minutes plus a little bit of stoppage time, depending on what the referee decides to give, as Sadio Mane looks to maraud down that left-hand side. So towards Gravenberch, in towards Mane. Mane, quick feet from the Senegalese. It's Tell trying to recover the ball off Twanzebe. He gets the ball back. It's Musiala. It's broke clear, and it is launched away. But there's still time on the clock here for another opportunity. It's Gravenberch to Kimmich. Kimmich looking to just try and find that route in. He does. Nice little give and go, Musiala. Casemiro will run it all the way back, and Twanzebe will look to clear it. And this looks like it potentially could be staring penalty kicks right in the face. 3 minutes, a little bit generous from the referee.
Yeah, and none of the players are very desperate in order to avoid the penalty kicks.
No, and it looks like it's been a very, very level game here as Fred takes a touch. Ronaldo, it's Martial looking for Ronaldo, onside. Could it be the final touch? It is! Just as we say, penalties are staring us in the face. You can hear the soos in the audience, and my word, what a time to score.
In the last minute, in the last ball, everybody was sitting for the penalties, but no, sir, the Turkish players say, here I am, I have Cristiano Ronaldo, don't forget that, and this is my goal to say that for now, this match is 2 for Turkey,
with no
1 for
time
Brazil.
to spare.
Nothing.
They find the absolute moment of execution, as we said. Rearguard, frustrate, find a chance, take it. Fantastic play.
And the game plan was as we just imagined, with the Brazilian player trying to attack, proposing the most of the match, most important parts. The Turkish player was expecting.
Yep.
And he expected, and he expected, and he expected, and he tried. And he expected, and he tried.
Yep.
And on one of those, boom, inside, and that's it.
It's that
From
defensive
now on,
fort you talked about. It's that fort. He was able to just protect everything, and then right at the vital moments was able to just penetrate and score. And I mean, if you looked at the reaction afterwards as well, Mucha hit hands on head. Oh,
like tired.
That took a lot out of him. But then we talk about these intangible things. Has that taken too much out of him? Have Brazil got something to rebound and connect with?
Yes, but I mean, it was very important because on the cards, he was the one having the tougher time. Because
Absolutely.
Brazil had the ball. We will see the stats right away.
Yep.
But Brazil had the ball much time. I think in the possession we may see Brazil winning, and he had to endure a very hard attack.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
It's a good attack.
Absolutely. And if you want a blueprint at home, folks, if you're looking to try and frustrate opponents and play a counter-attacking style, there's no better player on the planet in that type of style than Mucha, because again, the ability to frustrate, the ability to then go, okay, we've got the ball. I'll go and find these players and I'll go and find these right opportunities. It's those moments in games. It's what you say, what's the difference maker between regular players and pro players and where the levels are. That type of clinical nature is exactly what the difference maker is.
Okay, so here we are with Wetsa. We are in wonderful Indonesia. We are in Bali in the International Esports Federation competition. 106 countries from around the world are competing here in a very sporty attitude. I really enjoy that very much. The camaraderie.
Yeah, absolutely.
People enjoying each other. So it's time to go to the second game.
Yeah, we're going straight to the second game. I think our production guys were about as excited to see the second game as we were, to be honest. And looking at it here, it's back to much of the same again. It's Manchester United versus Bayern Munich.
That's easier to follow.
It's much easier to follow, much easier to figure out. Clarita doesn't have to realise what kit colour is being used. Instead, he can just look at the team. But looking at it here, I mean, again, such a high level of eFootball on show here.
Yes.
And that's what, that's what the fans at home would like to see. I'm sure it's what the spectators here would love to see. And as the casters, I think we'd love to see it
And
as
do
well.
you know why do I have the obsession with the colors and the shirts? Because I feel for our viewers watching at their phone.
Yeah, absolutely,
where players are tiny,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. If they're very tiny, you're trying to follow along at home. The good news is, audibly, you can follow along with us. And speaking of audibly following along with us, you can hear the noise that is being generated around the building due to other goals going in and other streams going in. And I'm being shown here little bits of goals, and I'm trying to decipher what the rules or what we are, but I'm trying to keep my eyes on this too. There's eFootball going on absolutely everywhere for Everywhere. There's goals going in left, right, and centre. That's where you can hear the excitement. That's where you can hear the passion. That's where you can hear the emotion.
And here we are live from Bali with you, watching this match, this beautiful match. You don't want to know.
Yeah,
you don't want to know, my friend.
Well, in terms of what we've got here, it's Bruno Fernandes, it's Anthony, and it's Turkey from left to right as Ronaldo looks to set the pace early. Bruno Fernandes looks to roll one into Anthony. Ball goes back to the goalkeeper, and Brazil will be going from right to left in terms of what you can see on your screens. Here's Joshua Kimmich back to Manuel Neuer. Manuel Neuer will clear it away. Here's Sane. Sane to Mane, back to Sane. Sane to Sabitzer. Sabitzer potentially has players in support, goes for a double touch, finds Choupo-Moting, and Rafael Varane will clear it away. It's Bruno Fernandes with the stunning pass, finds Anthony. Anthony trying to feint and cajole a chance out of thin air here, and Matthias de Ligt had to be on his best there. There's Ryan Gravenberch, Marcel Sabitzer towards Joshua Kimmich. Looks long down the line for Choupo-Moting. Choupo-Moting again feinting and just trying to harry defenders. Here's Leroy Sane. Sane looking for inroads. Tries to find one. Wan-Bissaka with a brilliant block, and out it comes once more. Here's Anthony.
It's Turkey with the red shirts, with the Manchester United. This is like the home kit, and Brazil with the Bayern Munich in the white shirts.
Indeed they are, and it's Choupo-Moting again. Just makes the pass on to Sabitzer, makes the pass on to Mane. Here's Mane. In towards Sane.
Look at the defense.
There is a massive difference here in terms of quality and in terms of what you can see on your screens. It's something you may not have seen all too many times whilst on the live stream with us, but I'm glad you are here with us to witness this as Bruno Fernandes tries to play the ball through, and Lucas Hernandez will claim this forward. So, again, pressure, who is it more on? Is it more on Turkey or is it more on Brazil? I think at the moment, if you're Brazil, you're the player that's coming with the expectation.
Yes.
And now the pressure is a little bit on you.
I think that the effectiveness has changed. Brazil is losing the ball more than before. Turkey has not any kind of rush.
It seems like every type of avenue of attack is blocked off by a Turkish defence.
Yeah, and they block and they throw the ball away.
They do indeed. It's a very quick counter. It's Sabitzer. Cleared away by Varane.
Once again.
It's what I used to call as an aerial football, just to get it away from the ball. But here's Bruno Fernandes onto Anthony. What can Anthony do here? Dummies. Takes the ball back down the other way. Plays the ball across, and Benjamin Pavard, the Frenchman, takes it away. Here's Sabitzer looking forward.
Meanwhile,
Casemiro.
the clock keeps running.
Exactly, indeed it does. It's Marcus Rashford, double touch, takes the strike. What a goal! What a goal!
Amazing goal, my friend.
That is a fantastic goal to see here. Double touch, opens up the route, makes the strike. It's a wonderful finish into the back of the net.
And long distance from outside the box.
It's been incredibly rare over this tournament. And I'm very glad to see these types of goals, because these are the types of goals you can execute. Even with the manual goalkeeping that was happening, a controlled shot from the edge of the box can be really damaging.
Until now, we were saying everybody was going to the end of the pitch in order to shoot. They wanted almost to enter with the ball inside the goal. Well, he tried from long distance shot, and it was a success.
Absolutely. You can see the tweaks already coming in from Brazil to try and basically get themselves into this game, because you can see slightly more aggressive in terms of their player placement, in terms of now starting to look more to make Sadio Mane the winger rather than it being Leroy Sané.
So here we come again. It's 1-0 for Turkey. And this is the second game.
As you can hear shouts around us from other games. You can see here Choupo-Moting's onside. Harry Maguire takes him down. Nothing given though.
Nothing.
And of course you hear multiple shouts of Vamos. It's very hard to locate exactly who it is that's scored, because there are obviously, of course, so many Spanish-speaking nations that are here at the IESF and at the World Esports Championships, as Ronaldo goes to make it through. Bruno Fernandes with the back heel in towards Anthony, and Hernandez leads it away once more.
I think it is the Spanish player who scored. People are chanting his name.
Well, we'll see afterwards. Here's Leroy Sané, and Varane will take it clear. And again, just to talk on narrative here, the score stays the same. Brazil are into the lucky losers bracket.
It's one of the candidates for sure, but you know,
exactly.
This tournament is very hard, especially for the play-ins.
Well, like you say, it's not necessarily the journey; it's the destination that matters.
Yeah.
And it'll be an extra games play though, which is the part for me that would probably pay a little bit of drain. Great
nice
little pirouette.
roulette.
Great pirouette there from Bruno Fernandes.
Meanwhile, the table has turned, because it's now Turkey the one that has the ball, that proposes the plays. Is Brazil the one waiting for what is the question?
Well, that's it. That's the $25,000 question is, if you are Brazil, you've got to kind of at some point go a bit more direct, which we're now starting to see. But again, it's got to be in control. It hasn't got to be. It's not just throwing a ball forward and hoping that it's going to happen. You've got to do it with a bit of control. As Marcus Rashford was offside, as it proved. Had he been onside, Manuel Neuer was in absolute no man's land.
Yes, exactly. I don't know what he was doing at the middle field.
Well, with that, again, we've talked about a little bit about player traits and talk about player cards and player skills. He's an offensive goalkeeper, which means that he'll more than happily come out of his box to try and claim balls, which is probably where we found him. Is Rafael Varane to Fred. Casemiro.
Risky defense.
There's half time.
Risky defense, but it worked. We now have just one more half. Brazil needs desperately to at least equalize this match and pray for the penalties. So it's at least one goal away of having any chance. If not, he's going directly to the lucky losers round.
Exactly, and if you're Brazil, you have to score. You have to. There's no way that you can go out without this game. You have to go and score, and you can see here the changes in aggression here now.
Look at that.
Now that is a very interesting ploy, in the sense of we've seen 3 at the back, so we've seen them be so effective. But now you can see how much space there is going to be from a Manchester United standpoint and from a Turkey standpoint that you're going to have to play in. And as we've said before, it's risk v reward. If this works out, nobody will talk about the Brazilian changes in tactics. They'll go, oh, how good that was. If they go on and lose, it'll be, wow, they shouldn't have gone that early, especially when it's 1-0. But again, we talk about this butterfly effect. If he doesn't go for the changes and it doesn't work,
and it's also more than 1-0 because it's 1-0 plus the game
well,
before.
yeah, a very well made point there from you, Farito, in the sense of it's not just that mental scale of this is the game or we're 1-0 down in the game. You're also 1-0 down in the best of 3 series. So yeah, quite rightly so. You'd be looking at it and saying, it's almost that's almost a 2-0. That's almost a 2-0.
Exactly.
So yeah, you're quite right in saying that. And again, mentally, if you are Brazil, what would you be looking at here?
Are they changing controls now?
It looks so.
Well, welcome to the second half. Brazil with the Bayern Munich, Turkey with Manchester United.
Here is Ronaldo to Fred. Fred, double touch. Fred takes it round. Looks to put the stop, but he can't get the ball into the box, and will clear it away.
We say, hizo una de más. He made just one in excess. Hizo una de más.
Hizo una de más.
Una de más.
Una de más.
One in excess of the one of how much he needed.
I feel like I'm going to come away from Bali, ladies and gentlemen, with a slightly better understanding of the Spanish language, especially with how much we're seeing flown around here. As we see, Joshua Kimmich plays the ball across to Leroy Sané. Sané rolls the ball into the middle, looking for Choupo-Moting, but it just overhits.
I want to have you, Wesa, in some South American championship, casting in Spanish, so you will understand me.
One day.
No, you have to do it.
As we see, Sané gives the ball away to Ronaldo. Here's Anthony, and danger could be posed here if you're Turkey. Here's Anthony, looks forward to Ronaldo. Ronaldo into the box, looks for Marcus Rashford, double touch, takes the shot. Manuel keeper had it covered. As much as you maybe think, oh, that was relatively close, keeper had moved and the keeper had it covered. Yeah. So it looks as though Brazil have done a little bit of scouting of their own, and certainly from that first goal, they've learnt a little bit of those lessons.
Yes, but, as we said earlier, the table is turned.
Indeed.
Turkey is not more a defensive squad. He's attacking because he wants to have the ball.
Oh, you can hear the chants for Turkey. They understand what importance this is in terms of if they can push this over the line with 30 in-game minutes on the clock roughly, plus a little bit of stoppage time. If they can push this over the line, this would be a fantastic victory for Turkey. And again, as we said, it would put one of the, we would say, contenders that we have seen. It would put them at peril and put them into the lucky losers bracket, as we see. Anthony.
And now we were expecting to see Brazil coming out, Brazil having the ball.
Anthony in towards Rashford. Rashford
it's the other way around.
Tries to drag it back, looks for Fred. Fred slips at the vital moment. Sabitzer will take it clear. It's Joshua Kimmich. Kimmich forward to Kingsley Coman.
It's amazing how much Brazil has disappeared from the pitch.
Feels as though they have been taken completely out of their comfort zone. Here's Sadio Mane, Choupo-Moting, Sadio Mane. Brilliant block from Harry Maguire once more. There's blocks after blocks after blocks. There's been more blocks here than in a game of Tetris, I'll tell you that. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo looking to break through the line. Marcus Rashford just offside.
But anyway, forget about the offside. The ball is all the time in Manchester United possession.
Yeah, and as we said before, possession is king in one sense. Possession is king. If you have possession, it's great, but it's what you do with it that counts.
Wake up, my friends. We are here with the last match of the day. It's 2-1, the first match. It was for Turkey. it's 1-0. In this case, for Turkey, it's
You can hear the volume in the room getting louder and
of
louder
course.
as time goes on.
Of course, you have to have some pity, you know, for people with low volume at home. Thank you very much, everyone on the chat, resharing, and for those of us who like to enjoy the matches afterwards, because
absolutely,
a lot of people watch them live, but a lot of people like to watch them in another time because of the time difference.
We spoke about time difference being a thing, and of course, you know, if if you're watching this retrospectively, of course, you'll no doubt be rooting for Brazil or Turkey here. You may not even know the result at this point. And certainly we don't, because we're still waiting for this to kind of pan out as we see 20 in-game minutes left. Musiala to Sabitzer. Sabitzer looking to shape and try and make a pass here is Joshua Kimmich. He almost feels as though Brazil are waiting for the perfect moment. It's Gravenberch to tell. Gravenberch! And they've made that moment count! The perfect moment.
Patience at its best. We were saying Brazil has to attack. What happened to Brazil? Brazil has vanished. Well, here it is. Here it comes. Brazil says, I'm alive. And at least he's pushing it to the penalty kicks. He still has some time to make one more goal and advance to the third match. By now, we will have penalty kicks. Brazil 1, Turkey 1 in game 2 of best of 3, last game of the day.
Yeah, fantastic goal in terms of build-up. Again, we literally said 2 seconds before it, they're looking for the perfect moment, and boy, did they find one, especially with not long left on the clock. But again, if you're Turkey, if you're Mujahid, you know you've already got a game in the bag. So for him, does he trust his penalties? Do you trust your penalty takers to go and do what you require them to do?
Sometimes you do what you can, not what you want.
Exactly. And
I mean, 2 minutes ago, he was out of the tournament. Right now, well, he's going for the penalties.
Exactly, and that's the swing of the pendulum as we've seen. But we may have seen this story before as Turkey maybe looking to get a late winner here, potentially, as Fred comes and clotheslines Martial.
He clashed with his own teammate.
He did indeed, and that has left the door open for Brazil. Here's Sabitzer to Tell, to Mane. Mane down the line to Kingsley Coman. He has Tell back in the centre. Sabitzer is in the box too. Again, let's see what they're going to do here. Double touch. It's bouncing always a ricochet. It's Joshua Kimmich, and Rafael Varane will clear that one away. Here's Christian Eriksen. Eriksen to Sancho. Sancho to Eriksen. Eriksen has a man in the middle, but he finds Anthony Martial. Can't quite get the ball away. Corner given. These, as we've seen before, are incredibly dangerous.
Greased boots for some of the players. You know, they seem to have water with soap. Ball comes and goes.
Ball into the box, still lit with the header clear. To Sadio Mane, and again, bodies are back already for Turkey. As you can see at the bottom of your screen, the radar. Here's Jadon Sancho, though, to try and get something back.
He's not on a rush to attack, by no means.
No, I don't think so. Also, bottom of your screen as well. One down on defensive. So, again, slightly more defensive, slightly happier to be more concerned with defensive play is Turkey at the moment. Here's Jadon Sancho. Sancho's dancing feet, finds Ronaldo. It's been so vital already today. Here's Christian Eriksen, finds Ronaldo once more. The ball is cleared. Matthijs de Ligt will launch that forward. Varane comes away with it again. Not long left on the clock here.
Will he make a last-minute goal last time?
He may just do. Here is Fred. Ronaldo. Ronaldo! Save from the keeper. 2 minutes at a time.
Now plays are getting dirtier. It's not so much the space, you know, the big spaces.
Exactly.
Everything is tight.
Comes with fatigue. Ronaldo, both player and controller fatigue. But now we are entering potentially the realm of penalties, if not for this last attack here. Is Kingsley Coman. Coman's broke the defensive line here. Sadio Mane. Mane trying to roll it through to Tel Maguire, getting in the way, and there is full time.
Penalties it is.
And now we go to penalty kicks.
So what will happen here? If Brazil wins the penalty shootout, we have a third match.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly what happens. If Brazil win the shootout, we're back to a third game. If Turkey win the shootout, they're in the losers bracket, and Turkey go through to the finals, as we see. Anthony Martial to step up first. Manuel Neuer pointing. You can see the little gestures of the marker as well, trying to chance where people are going to go. First penalty steps up. Anthony Martial. Good penalty. Very good penalty. The gamesmanship.
He pointed and he shoot. Okay.
Here we go.
Do you want it
Sadio
here?
Mane.
I will send it here.
Is David De Gea. Save! Brilliant save from David De Gea. And that is advantage Turkey in the shootout. Here is Jadon Sancho against Manuel Neuer. England v Germany. Oh, it's a little chip down the middle.
He's still pointing.
He's still pointing, but it's brinksmanship. It's who blinks first here as Kingsley Coman up against David De Gea. You can hear the chants in the background. Coman scores.
And it's a goal.
I don't want to predict the bias that's in the crowd, but I'm fairly sure they want a Turkey victory here.
I think
and
so.
here is Ronaldo against Neuer. Ronaldo saved! Oh, it's saved!
And now everything is tied once again.
If they get
Or
this
it might
in,
be.
it might be tired. It might be tied.
be.
It might be tell. But it's against David De Gea. You can hear almost the boos in the crowd, which is fantastic to hear. Tell smashes it home.
And
Brazil
now
are not phased.
Everything starts all over again.
And we are back to level pegging. As we see, Eriksen against Neuer. What can he do here? Eriksen, great penalty again.
It's goal.
Keep them low, keep them hard. As you said before, you hit it as hard as you can in these situations. Is Musiala against David De Gea. David De Gea, save!
One more save for Turkey. He's just one goal
It's one
away.
goal away. He's on the hill. It's
If
Fred.
he makes this penalty, Turkey advances to the next round.
It's Fred against Neuer. Who blinks first? Brazil versus Germany. Fred steps up and chips it down the middle. It's what I would have done in my house to basically embarrass your opponent. And instead, now it comes a case, if Turkey save this, they're through. If Brazil scores, Sabitzer, we're down to sudden death.
Sudden death.
Oh!
This is incredible, my friends.
It's Casemiro.
1-for-1.
Brazil are looking to try and make this save. Casemiro, chip down the middle nicely.
He continues chipping the ball.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's the coolest penalty you can do.
Ah,
Ryan Gravenberch, again, to stay in the game, to stay in this tournament, and to not go to the losers bracket. It's Brazil. It's Gravenberch. You can hear the boos and the put-offs. You can hear all of it. Gravenberch. Save!
And Turkey goes by. Turkey advances in the round. Brazil will go to the lucky losers.
You can see there an acknowledgement from Turkey in terms of the crowd being on their side.
Yes, of course.
You can see the acknowledgement. Fantastic for Turkey.
He claps at his fans.
It's great to see that.
Yeah,
An acknowledgement of the support you've had. That's
I
always
like
good.
it very much. Well, it was amazing. You know, we said that Brazil was behind the marker all the time. He was able to get the equalizer, and that's it.
Yeah.
And from that on, he was crossing his fingers. He was able to turn over the penalty kick, which was on favor of Turkey, but on the sudden death.
It's almost as though Turkey knew how to play that play style. You know, in terms of, there wasn't the same type of skill moves. There wasn't the same types of, there was some super cancels, there was some dummies, but it wasn't the same as it was on day two, as we'll look to the highlights in just a second. But it wasn't the same type of Brazil performance. There was almost a bit of nervous energy that was there. And as you can see from the highlights, Rashford, that was the first attempt at that opportunity, and it just falls to Ronaldo, and that set the touch paper and set the tone.
It was like Turkey was never in doubt of what was going to happen.
It's almost as though they knew what the game plan was. They knew what they had to do to stifle Brazil.
And what to expect.
And brilliant response and reaction from Brazil. But again, just a chance that goes wide there, but it was this one that was the killer here. And Lucas Hernandez playing everybody on side, and it's Ronaldo who swept home the goal. And again, here, you look at that. We've seen the exact highlight the first time.
That was amazing.
And that was the time where it pulled off. Again, that Brazil, it was almost like they were too patient. They were too kind of methodic this time. There was no, it didn't feel like instinct. As we said, you do it. You don't think you do. And that was almost the realm they got caught in. And you thought, after, you know, the round of penalties that you're going to see in front of you. We saw the chipped penalty, and I thought, oh, when we go to sudden death, that's going to be, that might be a talking point that you say, well, Turkey, you didn't have to chip them. But also, in terms of what we were looking at here, deciding penalty, and again, just didn't need to do that.
That one was incredible.
But this was a fantastic finish to keep it there. He went with the same process again, and instead, this was a wonderful save here from Ryan Gravenberch. Brilliant save. That's what sees them through. And again, all-round performance from Turkey. We saw grit, we saw determination, we saw clinical finishing, we saw mentality from them. So all in all, fantastic from Mujahid. Fasil now going into the losers bracket, or the lucky losers bracket. But again, that's kind of a shark pen that I wouldn't want to be in. If you were another nation, Brazil is not a nation you want to come up against.
No, of course, nobody wants to cross this kind of player because he's an excellent player.
Absolutely.
So we think that by now we've seen some wonderful matches. The quality of the matches keeps getting better and better and better.
Absolutely.
And prepare, because tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we're having each day more dramatic stages.
Yeah.
Each day would be with some of the best and the best of the best and the best of the best of the best, you know?
Yeah.
So this is the post-match tale of the tale.
I mean, if you look at that there, again, you talk about the opportunities that were taken. Brazil had one shot.
And it was one goal.
And it was one goal.
Yeah.
But if you were talking about whether it's played in each other's box here, the passes that you can see there, as you normally say in terms of people dribbling, that's normally what people are looking for. You're looking for skillful dribbles. The less passes you're seeing, the more dribbling that's occurring. And as we saw, it's almost like you just meet a brick wall when you got to the back of Turkey there.
Look at the interceptions, 22 interceptions.
Harry
against
Maguire
15.
was probably the star of the show for Turkey in both those games, because, again, Mujahid was able to manually move him across and get a foot in. And we talk about physical players and we talk about reactions. That's what we could see.
Well, this was an amazing match. I'm always interested in seeing tomorrow what will happen. And the nice thing is that this put
Yeah, we finished on a draw. We finished on a draw, sir, so well done. We finished on a draw.
Once again, our predictions are a draw. Well, this was an excellent match. The first one with the Montenegro winning Maldives. Later on, we saw the triumph of Armenia. And we saw the Iraq demonstration.
Against Montenegro,
It was a demonstration. And the Turkey player.
This was the highlight of the day. And, of course, as you can probably still hear, there are still games going on behind us. So, of course, keep your eyes peeled to all of the social medias. Keep your eyes peeled to, again, all of these players, because they will happily tell you what's going on in their games. They will happily let you know. So, again, get onto those on social media. And, of course, we've got to mention exactly why this thing has been able to happen in terms of the World Esports Championships.
Well, of course, because of the main sponsor, the JHL Group.
Yeah, and of course, this was sponsored by JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DIS, Gungdang Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, and Hydro Cocoa.
The official telco partner is Telkomsel.
Yeah, and we have the internet service provider partner, which is IndyHome.
The travel partner is HIN.
And of course, the hotel partners, as you mentioned earlier, the Episode Hotel. We've got the Merusaka Hotel, which is where this is taking place currently. Fantastic facilities here.
The esports broadcaster partner, our friends at Mineski Global, the Indonesia Football E-League, and the ESID.
Yeah, and of course, you've got a production partner, Lemon ID, and our media partners, we've got Trans2Ju, Deticom, Esport.id, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dens TV, Dens Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, Kami Bayak. And then in terms of our government support, we've got Kemen Para Rekaf, you've got Kemen Pora, you've got NOC, Kony, and wonderful Indonesia.
Well, Wesa, thank you very much. It's a pleasure casting with you.
It's been so much fun. It's been so much fun. And we still got more to do. That's the problem. We still got more.
Tomorrow we have even more matches and even better matches. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Thanks once again.
See you tomorrow.
See you guys soon.
Goodbye, my friends.
It's my game.